How do I get the... Ah, got it.
Oh, ads.
Is everything okay? I just saw
Sports
that
streamer.
the box went
Ads
red.
for streamer. Watch the ads.
I am so sorry.
I'm not gonna.
Is everything okay?
The tab on the internet.
Yeah. Vale is the person with the main game. We all have to pull up a tab on the ye old Google.
Yeah,
the
either
internet.
And
yeah,
then-
either
yeah, and then
a
we get sent
tab
the
on
code when
Google
we're
or
in
your
game.
phone. Or your phone. Phone also works.
Let me do it on my phone.
Yeah, for drawing games, if you don't have any way to draw it on your computer that isn't like a mouse, then you should probably use your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're the streamer, in which case, L.
I don't know why my brother just sent me a text saying my nickname is Balls.
Oh.
Congratulations, I think.
Congrats.
He's like, oh,
I moved this to the
he sent me a
other
text
screen.
message saying, "Shut up, your nickname is Balls." Okay.
Just shut. Hush.
Shut up, your nickname is Balls. That is a power move.
Oh my god.
It's like when someone named Richard insults you, and then you just literally have to respond with your name is Dick and you've won.
Pretty much, yeah. Okay, wait, hold on.
I think I've got this.
Let me pull up jackbox.tv. By the way, chat, you can join in on the fun too. Once we're all in the game, you can vote as well.
Hey.
Yep.
Oh, it's raining. That's what those
TV.
sounds are. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Is your internet
Chat.
finicky when it's raining?
Ish. I think it's all good for now, though. Also,
I'm completely crapped
please,
out.
please yell,
When's
please
stream
yell
back,
at me
by the way?
if something happens with stream and everything,
Yeah,
and just
I'll
Discord.
have your stream open really small somewhere.
Hmm.
I'll shrink.
Also,
it
just
down.
like in general, like in Discord as well, because sometimes I can still hear you guys, but you guys can't hear me.
Oh yeah. Let's hope we don't have a situation where you become extremely delayed again.
I really hope not.
Oh,
That's
God.
not fun.
The amount of times that we've like been in a call and Vale's been streaming and then Vale's audio just delays by like 10 seconds in
10
Discord.
million
is-
years or something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Literally,
pretty much.
I would be like, if you can hear this, say like, I don't know. I would be like, say huh, and then it would be like a silence
Huh.
for 15 seconds, and then just
Huh?
Oh. Pretty much, yeah.
I'm gonna try
Tell
and
it-
get my side of Jackbox on the screen instead of just the other one. This is gonna be really weird.
yeah, you'll
I don't
probably
know
have to like crop it a certain way.
Yeah, I'm trying to crop it in a way. This is just real weird.
Take your time, no worries. I'm
I
still actually
think
getting
I think the last
Jackbox
time I
TV
played
set up.
Jackbox, I just put whoever was streaming it, and then that was it. Nobody got to see what I was drawing and shit.
Ah, okay.
I
Ah,
don't know how this works, man.
It's okay, we help you through.
Maybe what you could do is just like have both screens ready.
I mean, I have both of the screens. I'm putting both of the bits onto my screen. It just there's so much gap because
There's
I'm
so
trying to
much
put them
going
both
on.
on. Okay, hang on.
I mean, to be fair, when we're actually in the game, usually there's like a decent amount of empty space on the sides. You can just like shrink it down and put it somewhere.
And just
For,
pop
like,
it a
when
little bit,
we're
yeah.
not, like in the middle of like presenting stuff, and then when you're drawing, you just make it small, and then when we're in the like judging stage, then you just like size it up from the corner.
Yeah, I'm trying to like put it next to me, and then there's like a little bit over here. I don't know how wide to make this. Is the thing.
Oh, Vale, did your stream crash earlier?
I think so, yeah. I think it happened
no.
when I
Oh.
was,
Both of us crash.
yeah.
Oh, so it might have been just like a Twitch server issue then.
Maybe?
Yeah, no, the Twitch servers have been just dying the last like 2 weeks. It happens
Ooh.
so often. It pisses me off.
Oh. No, just,
I'm like, why? Why do you do this to me?
To be fair, I'm pretty sure how Twitch works is that if you're like anything below a partner, that you just don't get good connection because they prioritize
Yeah,
the
we just get
partners.
screwed, man.
yeah, that sucks.
Alright.
So you just have to
Why
like
did
hope you
my
have
audio
good
spike, by the
internet
way?
and that the Twitch servers favor you at the same time, or else like you're not gonna make it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you just get wrecked.
You just gotta hope and pray.
There we go. Oh wait, I don't need this one. It's fine.
Oh, also, so there'll be times where you might have to close the stream just a little bit so that way the room code doesn't get leaked, so that way everyone can get in before the audience does.
Oh, I just have a different scene. I'm in my chatting scene.
Ah, okay. I know that works.
Yeah, no, I have like the just talking
power
thing, so I'm just floating in
studio
space.
mode.
I'm just floating in space right now. There's nothing going on. I was using
Space.
studio mode to try and sort my shit out.
That's fair, that's fair.
The ambience of space.
Nothing
Yeah,
but
pretty much.
space. Oh, then be sure to tell me when you're ready.
Because there is no ambience in space.
There's nothing in
Just like there's
space.
no explosions in space.
In space, no one can hear
Can't
you
hear the
scream.
explosions in space.
That'd
It's
actually
just-
be kind of cool to witness, to be near an explosion in space but just not hear anything. I'd go bonkers.
Yes.
You just wouldn't hear anything or see anything because oxygen. I mean, I guess it would get snuffed out immediately. So like you'd see like a semblance of a
You see-
fire
you
and
see-
then gone.
Yeah, you see like
You're like, wow, that was anticlimactic.
Mhm. If anything, I think at most you just hear just a foop. If that. Just a foop.
you'd feel like the shock wave or something.
Oh yeah, you'd
Mhm.
feel probably
yeah,
the
no,
shock
definitely.
wave because particles do have to like move and stuff.
They have to go somewhere.
Yeah, something has to happen, but you're not gonna hear or see like much.
Mhm.
Here's the real question. Do particles ever actually get like destroyed, or do they just kind of change?
They just kind
No,
of
they
change.
change and keep going.
Mhm. Particles
Wow.
don't.
Like you know how
What
like
silly little
you ever
guys.
think about in Star Wars where they fucking miss? It's like that blaster bolt's just gonna go until the energy runs out.
Yep.
And then
Or
even
until it
then,
hits something.
like-
Would it follow the
just
gravity of the
dissipating.
Earth, or would it just keep going straight ahead?
I think it depends on what it's made out of.
Yeah, I would say you could slingshot it. It'd probably go around the Earth a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably.
Yeah, but it does depend on what it's like made of. It's made of like anything that's a slightly solid-ish. It'll probably like curve around. Otherwise, it'll probably dissipate in the atmosphere. Like eventually. It'll
Eventually.
hit something. Something's gonna hit it and it's gonna disperse.
And then no idea
Also,
what happens to
posture
that
check.
after. No, I want to be a shrimp.
Are you shrimping?
I was
Yes.
shrimping.
Maybe.
We all shrimping.
I want
No,
to
I
be
wasn't
shrimp.
actually. I was leaning back in my chair all comfy.
You know what, Rice?
Do we have a code of any kind or no?
Not yet. I was waiting for you to be
Okay,
ready.
Oh, I was ready.
Oh, okay.
More or less.
Alright, there's Quiplash 3, Devils in the Details, Champed Up, and Talking Points. For this one.
I know that Champed Up and Quiplash 3 are the main ones for this party pack.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And Talking Points as well. Talking Points is also a good one.
Yeah.
I'm good with any.
Honestly, I'd say
Honestly,
we could probably start with Quiplash.
Quiplash 3 because I'm pretty sure everybody knows Quiplash.
Yeah.
Everyone knows a quiplash.
Yeah, it'd be good to kind of ease into everything.
Also, Vale, don't forget to turn it off on your stream.
I know. I almost forgot about
Don't
that. Thank you. I know. I almost forgot. I legitimately almost forgot. All right. Okay.
And it
Then-
shouldn't like show the code until you press something when like when the game actually loads up.
Oh wait,
You
hold
should
on.
turn it-
Full screen audience, yes. Extended timers? Oh no.
No, we don't need that.
Require Twitch. Oh wait, yes. Allow room code hiding. Yes. Okay.
Hey.
Yeah.
How many max players do we want? Do you just want us 4 or us 4 plus some others? Before the
I would
audience.
say us 4 plus some others.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing I'm worried about is like lurkers who are not having the best intentions. 'Cause
That-
happens.
That is true.
Yelty would like in.
Okay.
Yelty is my sibling.
Yeah,
Alright,
we
cool.
can do that.
I trust Yelty
so-
to not be
swear to God.
a bad lurker.
I swear.
Don't be the
I
bad
watch.
lurker, please.
Oh, there's
Don't
also
worry,
UA
because,
as well.
Because Yelty be sibling, if Yelty misbehaves, I'm about to elder
You could
sibling
literally
all,
just like
all
you
over
can literally just be like 1 second and walk away.
1
No,
second.
I can't. I would have to. I would have to just DM immediate balls jokes. No.
Go for it.
You can't say balls.
What?
Balls jokes? Balls jokes? Balls?
Alright, max of 6 players because I think UA also wants to go as well. And UA is part of the Discord server.
Oh my goodness, what is that sound?
Huh?
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 No, but the freaking like elevator.
The elevator
music, that's
music in the back.
Oh, that's this. Okay, but everything is hidden on my end.
Anyway, chat, the code is 73.
Okay,
You don't
hold
even
on.
have the code.
Nope. No, it's
But
also,
yes,
it's also hidden for
I
me as well.
agree. I agree. Balls.
Wicked. Alright, just to make sure, sci-fi, it is hidden on your end, right?
Yeah, it's hidden on my end.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all gone.
Alright, then there's that. And then UA, if you can look at the the thing real quick. Or the Discord.
He's a silly guy.
The city.
Insidious little dude.
Look at my hair foof.
There we go. Okay.
Oh, I'll give Yelty the code.
Sounds
Hang on,
good.
I'll just give it to them directly. There you go. Yelty, check Discord.
Also,
I
UA, check
reopened
Discord.
Twitch and got jump scared by a random man's voice.
Oh.
Ah!
UA, I put the code in Discord. The Discord
it's
server
in
that
the,
also you're
in,
part
in
of.
the Temp Gaming Quadrant. Same
Sci-Fi's.
place as the Gartic phone link.
Sci-Fi's Discord server.
Banana?
I thought it was Moon. I like to be Moon.
It looks like banana.
It
'cause
does
it's next to the cactus.
Banana Moon.
Also,
Banana
I love. I'm assuming that's your sibling, right, Sci-Fi? Ah!
Oh wait, which one is
It's not.
Oh,
it's not. It's not any of us.
Yeah,
so.
that's probably Yelty.
I love how Yelty picked the cactus for that one.
It
Yeah.
definitely fits.
It is
That's
literally
so
just the
good. Good, you're
aftermath
good.
of somebody
It's okay,
running
you're
into one. That is perfect.
Yeah.
Perfection.
By the way, Yelty's pronouns are he, they.
Either, gotcha.
Uggy.
E. Wicked. Just waiting for UA.
This fucking clown ass music.
Yep. Just slowly
Forgot I
going
flagged.
insane. Oh,
Oh,
hey,
wait,
there we go.
Hang on.
All right.
That off.
Now you can unhide.
Yep, unhiding. Everyone's in.
All right, unhiding.
Wicked.
Oh.
God, now I have to be funny. No.
Oh,
My skill is
Ah,
making somebody else funny, not myself. No.
oh, too late, Rice.
Fuck.
You must
Too
work on
late.
it.
All right, anyone? I guess people can join
I
the.
had to
the
watch. I had
audience
to
in
watch
that
my
case.
boss
Mhm.
roleplay as a wolf for 5 hours today. So I mean, my brain is
Oh,
rotted.
excuse? Oh, right.
Oh, also, sci-fi.
That
You're.
took me a solid couple seconds to realize what the hell you were talking about. I was too busy A, doing my own work, and B, just having Minecraft on the side.
Minecraft.
Rice, I'm so sorry.
I had that muted even. Like, I had to actually do work. I had like
Yeah, no, at
meetings
one
and
point
shit.
I had to mute it so I could like walk away and like ponder my life, and then I came back
Oh
and it
my
got even
God.
worse.
Hey,
Join
you
the
may
audience, I
eventually.
think you have to put in the room code, right?
Yep, audience has to go onto the
Okay,
website.
audience room code. So I moved my box in front of it.
Audience should be able to
Good,
join
good.
anytime, by the way, so we can start now.
Oh, also, Sci-Fi,
Yeah,
you're a
that's the room
VIP.
code is right there. You can join audience at any point. You gotta go jackbox.tv and then put the room code in there.
Go to jackbox.tv.
That
And
sounds
then-
like a freaking advertisement.
Jackbox.tv and put in the code WMVZ.
I chose the little
Now it's
vampire
just an
one
anime.
because.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
With the power of God and anime on our side,
With the
we
power
can
of
do
friendship, we can do anything.
Anything's
With the power,
possible.
with the power of friendship, we can find the One Piece.
Guys, I think the One Piece was the friends we made along the way.
I swear to God, I will.
Choose.
I will do something if that is true. I will.
Dude, I bet you they're gonna do that. I have no doubt that
Oh,
that's a
without
thing
a
that they
doubt.
thought of.
There
Oh,
will
also-
be
One
crime
Piece
in
is
the
friends we
cities.
made along the way.
Oh, Sci-Fi, you're VIP. You have to press everyone's zone to start.
Oh, I have to wait. I have to what?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
shit,
Whenever
okay,
whoever
everybody's in.
joins first has to.
Oh, I
control
didn't
the
know
game
that.
afterwards.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I had my
You're
OBS
good.
over my actual game screen.
You're good. You're good. It's okay.
I chose the vampire one because I just want to
The
be
name
like
of
my
this
boyfriend.
game is Quiplash 3, the Forced sequel.
All right, guys, it was nice seeing
I'm
you
Sue,
today.
and I'll be providing
It was
vigorous
nice seeing you
support
guys.
and vital
Nice seeing you
instructions
guys.
Someone will
Really
probably talk over. Didn't make it in the game and want to be heard? Put in that room code and vote in the audience.
Okay, anyone
Yes.
who wants to go in the audience.
This is round
thing.
1. You're about to see a
Audience.
couple of different
Oh,
prompts
no.
and buttons.
Oh, no.
Your best response
Jesus
will
Christ.
then go head-to-head against another player's best stuff. Oh, and
That's okay.
everyone else
You
gets to
are
vote on
down
their
bad
favorite.
first, Arian.
You get
Very much
points
so.
based
I
on the
always
percentage
will
of
be.
people who
I'll
choose
tattoo
your
that on my
answer.
arm.
Off we go.
I don't know if you should. I'll be
Yeah, we know,
real.
goodness.
Oh, device. Whoa.
Oh no, I'm already like struggling.
Oh no, there's more.
Yeah, there's multiple.
Sure. Yep. That works. Mm-hmm.
I have no idea if what I did was even funny.
I
Same
don't know
here.
either. I'm just putting in random words.
This game is really just being like put in the chopping block.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, who
Oh
was
my
more
God,
funny?
okay.
Judgments pass.
Yeltsin's like it's Jover.
It's so Jover.
Dude, it is so Jover.
It's Jover.
It is so
let's
Jover,
see
dude.
'em.
I wasn't
goodness.
enough. I wasn't enough.
Prompt number
Okay,
1
let's see 'em.
is, believe it or not, kids are going crazy over these blank trading cards.
Prompt number
Oh.
1.
Okay.
Believe it or not, kids are going crazy over
Make
these
your vote
blank trading
count.
cards.
Oh
I'm
no.
stealing from notification.
So I can tell who's the left
Finish.
one.
Well, it's not me,
Are you sure?
but I'm gonna choose it.
Oh, I forgot. I didn't
Oh my
vote.
God.
No.
Oh my god, you're catering to the audience. You genius.
I didn't.
Without further ado,
I didn't realize that there was
it's
slow
not
timer.
all Bible study. On Wednesdays, the local
Oh,
church
what-
group is known to
It's not all
blank.
Bible
Oh,
study.
no.
On Wednesdays, the local church group is known to.
All right, choose your favorite.
That's throw it back Jesus style.
We're
How do you
also
do
one.
that? Out
I'm-
of curiosity.
I'm pretty sure it's.
It's clear.
Fail.
I didn't know what to
Supposed to
put.
be bread too. I just had a whole ass typo in my option. No, that was good.
And here we
Okay,
have
I didn't know what else to put there.
what social distancing is called on Antarctica.
Oh.
And here we have what social distancing is called in
Right,
Antarctica.
well, it's voting time.
I love regular interaction because the first thing I thought of was that I would have just typed Antarctica.
I would have just put standing.
Stand. Oh. Audience?
Oh,
Oh.
the audience has decided.
The audience. Num 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 num.
Next,
I love how
I
the
can't
audience
believe
is,
this.
like,
Pokemon
the
Trainer is a
tiebreaker.
much nobler job title than Pokemon.
They're doing a lot of
no.
Pokemon
Oh,
references in this
no.
one.
Pokemon
This
is
great.
Trainer is much
Pokemon
overpowered.
Riddler.
Time to pick the one you like best.
Listen, they go through a lot.
I know that the Pokemon trainers just get beat up by kids.
Oh my god, Vale's going insane!
Vale's getting all of the answers.
Guys, we can't let one of the
Next
streamers
up.
win. This is not how it
Instead
should
of
go.
truth
What
or
do you
dare, kids these days play truth
Sci-fi.
or blank.
Sci-fi. We have to team
Hey,
up.
look, I'm not winning over here.
Now it gets
Oh,
real.
shoot.
Pick your favorite.
Oh no.
Charmeleon sure needed one for therapy. Oh no.
Oh
you're right.
no. Oh no.
Bye bye.
Oh.
I get
Truth
quiplash.
or Minecraft? Nah, regret.
Pat, pat, pat.
Huh?
Oh.
And next,
Huh?
never get in a street fight with someone nicknamed blank.
Oh no. Someone nicknamed Knuckles McFisty Richard.
Okay, choose your
Richard?
favorite.
I like the callback.
Richard.
There's a callback?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I mentioned something about like being called Richard,
Yeah.
and then just being like, you could just say your nickname is Dick and win the argument.
Yeah.
Alright.
Nom, 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 nom,
The
nom.
callback, I appreciate it.
What the fuck,
Okay, let's not
Richard?
dwell on round one anymore. Let's see your scores.
Richard,
Oh.
Absolutely abysmal.
get me down to the bottom. I know I'm there.
Oh.
Nah, that's me.
What?
It's me. I failed.
I'm more
epically.
shocked that I'm not
Even
at the
my
bottom.
So
even my
if
brother
round
is
one
winning.
was an appetizer, round two is a substantial
It's okay,
meal.
sci-fi,
Double
pat,
the
pat, pat.
points, double the indigestion.
Awesome.
Wait, indigestion?
This is what I wanted.
Love that for
Oh,
me.
lovely. Oh no. Wait, hold on.
I didn't know what to put for the second one.
Dude, I'm so sick of coughing. I'm literally not sick and I keep having to cough. It's really annoying.
Oh no.
Just a little
I-
tickle.
I guess this is just a good spot to just leave the little
Time's
square of
almost
like
up,
what my
hurry.
screen is doing.
Wait, say again? I can
Yeah,
put
no,
this
I'm
on
just
top.
sticking this over here beside me. Who cares?
It's fair.
Quick.
Quick.
Come on, UA.
Yeah.
Okay, let's
Last
see
minute.
what you've wrought.
Last
Okay,
minute, let's
fuck.
go.
And here's your first prompt. The worst thing to read on a whiteboard when you enter a meeting room.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Worst thing to read while white.
Please
I don't know, white.
Okay,
Please
show
run
us some
through
of
here.
the
Please
points.
run through coming.
Redo the entire shot and add 10 characters.
Oh. I have a feeling that one might be sci-fi's. Or just... No.
Wow.
Oh, it was sci-fi.
Oh my god, this sibling
Look,
duel.
look.
Let's go.
It is the worst. That would be the worst thing. It's too real.
Oh.
See how
Pay
I
your
handle
actors
it.
and
not-
writers.
A
Pay them.
late night text you might get from one of the Mario brothers.
What?
What?
A late night text might. One of the
And
Mario
now,
brothers.
Pick your favorite.
I love the fact that the is consistent between both of them.
Edba, it's me,
I-
Mario. I
I
got
like
the
that
boss.
one is. I like that one is signed L.
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 Damn.
Oh.
Quip, you got
Dang.
Quiplash back. That's crazy.
Rip. Rip.
Revenge.
All right, check this out. A catchphrase
gotta
for
go
a
to
haunted
Luigi.
toilet.
Okay.
Decisions. Choose your favorite.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I could not think of anything.
Such a sad banana.
And now,
I said banana, so
Saddest
sad.
the
banana.
quickest way to get fired from the Olive Garden.
Oh no.
Oh.
I
Oh,
think-
no.
Are-
Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Yeah, no, that
Yeah.
is a pretty fast way, actually. Yeah.
yeah, if you do it, especially if you do it in just broad daylight. Like, yeah, no, you're fired.
When you get the first day when you work, you'd be like, "Don't
At
let
least
me in that
at least
kitchen."
the other one has style points. I want
Yeah, the other one,
style
that
points.
one has style points, but we're talking about efficiency.
Next we have
True.
what
Okay,
God
fair.
was thinking when he invented testicles.
Oh great. Oh good.
And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Even God doesn't know. Or just,
God was like,
or just,
False question.
"Oh,
oh,
I like how there's a
Damn
balls
it.
joke in there.
Aw.
Oh, not even
Next
the
on the
audience did
docket.
it.
the audience didn't even
A
vote.
sure
We were
sign
voting
someone
too
has been
fast."
struck by lightning
much.
more than once.
oh, jeez. I am good at.
Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
Burn to a crisp.
Raven's on fire.
I'm glad we both went the same route.
I love this. It's like no one didn't stop after death. They still kept getting blasted.
I just kept going.
I was
And
so
round
confident
two
in my
is
answer.
finito.
No.
Let's see if the same is true of your
I'm so
score.
sorry. That was too good though.
All your way. You're winning. Let's go.
Damn, now the chat's
Come
winning. Can't have
inside and
that.
behold Whiplash. The end you've been
The
quipping
only people who
towards.
can win is
I'll
me,
be sending
me, and me.
each of you a prompt
Me,
that
me,
needs
myself, and I.
3 separate responses.
Oh,
That's triple the
Amazing.
ha-has.
I don't know how this one works.
He said haha twice. He should have said haha.
I remember
Sorry.
this.
Oh.
Yeah, you know what? Ball. We ball. I love the silence of everybody's trying to think.
I mean, I'm already done.
Just everyone's
I'm
just
taking a drink of water.
water.
Hydration check.
You must hydrate.
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 Water. Water.
Let's
Come on,
take a
Yossi.
peek.
Being funny needs concentration. True.
3 simple truths about
I
humanity.
don't think I was funny enough.
The horrors. Horrors.
Horrible horrors, the horrors, the horrors.
All right, vote for
I just love Jesus fucking Christ.
I mean, to be fair, both of them are. They definitely are very
Yeah,
true about
They
humanity.
both encapsulate it.
Yeah. Oh.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, at least you got the
Yay,
audience
on my
vote.
side.
Yeah.
Honestly, I should have probably went with the
3
fog is
things
coming
Mars
3 times.
needs before we can live there.
Negative.
Now it gets
Well-
real. Pick your favorite.
2 of these answers. One of these is not like the other, but one of these is also definitely like the other.
I knew that was Vale.
What do you mean you knew that was me?
I don't know why, but my brain is like, that's a Vale answer.
3 things you'd put in a trap as bait for Ben Affleck.
What the
As
hell
bait?
is that? Hold on.
Batman.
Oh, Batman. Okay.
Yeah, the Batman guy.
Okay, choose your favorite.
Batarang.
Wait, I just realized City Crime, the Joker, dead parents.
Oh no. I mean,
I
technically
love,
that
I
could
love
just be
the
all
fact
in
that
one.
it's not that you show the photo, it's you show the dead parents themselves.
Just dug up from the ground, from the grave.
You show the corpses.
Audience was gives it to you, eh?
You
Batarang gets your
rocked it.
vote fair.
Did you rock the scoreboard?
I think I got last.
I'm pretty sure I'm last. Oh no, I wasn't.
Hey!
Wait, no, almost. I was so close. I thought it was.
It was very
Damn, Shimmer
close.
won.
Streamer one.
Streamer
I
one.
can't believe this.
The
Unsubbing.
streamer. The other streamer.
You know what, chat? Don't watch the ads.
Well, guess what? I don't play them anyway.
Yeah, you do. Why the?
I mean,
all the game.
Do I?
I don't think anyone has any choice
I'd
whether
play,
they show ads or
I'd
not.
play midway.
I don't know. I have them off. No, no ads.
To be fair, there are like 1 or 2 ads and they're pretty short, so.
I don't even know when my ads play. I have it at be like only pre-roll and that's it.
Oh no, same.
At
It's
least
only
I try
pre-roll.
to. I'm like I don't, because otherwise it's like, you have to have dismount before it's like. I'm like that's not worth it. That's a pain in my ass.
Not worth
You
it.
need to have this many ads, but I don't wanna.
Don't wanna.
But I don't wanna. I play story games. That's so annoying.
Mhm.
Yeah, you'll be in the moment of like such like a sentimental like cutscene that you can't skip, and then like most of chat misses it.
Mhm.
Yeah,
It's just-
and it would
it's
be
not
like,
worth
God
it."
damn it, I can't even pause.
I still like the throwback
So
Jesus
it's
style.
just whatever the least
Throwback
amount that I can
Jesus style
possibly
is
get.
iconic, to be honest.
That was so good.
I love just seeing the answers with no context because I just look up and see regret.
I love that one. Redo the entire shot, add 10 characters. It's too real.
It's
Oh.
too real.
Oh, bad, bad,
It's
bad.
too real, but it was so funny.
Mhm. Oh, also, I think Sci-Fi, you have to do whether you do want to do sim players, because I can't
Oh,
do anything.
I mean, if you press escape, it should work.
Do we do same players?
Do we? Sim players?
Do we want to
Yes, we
play
can
this
just
again, or
do-
do we want to move on to something else? That's the question.
All new Toyota, the only vehicle you can
I'll click new
trust for
players, I'll
your
click new players.
off-roading terrarium needs.
What?
Okay.
What?
Oh, just disconnects. Okay, fine.
Yeah, that works. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure
Turn
I
off
have
the
that hidden. Yep. Turn off the stream.
I already did. I already did the thing.
Yep, yep, yep. Okay, ready?
Mother, is that your son? Son, all new Yoda, Yoda, the only vehicle you can.
Who are you? I'm from ancient Greece.
Who are you?
Damn it.
And I'm so sorry.
Who are you?
I'm from ancient Greece.
Oh my goodness.
Hold on.
I love removing the pop filter to be funny. Laugh, chat.
Ah.
Hey kid, wanna buy some sundials? Booker, do you want in on? Wait, how many do you have?
Cootie still needs to join.
Okay.
Oh,
Booker's
oh.
just gonna be in audience.
Yep, yep.
Stop it. Okay.
I'm waiting for Cootie.
I'm coming.
Cootie!
Oh,
Ah,
There we go.
wicked.
All right, are we good to?
I think so, yeah. Everyone's good. Everybody's in.
All right, in we go.
One more time.
One more time.
Hopefully this...
I hope you're
Whiplash
ready
again.
for
Back.
Quiplash 3,
E.
the
we
forced
can skip the-
sequel.
We can
I don't know how to-
skip it,
I'm
that's a
skip
good
I don't know how to
idea.
skip.
And
I don't
please
know how to
make
skip.
sure you
How do we
take all your
skip it?
jokes out with
Make it stop.
Resume.
you at the end of the game.
I don't think you can.
If you click
Aw,
on,
man.
you
Here's
should be able
round
to.
1.
I do.
Oh yes,
seen people do it.
points. You score
Spacebar,
points based on the
spacebar.
percentage of voters who like
Spacebar.
your answers.
Click,
Clear enough?
left
Sure hope
click.
so. Let's go.
No, it doesn't
Alright,
work.
whatever.
Oh. Oh no! Oh no! Sci-fi, I wonder if you have the same question that I do.
It's possible.
Oh no.
I hate this. I'm so sorry.
What do I do for this one? Sure, yeah, okay. Yeah, that sounds good. We'll see what happens there.
Time's almost up. Use a safety quip if you're stuck.
Oh,
No.
It's go time.
oh,
Uh-oh.
Oh,
oh.
Let's set it off
in my
with
autofill.
a bumper
Probably.
sticker
I
you
could
consider
not
displaying.
think about that
Ask
one, I
me
don't know.
about my
It's okay.
blank.
Pet.
Pokemon plush,
Vote
incredible,
away.
sizable, humongous heart of gold.
I know what I'm answering with. I have 3 of them on my shelf.
Yo.
I think I have at least one.
Actually,
like-
I have.
A
Let's
friend
keep
of
going.
mine actually
It
has
should
like a
be
massive
illegal
whale
to put
lord.
blank in a buffet.
Whale Lord, let's go.
It's just a huge ass whale lord.
Decisions,
Cocaína.
decisions. Choose your favorite.
There's redacted and cocaína.
I know redacted has a certain je ne sais quoi to it. Certain
Yeah.
mystery meat, you know?
Mystery meat.
You don't know what it is.
And next
Exactly.
must-
It could
That's
be
how
you
bad
must
it
find
is.
out.
the erotic amusement park
What?
ride is called the blank. Now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Sequence 1, sequel 1, sequel 2.
Yeah, no. The first Fails is the first one. It's the first edition, and then Sci-Fi's is the sequel. Jesus Christ.
I love the fact that we got to say one
Guys,
side.
what do you
The
think?
sequel was better.
What's next?
The people just came
Very
in when that
unlikely
happened.
place.
Oh no!
Oh no, I love
All
that.
right,
I'm
people,
so
it's
sorry.
voting time.
Is that supposed to be sewer?
Unlikely
Yeah,
place
I was
to
trying to
meet
type sewer.
Sewer.
Oh,
Answer, you did
To be
it.
fair, it's just sewer with
Yeah.
an accent.
oh my god.
Sewer.
Sewer. Just sewer with an accent.
Oh, I cannot believe.
That was really funny.
Oh my god, is that gonna win?
Sui.
Sewer.
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 Is the
Moving
worst
right
place to
along.
be your soulmate.
The best response
Stewie.
to I know you
Stewie.
are,
Oh my
but what am
God.
I?
Oh no. He will not survive the
All
night
right,
he will
choose your
come
favorite.
about to be punched. Oh goodness. Also, for anyone who's new in either of the chats, if you want to join the audience, the code is up in the corners.
Yep, just up
Do
in the
the thing if
corners.
you want to
You
join
will
the
not
audience.
survive the night.
You will not survive the night.
He will come.
You will not survive. Yeah, I didn't know what to put for that one. I'll be honest.
Okay, I kind of.
Let's see the next
to
one.
be fair, it's fine.
What shape never took off with animal crackers?
Oh.
Bacteria virus
And now,
edition?
pick your favorite.
Sea anemone. See, my brain almost read that wrong.
See
anemone.
You know what?
What were you
The
about to
fact
say?
that you can't say it. Yeah, I don't blame you for using the safety cue because I also use the safety cue. I was like, I have 7 seconds. I can't brain right now.
Hold on, Sci-Fi, does that mean that we had the
And that was
exact
round
same
one. Let us
answers,
never
like,
speak
all
of
the
it
way
again.
through?
On to the
Yeah, you
scoreboard.
had the first one. I had the second edition.
That's
Just
amazing.
got 2 electric boogaloo.
Oh, I'm all the way at the end.
You
No, what
couldn't find
about
the
3?
first
What
Next
about
up is a
3?
little thing I call round 2. Prompts are more
Oh my
out
God.
there, and the points
The
are doubled.
Awakening.
The Awakening.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
no.
Jesus Christ. Maybe, you know what? That's next.
Sure. Sure. Yeah.
I have to make sure I'm spelling this word right.
Let's hope this works.
We'll see, we'll see.
Oh my god. Come on, Cootie.
The fact that both
Got
of my
this.
answers are complete
I hope you didn't
opposites
embarrass
of each
yourself.
other is insane.
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
And we
Can't
start
wait to
with
find out.
idea for an improved hotel room sign. Privacy, please. I'm blank.
Oh no.
Sleeping?
Okay, time to choose.
You know what? Yes.
Yeah. I don't know, that might have the opposite effect, because if I see that, I'm like, I want to see a lifestyle smell like Splash.
Yeah, well, too bad. Lock the door. Yeah.
Get it. Yeah.
Nice.
It's
I
a
genuinely
private
had
moment with the
I had no
Snorlax.
Okay,
idea
what's
what to
next?
put in, so I was just like, life-size Snorlax
Shoplifting would
plush is the thing I've
drastically
always wanted.
decrease if malls
Oh.
introduced blank.
Oh no.
Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
These are two opposite sides of the spectrum.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so remember what I said about my answers?
Yeah. I know they're definitely just opposite.
Dude, that would just bring them in
And
more money,
next
to be
is-
honest.
It's
People
your
of
big moment
Revolution.
on stage.
Yeah.
You find your
People of
spotlight, face
Revolution.
the audience, and blank.
It's everywhere.
Time to pick the
Or
one you like
set an
best.
applied trap.
Someone should have put glue trap.
I mean, isn't it the same though?
I mean, I guess.
I didn't
Oh.
know it was a glue
Chad has
trap.
decided.
Thank you, Chad.
Next on the docket, the world's most compassionate exterminator removes bugs by blank.
Oh no.
Oh my.
Scooping them up in a glass,
Here's the
doing a
fun
jig and
part.
dancing
Pick
the
your
night
favorite
away.
quip.
You killed them by dance?
No, it removes the
Oh, it
bugs.
doesn't say kill, it says remove.
Yeah,
No
it
one
says
said
remove.
anything about murder.
I mean, usually exterminators remove by killing.
Yeah, but this one doesn't.
No,
Pied
not this
Piper
one.
of Bugland.
Pretty much.
And next,
Better pay the exterminator, otherwise the
reviews
kids are
have
next.
been mixed for the new series, 20-minute guided meditation.
I chose the
with
most-
blank.
Unmeditated person to do
Kills a
this with.
microsecond
All right,
cousin
choose your
Paul of
favorite.
Terraria? Ranboo.
Oh,
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, that thing would not last 20 minutes.
It would not.
Oh no.
Would it even last 10?
everyone voted Grandpa has mixed reviews, except for Phil's and Minecraft. Apparently, it's not enough.
Next, bank heist
I
plan.
don't know.
Step 1, approach bank teller. Step 2, blank.
Please tell me one of them is just shoot them.
Riz?
Now
Ask them
it gets
21
real.
questions
Pick
regarding
your
the vault.
favorite.
I think the answer is clear on that one. I was not. I knew that was gonna happen. I was like, no way that my
Roll
answer
a
is
nat
gonna be
20 on
good.
charisma, see where it takes you.
Yeah.
Better not rolling that one.
And round
Yeah,
2 is
exactly.
history. Let's see how it'll be remembered.
Honestly,
Also,
I'm really
who the heck is
surprised that my
Paolo
Snorlax plush was the one that got the quiplash.
You're still in the lead, Rise.
I
Welcome
went for
to
being last place to
Thriplash.
first.
One last chance
Let's
to
go.
redeem
Oh, we're doing
yourself.
Thriplash
I'm
again?
going to send each of you
I
a
think it
prompt
does it
that
at the end all the
requires
time.
Yeah.
three
No, there's other
separate
types.
responses.
Is
Oh.
there?
You'll do great.
There's like one.
that-
There's one with There's one that with like acronyms and stuff.
Oh, weird.
I immediately knew what to answer with. I don't even know if I'm gonna win.
Yeah, sure.
Going at that. Come on, Cootie.
Got this,
Believe in
Goody.
you.
15 seconds.
Time's
You got
almost
this.
up. Hurry.
You got this, Cootie.
You got this.
Let's
there we go.
go inside.
It asked me
Oh.
a very tough one, okay?
The 3 most painful ways a squirrel can hurt you.
Oh no.
Screeching.
All right, people, it's voting
What?
time.
Oh.
As I am bees grows in my pants.
Help me, squirrel. It's in my pants.
Yeah.
I don't know. Biting seems pretty
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 painful.
much worse than insulting my choice of
3
shoes.
Nothing hurts more than
unnecessarily
emotional
explicit
torment.
names for cocktails.
True, true.
Mm-mm.
What?
Time to
Why
pick
are
the one
the-
you like best.
Why did they match? I love piss piss.
Oh.
Oh!
Wow.
Did it? No!
3 items you
Parentheses
always
gets
see
you.
in the background of adult films. Decisions. Choose your favorite.
Who is that, guys?
I don't think I'm winning.
I think I especially admire the typos. It really makes it, honestly.
Great
Fuck
job.
off,
Now
man.
let's see what that did to the final scores.
What a time.
I think I
Mhm.
might have gotten knocked down.
Yep.
No.
See, the thing I'm learning in
Aw.
these games is my brother is funnier than I am.
Oh. Ouch.
It's okay.
Stop,
I'll take that
stop.
out. good. Congratulations, Yalti. You did it. You win.
Congrats.
Hold on, wait. Where's my clap?
Hey.
Yeah!
Nice. Oh. Okay, hold on.
Can
That
we
was-
do champ though?
Yeah, I was actually just about to ask that. We can absolutely do champ
Nice.
up though.
Also, I need to do something real fast.
Yeah, sounds good. Oh, water time. Didn't get the
Yalti
water.
says, thank you. Come on. Stop. You flatter me, lol. Buddy wrote stop as an S-T-A-W.
Nice. Stop. Okay, for this one, do we just want to do us four and then audience vote?
Yeah, we can do
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. A mini. No, 4. There we go. Titles, motion sensitivity. Reduce motion sensitivity with less animated backgrounds. Do we want this or no?
that. I have no idea.
I think it shouldn't. I don't know. We can see how bad it is and then change it if needed. I think.
Oh wait, which setting were we looking at?
Motion sensitivity, but the thing is, I don't remember like how animated the background is.
We can
I
probably
don't think
put some
it's
motion
that
sensitivity on
animated.
there.
I think it's just like animations of people cheering in the background.
Okay.
And like the animations for if like a drawing does really well.
Okay.
But they're not that bad. But to be fair, I'm not sensitive to motion that much, so I don't think I really can say if it's
Okay,
actually
I
bad
know
or not.
somebody who's sensitive to motion. Booker, if you get motion sick watching this, tell me, and then I can ask to have the option turned on.
Yeah, you'll exit right away.
Cause Booker gets motion sick just watching Minecraft. So
Oh, okay. Keep an eye on Booker. See what they say. All right. Ready?
Ready.
Yes.
Ready. Okay, hold on.
My
ready.
tablet is ready to go.
Okay, hold on. All right. So hiding. Okay.
I call the phone, by
it's
the way,
hidden.
because the phone is so me-core.
Nerd. Sorry, my bad.
Excuse me.
I had something in my throat.
You're the last one in, loser. Get in.
I don't see the code. Where's the code?
oh, it unhid itself. There you go.
There we go. Is that one?
Where am I looking?
Where are you? What happened?
I don't know.
Where am
Where
I?
are you? Where did you go?
Quiddy, look at Discord. I should be sharing my screen and everything.
Oh, you're sharing your screen.
Yeah.
Cody, but Cody, off the screen share.
Goody, please.
Cody, how have you been seeing the screen?
There ain't no way.
Goody.
Are you watching a stream?
Don't leave me here.
How delayed were you, Cootie?
I cannot believe. Oh my god.
Oh.
I'm here.
Everyone's
Hi,
all good?
Cootie. Yep, we're
Yeah, I
good.
think we're good.
Yeah, everyone's all here.
Okay.
Alright, keep an eye on Booker.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Welcome
Coloring
to
the characters. Okay,
Scroll
sure.
Sim. These talented trainers are about to face off to see who's the best at creating champion
Oh my God, phone guy.
characters with unusual skills. Will
have you
the
ever played TKO?
underdogs take down the heavy
Yes.
favorites?
Yeah, it's kind of like
It's
that.
pretty much, it's pretty
okay,
much
I
the
get
same
it.
premise,
Yeah,
except the
gotcha,
drawings
gotcha,
fight
gotcha,
each
yeah.
other.
Yeah, okay. I got it.
Speaking of TKO, I do have that, the party pack with that
In
one.
this first step, the trainers will be prompted to
Honestly,
draw
Champed
and
Up is like an
name a
upgraded version
particular
of TKO,
type
in my
of
opinion.
Champion character. They'll be equipped with two
Also, I've just
tools,
realized that
a
whoever's the
pen
VIP
for
of the game
drawing
has a
and
skip button for
thick marker
tutorials.
for coloring
'Cause I have one.
in.
Oh, you do?
Ah, yeah.
Oh.
And name
not glad. I was
I'm
looking at
keeping
I was
it
looking
'cause
at the
it's the first
screen,
round.
not the phone.
Off we
Amazing.
go.
All right, drawing time.
Okay, drawing.
I'm to draw. Okay. We not get like.
Oh no, it says create champion of blank and blank at the top of your phone.
Oh, okay.
How long do we have? Oh, we have like plenty of time. Thank God.
I'm not gonna lie, I really like
There
this
is a
music
redo
though.
button. Thank God.
I just realized there's different colors. I don't know. Again.
I've run out of
20
time, so
seconds
now I have to-
remain. Players
I have to
need to
rush.
name their character.
Yeah, screw it. This one's just gonna be this, whatever this is. Oh, fuck. I did not.
Like,
finish
my drawing
drawing
just
that.
has a random line in it.
Oh, I was only able to do one. Oh no.
Because their creators will
Ooh.
see who they're competing against, but not what the contest
were we supposed to
will
make
be.
multiple? I thought it was
So
only
they must
one.
analyze
Oh, yeah,
their
one.
I thought it was only
own
one.
unique skill set.
And I
was
ran out
only on the
What they
one.
hope is a worthy challenger.
I don't know.
Let's see
Oh yeah,
the
we make
drama
one
unfold.
with one like yeah, you make a drawing based on a prompt, and then the second one you make is challenging
A
against
challenger.
another
Oh,
one.
okay.
But you don't know what the prompt
Got
is,
it.
so you have to make a challenger against him.
Got it.
And my question is how to change the color, because I have no color
Oh,
options on my
It's a thing at the top. It's a thing at the top.
There should
Oh,
be like
there it
a
is, thank
weird
God.
blank box.
Okay, cool. I feel so bad for my first one because I had such an idea and then I kept fucking up the lines. I was like, shit, fuck, shit, fuck.
No. Oh no.
I should practice on my speed drawing skills for these games so I can whip out the most insane things.
I mean, I'm just drawing with my mouse.
20 seconds remain. Players need to name their character.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
All right.
All
Let's
right,
see.
For the main
what's
event.
going on now?
Our first opponent enters the ring.
Now we fight and we vote Oh,
And in
Karen.
this corner,
Oh.
we've got
Karen.
these two
Boys,
will
I
battle
don't know.
to see who is
Boys.
the
I know.
champion of sick.
Oh God.
Who's the champion of sick? And you can also flip them
Tides are
around.
turning.
Yeah, you can flip them around. It's
Oh.
Bro, Karen ain't sick. She's sick in the wrong
no,
ways.
absolutely
Get her out.
not.
Get her.
No, Karen loses. Cootie, you did that was good.
In my
You had like
27 years of broadcasting,
looking
I've
at
never
like
seen a response
dude that's like a fuck
this.
bro, and it was like an equivalent to a
In
Karen.
this corner, we've got
Hey, Gerald.
we'll be facing off against
Gerald.
who is champion of large and in charge.
Oh my god!
I don't know. Jonathan seems pretty large.
I don't know, man.
Blow, can they counter?
Jonathan's
What?
like the tiny dog that thinks they're big, but they win.
But then Gerald is just like a lapdog.
Yeah, Jonathan.
No, Gerald. My boy.
This guy seems to relish this hatred.
Oh, relishing the
Now entering
hatred.
the ring.
Oh.
Opposing them will
The
be,
editor. Oh god.
Oh.
one of them will be crowned the champion of the attic.
Hey. Oh god.
I'm just gonna flip myself over around. There we go.
There we go.
They gotta face the gun.
I believe you got this.
I'm the champion of the
Scales
attic,
are
baby.
beginning to tip.
Come on. Oh my.
It's
You beat it.
this
The editor
trainer a
wins.
heel.
Why do I keep getting the yawn votes?
Next up, it'll be versus
Spinner.
these
Skinner.
two are
Spinner
facing
and
off to
Skinner.
see who is the champion of annoying
Oh,
pests.
who's
Oh.
more annoying?
Ooh,
Which
who
one's
would be-
more annoying? Which one's more annoying?
Oh,
I don't know.
no.
Skinner sounds like his wings would be loud.
Mm-mm.
He'd be like.
It's mayhem down in the draw ring.
Aw.
You can actually
Get 'em,
feel the
Skinner.
stadium shaking right
Get 'em.
now.
You can actually feel the
Here
stadium
are the
shaking
scores
right now.
as we head into
Oh,
halftime.
I'm all the way at the bottom. Oh,
How am I
no.
winning?
You know what? I'm not losing.
Oh.
Here we go.
How do we do this one? Huh?
Oh, I need to get a reference for this. Dude, this music is so hype.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot there's no eraser tool. Whoops.
I mean, technically
move
there
on.
is the undo.
Yeah, but the stuff I did was like ages ago, so.
This is great. I can draw, guys.
Oh my God,
20-second
anime
warning.
genius.
Name those characters.
Oh no.
That'll work.
I didn't have
I
enough
did it.
time. Oh no. Oh no.
I did it.
What is happening?
I don't know what's
I know
going
exactly what I'm drawing for this.
on. Okay, there we go.
Sure, whatever. Doing that one.
I don't know what else to do.
Name those characters.
Eight, 7,
Not done in time, but that's okay.
3.
I'm fucking scribbling.
You've got this. You got this.
You got this.
I'm drawing
It's
my
the second
finger.
half,
This
which
is really
means
I'm
hard.
so
Time
glad
for
I got
tag
the
teams.
one
Each
thing that
matchup will
relates to
include a
me. That is
surprise
insane.
contest where players can tag out their characters.
Oh.
I think I know
Bonus
exactly
Yeah,
what you're
basically-
doing.
Yeah, basically for this round, you can tag out characters if you think yours don't fit for one you've made
Oh,
previously.
okay.
Start things
Mm,
off with
okay.
our first two fighters.
Okay.
Tom,
One
Jeremy.
of them will be the champion of meeting the parents.
Oh. Oh,
Oh.
God.
There
What is
even
Tom
a
saying?
It's
He's
supposed to be.
speaking He's speaking in tongue.
It's supposed to say I
Can they
respect,
build on this momentum?
but it was
It's
lagging
nobody
on my
else.
end. I
Here's
couldn't
the
do the
next title
writing.
up
Second
for
round.
I thought it was I
the
relaxed.
champion
Second
of
round,
instant
breakups.
breakups.
I thought it was Japanese.
Holy will the trainers keep their characters or swap out?
Oh,
They're trading punches.
Instant breakups? Who's got?
Oh, it's too
Come on.
close to call.
oh, yeah, no, it's gonna be
If
Karen.
he respects, he doesn't do instant breakups.
Yep.
He does it respectfully.
So true. So true.
Disrespectfully, goodbye.
He respects.
Nothing can
Karen.
stop these two.
Thomas Ace.
It's so good.
Two new fighters enter the
Headcanon.
ring.
New headcanon.
Versus Ranboo.
Champion of dance like nobody's watching.
I'm literally editing midway through. What do you mean? I win.
It's a
Wait,
close one.
wait.
This
Come
is
on,
getting
come on.
You can
interesting.
vote Rambo. I won't be hurt. Yes, I will.
We'll declare a winner after this next
Because
match.
Ranboo never wins.
Champion of
Oh.
everyone judging you.
Oh.
They're going. The trainers have a decision to make.
Just Rice again, but more sad, depressed.
He's laughing at me.
Just gonna leave Ranboo in there.
Their chemistry is off the charts.
Double me.
It's just
Let's
double
go.
you.
This event
This event is free and I overpay.
Here's our next matchup. You will
Markle.
decide
Oh,
who
Marceline.
is
It's Marceline.
champion of
Oh.
princesses.
Well, no, what in what sense though? 'Cause they could go two different ways.
I don't know.
My
Ew.
goodness.
Princess
Yeah, that's right. We
Bubblegum.
love her.
I love
next
Markle.
contest
Oh my
could
god.
swing things. A
Marco.
champion of violating the Geneva Conventions.
Oh my god.
Oh!
Here come the players tag out. Let's find out. Oh, that might do it.
I'm sorry. Jonathan's
Well,
still
no
with
other way
me.
to say it. It's
Jonathan
this is
would
pure
commit war
pandemonium.
crimes. Oh no way. Oh no way.
Just
Oh no
about
way.
over.
The gun. The
Oh,
last
no.
minute pull of the gun.
Last minute. Jonathan.
What a dynamic duo.
The chosen one.
What a dynamic duo, Jonathan and Princess
It's time
Bubblegum.
for our next
Yeah.
bout.
We're about the Glock. She's still lost.
One of
The
them
bank
will
money
be
piles of it.
the champion of romantic fantasies.
Oh my
I would hate to be a that blow.
Oh my god!
Insane.
Oh my god.
Who got this with me?
It all comes down to
It
this
was
next
me,
match.
Cootie.
The champion of job
We don't know what happens
interviews.
at the bank.
Oh, who's
Oh,
gonna?
God.
Who's gonna
What
be
will the
tech?
trainers do?
Gerald.
Let's see.
I don't know. Gerald
Oh,
looks like
you
he's
little
already working at
Gerald's
Walmart.
disrespectful.
He already looks like he's working at Walmart. He's wearing the Walmart blue uniform.
It's neck and neck.
Oh, he's the one that does the job interviews. That's the interview.
He's the one who is interviewing.
Yeah. Gerald, let's go.
I dare
Gerald
you
wins.
to name a more
Gerald
iconic
next to
duo.
a bank is insane.
No,
That's
Vale, I like
great.
how romantic fantasies me and you both chose a money route.
Okay, folks, that was the final match. The judges
Yeah.
are tallying
God.
the final scores, and
Yes,
we
our
have a
baby.
winner.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah,
let's
that
go.
makes sense.
Yeah.
I love how there's 2
50%
drawings
of the
of
audience
me.
predicted this.
Do you want to play again?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
want to do it again.
If we
This is
do that, I'm
really
gonna play
fun.
on the computer because that was hard.
Too bad.
Are you
We're going
on
back.
mobile?
Too bad,
We're
too
going
late,
right
too
back
late,
in.
too late.
Oh.
Right back in. Same device.
Welcome
Also, don't
to
worry.
the
You can just like boot it back up on your phone and it should work.
These
Yeah.
talented trainers are about to face off. to
Oh,
see who's the best
hold on.
at
Sci-fi
creating
question.
my
How
medicine
is,
restriction. You know what?
unusual skills.
Here's your
Will the
reward. You get to
underdogs
chill
take down
and
the
laugh at
heavy
some goofy
favorites?
drawings.
It's time to get
Also,
champed
Sci-fi,
up.
quick
You get to
question.
watch us
How
fight
is,
each other in
the
pencil form.
I can't remember the name.
What?
In this first step, the
motion
trainers will be prompted-
sensitivity
Oh, yeah, no,
person.
Booker hasn't said anything. Booker might have gone to bed for all I know.
That's fair. Okay. How do I do
Okie
this?
dokie. What am I? How do I? I don't know how to do this one. Okay, Booker said no, we good.
Okay.
I know
How am I
exactly how somebody's going to go against this one, and I'm so excited to see it.
I don't know how to. I don't know how to. I don't know anymore. This is. I don't know, man. Sure.
Yeah, that works.
I don't fucking know.
It's time to name those
Oh shit!
characters.
The stream. You're right. I forgot. I didn't put the main one back.
Oh,
My bad. It's fine. You guys get. You guys don't get to see what the fuck nonsense I was drawing. That was cursed as shit.
Who do you got this?
you got this, Goody. You got this.
Trainers are now moving on to creating a
No smile.
challenge.
Create a challenger.
Shut up.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm quickly learning how to utilize all these tools, and I'm so glad.
Yo.
Less than a minute, by the way.
No.
It's time to name those characters.
Oh fuck, can I not name it something else? Damn it.
There we
okay,
go.
Whatever.
Okay. I did it! I did it!
I was gonna add something to the name, but
It's time
That's
for
fine.
the main event. Here
I'm not
comes
mad or
our
anything.
first opponent.
I have no idea if this even makes any sense.
Janitor man?
Oh.
Versus
Vomit
Nick
Man.
as the champion of making this player vomit.
Cootie, do you like janitors?
I just didn't know what else to fucking do, man.
Goody, do you have a weak stomach?
Please,
Cootie,
just
does
put it
the
out of your
idea
misery.
of somebody cleaning your floors make you just wanna
How about a vomit man want to make you vom?
I can't believe
Hurling
Cootie did the
towards
janitor thing
victory.
against their own prom.
Oh my god,
No.
I can't believe.
Moving
I know
on,
you
we've
didn't make it, I
got
know you didn't make it, but I still find it funny.
It's very
Versus-
funny.
Yeah, it literally made me say.
You're bugging your eyes out the
Only
wrong
one
way,
of
King.
them can be the champion of sleaze.
So Rat Radisson and a cat.
Oh god,
They're slaying
don't
in
know, man.
character.
I don't
Can
even know
they
what
recover?
sleaze
I
means.
don't know.
I don't know either.
I mean, they're just kind of like, not like a slimy kind of character.
Like a
Some
Yeah,
extra
like
cash
slimy.
goes to the underdog.
And you didn't vote that for the cat?
no, it's like a
No.
a bad person.
Our new king, Rat Radisson.
Like someone could
Make
describe
way
someone as like a
for-
sleaze bag, and then be like,
They're a
awful
rat.
and gross.
Versus
Yeah.
these two are competing to be the champion of savory.
I was really
Oh,
hoping
okay.
that somebody was going to pit him against the pizza cutter.
Oh my god.
Hey,
That would have been amazing.
I just didn't
would
know.
hate to
I
be
was
on the
just like,
receiving
I don't know.
end
I'm
of
gonna
that
match.
blow.
I'm flipping.
I'm gonna match.
It's Petey the pizza.
The pizza.
that sure put the ooh and umami.
Dreeve thought the slush would win. Trans
Here's
king.
our next competitor.
Trans colors.
Versus
Oh, Jessica Rabbit Red, boo.
one of them will walk out as the champion of flair.
Oh, I don't know.
That's
I feel like
incredible.
I'm legally obligated to vote Red.
Kapow, that's
Poop
gotta
up
hurt.
particle. I love that the particle is just looking back and forth.
Yep.
Portal flare. Yeah, but the dress though.
The dress.
The dress was
You
crazy.
Dress
dare
makes the
to
flare, not
flare?
not the rest of the Riz.
And that takes us to halftime.
Wicked
Here are the
respectfully.
scores.
Oh,
You know,
nice.
just
Very
the particle
respectful.
is
Shit.
very, very respectful. I just remembered that one bit. Ooh, how can I do this one?
I'd be a little too nerdy. Answer.
Name those characters.
God, I forget how like intense.
I'm so sorry, Rice.
Oh.
Crudy, I think I got your thing.
I'm drawing on a transparent black. The background is black. The only thing I can draw with is a black marker, and I'm drawing with my finger.
Isn't that?
I gotta speed up. Look.
"20-second warning. Name those characters." It's
Damn, I
the
submitted
second
that,
half,
like,
which
just
means
on
it's time for the
time.
tag teams. Each match. Here are the next
know,
two
game.
fighters.
You know.
Skippity doo, skippity doo.
Who is
God,
the champion of complicated board
A
games.
single
Oh.
D4.
A
A
single.
singular D4 is the most complicated for board games.
Here we go.
I mean, how could it be a board game? That's pretty complicated in and of itself.
That is true.
I mean,
Oh.
you got a
Now
point
they'll be
there.
battling for this title. A champion of having
switches.
exactly 3 friends.
That would have been so. That would have been so funny if the
It's
D4 had 3
decision
sides.
time.
Tom makes a
Tom
return.
has
Too
3
close to
friends.
call.
Tom has 3 friends.
Exactly 3 friends.
Wait, am I stupid? Or was he from like the last game we played?
Yeah, he is. If you would do the same players,
Yeah, I
other.
had the
Oh my
option.
god, wait, I
There
forgot
is
about
teamwork,
that.
folks.
I feel like that would be a little much.
Moving on.
Sir, I could also pick Skitter.
You will decide who
Snorlax
is the
beanbag.
champion of introverts.
I'm glad
Oh.
we're making all these
Oh.
callbacks. This is amazing.
It's a close one.
Oh. I think I know what's gonna win. Oh no.
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry to whoever made the comfy beanbag, but that comfy beanbag don't look comfy.
Here's the next contest.
Just
I
like
did-
Fiend.
The champion
literally looks like
of
I'm gonna shoot
setting
him. Oh.
things on fire. Here we go.
Jeremy versus
The kid
Spitter.
gloves
Dude,
are
Jeremy
off
would
now.
commit arson.
I was like,
I
I
don't
wouldn't
believe
put
what I'm
past Jeremy
seeing.
to commit arson. You know, I tried to make a beanbag, I failed. I made it look more like a
Oh.
bean
There's
instead
no
of
I in
bag.
team, kids. Only in kids.
Jeremy and the setting things on fire plus the champion of introverts is it's an
next.
interesting combo.
It's a very interesting combo.
Rice
will
versus
be
Rice.
The champion of short attention
Wow, yeah,
spans.
that's true, yeah.
Wow. Which one? Oh.
Which Rice?
Ooh. Hmm.
I'm just gonna
We're
look away
witnessing
awkwardly.
greatness. Now it's
I
time
don't
to
know,
determine
the one on the right had more
the champion
like
of dropping their phone
unhinged energy
in the
of
toilet. What
non.
will the trainers do? What a whack
Me back in.
attack.
I confidently throw
You
my
just
phone in the
swapping
toilet.
yourself in again.
Yeah.
Here.
Just like which one vibes would have dropped the phone in the toilet?
I've done it before. So yeah.
A
So, yeah.
tag team for the ages.
So
I
just
love I keep
Short
having
general
to
attention span
draw
for dropping
myself.
phone in toilet. This game is just Rice.
Moving
It's just
on.
all Rice.
yep.
You will decide who is the
Compliment?
champion of living under a bridge.
Oh my god.
I love how he looks like
Draw
he's
blood
sneaking.
first.
I love the little goblin.
Surprise to
Here's
no
the
one.
next
That was
title.
me. Who do I have to tag in now?
Champion of undercover bosses.
Ooh. Undercover
It's
bosses?
decision time. Here come the reinforcements.
Oh my god.
Who's better, chat? Go on.
It's mayhem down in the dry ring.
Is
It's a
nah.
scroll brawl.
To be fair, whenever Rainbow goes out, they are always just undercover.
all true.
Ah,
But
Yes, I
Bubbles
probably
and
should have
Wins
just tag
work
teamed
so
in
well
myself
together.
again.
That would be funny.
That'd be very funny.
Okay, folks,
Who
that
wins?
was the final match. The judges are
Alright, I
tallying the
feel like
final
Rice
scores
absolutely
and
took the win for that.
Yep.
Oh my god!
we have a winner.
Rice wins again. God damn. Absolute insanity.
Win yet again,
Do
Rice.
you wanna swap to a different game or?
I'd be down.
Yeah, I think I'm good for a different game.
All right.
Alright. Do you want to do any in this pack or a different pack? Because I have 2, 3, 5, and 7. This is 7 right now.
Hold on. Let me look up Jackbox pack games and see if I can find a list.
Yeah, I don't remember which one's in where. I do like the trivia one. That one's like the murder one.
Yeah.
That one's fun.
I think that one might be in 5, I think.
Oh, do you know what we should do? Do you want to know what's really fun?
What's that?
Do you have? Hold on. Wait, you don't have 8, right?
Nope. I only have up to
I was
7.
gonna say we should do Job.
Ooh, that would have been fun. But no, I don't have 8. I'm sorry.
Let's see, oh, if I opened up Steam right now, it's gonna update literally everything. I can't do that.
Uh-oh. Probably not the best idea.
I have one of them, but I don't think it's the
Patently
brat. I think it's
Stupid
just
is really fun.
Ooh, that's in 2, right?
That's in 5.
5? Oh yeah, I have 5. We can do that.
I love
Hey, we can definitely do that.
I
Let
don't
me
think I've
stop.
played that one.
Ooh,
It's the
you're
one.
gonna
It's
have
the
fun.
one where you get like a cue card with a problem on it, and you have to solve it with an invention and pitch it.
Oh, okay.
But not only is it drawing, but it's also presentation.
Yep. You have to like
Alright.
sell. You have to sell your item.
It's actually solid.
Okay. So it's kind of like the game called Snake Oil, where you have like, yeah. It's kind of like Snake Oil, where you have like a prompt and you have to create an invention around that prompt
Yeah.
to sell that idea.
Yeah.
And the most people
It is
who
literally
buy that idea,
yeah.
I guess you win or something.
Yep.
Yep.
That's similar enough concept.
Yeah, pretty much.
Got it.
Okay,
The only reason why I'm not a big fan of trivia murder parties because I suck at trivia because I can't remember anything.
Oh, that's completely fair.
Understandable. I just
So-
like to fight over like not knowing the things and going, what the fuck is that answer?
Yeah, no, literally going, what the hell is that?
I just and also because when you die, you still get to like kind of play a bit.
Yeah,
And
you still
then you
get to
might
like mess
also
with
be able
people.
to like overtake at the end, because I've had it multiple times where someone like is dead and then they'll do a comeback and at the very end steal the win.
Mm-hmm.
It's
It's insane.
A lot of fun.
We can always do that one after a round of
That's fine.
Yeah. All right, hold on. Let
Sounds good to
me share my game.
Share the thing.
Sharing the thing. There we go. Okay, all good.
Yeah, I'm good. I have my thing hidden.
Wicked. Actually, I need to remember to do that real quick.
I
Ah.
just got an ad on Vale's stream of some girl pondering while playing the subway, and I had no audio, so I had no context to what was happening.
Goodness gracious, this game is loud.
Oh, this game is very loud.
Oh yeah, no, this one's like the loudest, I think, which is very odd.
Okay, can I just turn it down? Please. Yes, thank
Yeah,
you.
You can't turn it down, thank God.
My goodness.
Okay, because I think I had this at
Don't
like
worry,
normal.
chat, your ears aren't fully gone yet.
Ah.
I was just gonna turn it down on my end, to be honest. But if
Oh,
you can
that's
turn it
fair.
down on your end, then
Yeah.
we're fine.
You know, it's all good.
Among Us boys. Yeah.
Are you able to turn the code off in this game too? I'm assuming you can, right?
Might be able to require twits, menu censoring. Oh yeah, here it is.
There you go. Yay.
Alright, and then back down to 4 players. Allow room code hiding. Oh no, I think I just woke my chat up.
Sorry,
I'm so
chat.
sorry. Just with the sound, because it was like really loud on my end.
Oh
It was
shit.
so loud. Alright, audience.
So sorry, chat.
I'm sorry, chat. Oh hey, welcome back to the world of the awake.
Welcome to being wake.
Welcome to the world of the.
wakey.
Alright, is this a good level for everyone?
Yeah, I think so.
Cool. Make the game louder, quiet. Quiet. Please.
I think we're good.
Please. Alright. Everything should be hidden. Let's see. And now we wait. Ah, there we go.
Alright.
Alright,
I'm ready to type in the code.
ready? Okay, cool.
Cold brew for Anthony. Cold brew for Anthony.
Cold brew? Anthony?
Cold brew?
Anthony?
Is that what your name, Anthony?
Anthony?
Who the fuck
Anthony?
is Anthony?
Dude, who
That's
the
what
fuck
I'm
is
asking.
John?
Oh my god. Who's John? Who is it?
Okay, so for context, I was like with Cootie in a VC while we were like prepping Cootie to play Splatoon, and
Yeah.
we kept walking around the lobby and just seeing Art
I have a
talking
mint
about this
tea
guy
that's
named
half full for
John,
the
and how
optimist,
everyone was saying
half
hi to
empty
him and
mocha
spotting
latte
him,
for the
and we were
pessimist,
just like,
and a
who the hell
blueberry
is he?
stone
And we
representing
couldn't
isolation
find
for
him,
the
and we're like,
surrealist.
who is John? And people were like, steal John's fit, and we're like giving you all of his gear,
Oh.
Amazing.
and it was like, what?
I don't know about John Splatoon because I don't play Splatoon.
You should
Also,
buy Splatoon.
Drew was asking me, but I'm also gonna pose the question to everybody else: who's gonna watch Ordum Paranormal tomorrow? Because I am.
What am Paranoid? I don't think I've heard of it.
That's
Can you-
that's Selbit's like RPG thing. That he's got going on. That's
yes!
Oh.
Yes.
Chai tea for Frank.
Like
Chai tea
a
for
bunch of
Frank.
the QSMP people in it and stuff.
Mhm.
I'm excited to know what the heck is up with it because
Yee.
I think it would be cool. And also, live translation with like a group of people, not just like a robot. It's like a professional team of translators. And like, damn, that's impressive.
Oh, yeah, no, that's really
Damn.
impressive. Nice.
So like, I'm interested to see how that's gonna go, honestly.
Yeah, that sounds like it'd be really, really
And also
cool.
because they're like the group of people they have is gonna be absolute chaos, and I wanna in on it.
Double shot
So much chaos.
espresso for Karen.
Also, Race, you're the
Alright,
John
VIP.
Splatoon is just the
Pronounced
default male Splatoon 1
espresso.
player. He's a big meme in the Splatoon community. Oh,
Oh.
Ah, that makes sense.
did not know that. All right.
Oh,
Clip
Swap
art
into
playing.
game.
lovely.
Hello, welcome
And then I'll
to
have
the
it. I'll have
seminar.
it go through the intro in case.
My name is Toby, and this is my ex-wife.
I have a very basic
Lena.
mug.
Hi,
Oh,
Toby.
I hate that.
Hi,
Change your
Lena.
lives.
Hi, Toby.
That's right, Lena.
Hi,
Right now, I'm looking at
Lena.
4 lucky people on a rocket ship to riches.
Great. So now that the doors are securely locked, let's get down to brass tacks.
Securely locked?
This could have been an
Securely
email.
locked? Oh no! Oh no!
It's simple. By unlocking your potential. The potential
I
to
want to unlock
invent.
this fucking
And as
door.
Lena said, the door
Let
is
us out!
secure
Let us
and
out!
Let me out.
Michael!
Hang on. I want to hear what the instructions
Now
are, guys.
everybody
Oh,
knows
sorry.
the
Sorry,
best
sorry.
inventions solve big
I'm sorry.
problems.
Okay, I can turn
That's
up the.
right, Lena. And to
the
identify those
stream
big
volume, it's
problems,
alright.
we'll need to do
okay.
something we call market research.
On
Nope,
your
that's not the
device,
one I wanted.
you're going to receive 2 fill-in-the-blank prompts. Type in anything at all.
Oh no!
And voila, you've created a problem.
Now your creative problems
Okay.
get sent to the other attendees to inspire their creative masterpieces.
So let's get to it.
Oh yeah, it's this. Oh no.
All right, let's go. I did that quick.
Sure. I'll do that one.
We're halfway home.
Shit. Bye.
Now look at your device. You've got somebody else's
Bail,
problems.
I know exactly
Been
which one
there.
it is.
Pick the one that you want to solve.
God, which one do I pick?
We're
They're
halfway
both so
there.
good.
Flip a coin. Any coin.
They both come out with the same answer pretty much. So
Ah, got you.
Fantastic. Now it's time to solve that problem.
That's right. This is the pivotal moment where you bring your designs to life using nothing but a pen and paper.
But we ran out of paper, so you'll have to use some cocktail napkins.
And it never hurts to use a little color. We're halfway home.
Also, real quick, Yue, if you're a little bit confused on why it says only an hour and
Okay, let's
39
get a move on,
minutes,
folks.
it's
Time's almost
because
over.
the stream crashed about like that long ago, around that time. My OBS says that I've been live for about like
You're
an hour and
all
50.
naturals.
I
Or
was
10
just
hours and
gonna
50
say
minutes.
that. Okay, so
Right,
now
okay.
let's bring it all home. Give it a title.
And a
I didn't actually
snazzy
get to have that
tagline.
much fun.
Oh no.
Something that makes people say, "Take all my money, take it right now."
Let's go.
Yeah, get multicolors for this. Yeah, I was like, where's the colors, guys?
Yeah, you only get one color, unfortunately.
We're halfway there.
Oh god, I'm so excited to do this one. Except for this one.
Not to rush you, but the clock's a ticking. Great. Now, each of you will present your creation with
great.
our amazing
boy.
presentation tool.
Fantastic.
Really sell yourself
I'm
too. This is
awesome.
no time to be shy.
Exactly. Now, let's see those inventions.
You hear that, guys? No time for oh.
Who's
okay.
first? Vale! Vale! It's your turn.
Alright, I will present. Alright. The worst part of winter is the yellow snow. It gets me every time.
Back! Jesus Christ.
You know what I say?
Computer
I say,
exploded when I unplugged my headphones. I'm so sorry. Anyway,
you're good, you're good. The urine exposer. That is what you use to get the yellow snow. It may look like a gun, but it is in fact just a ray. You're able to just pick out the urine, the yellow snow. That way you can just like go, just to to avoid it, right? You see the pink
Get around
around it.
Why?
Eat around it.
Alright, Sci-Fi, your turn.
Oh, good. Oh, fantastic. I will be presenting. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. So, I wish high-speed chases were more fun.
No.
What, how do we want to do that? Need for Speed.
Oh.
Now, how do we
Oh.
want to get Need for Speed?
How?
Just give everyone nitrous. Every single person. Right? You want these Need for Speed chases to be faster? Just give them all of the chemicals. Just give them all the nitrous. You go fast as possible ever. That'll be more exciting. And you know what the tagline for our lovely product of Need for Speed nitrous is?
What's the tagline?
what is it?
Family. Because nothing is like speed and the need than the need for speed with family.
Because we're all
you.
family.
Cute. Stock aw.
Aw.
I will present, thank you.
Yep.
I can't relax because of that fucking motorcycle.
I know which one's Vale.
Yeah.
Now,
No.
if you're a regular of the quiet_Vale live stream, you will know that for some reason at the exact same time every night, very late every night, there's a very loud motorcycle that drives by, and I have a simple solution to solve this problem. Prot. This acronym
Okay.
means politely remind them of the time.
Oh,
Is that
Ah, yes.
This is what you get for making so much noise at fucking 12 a.m.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's amazing. Alright, Cody.
okay. When I get angry, I shit your pants. All right.
I love that Goody gets this one.
So what have I developed?
Holy shit.
And it
What have you done?
Mind controlling the shit.
He's just mind staring and he shits his pants.
so I have developed a type of mind control. But this type of mind control is actually between both parties. Poop teleportation.
You wrote teleportation so wrong.
It's
my
completely
God.
fine.
Cody, I must know
All right,
what's the
what's
tagline?
tagline? You got a full 13 seconds.
So just like another famous hero, you always have to yell this whenever you do this.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind, it overrode it.
Oh no.
No, Cody,
Also,
please tell
4%
us.
Prestidigitation, soil and
Great
objects with
job,
Bigfoot.
everyone. Now, each of you
Cody,
has been
please, I
given
must
some
know
money
what was the
tokens.
tagline.
Give
Yeah,
your
what was
largest
it?
gift
Huzzah.
to your favorite invention, your second
Huzzah.
largest to your
Good.
second favorite, and so on. And those of you in the audience get a chip to invest too.
Now let's
Oh.
make some money.
I forgot how fun this is. Oh.
I just realized my car looks like a duck.
Whack.
Also, how did you change the color of your? Oh no,
Great.
wait, it's
Now
based on
let's
like
see
the
which
person's
It's
thing.
based on
never
your
mind.
cup color.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
based on the cup.
You'll need to acquire $1,000 in capital to not only fund your invention, but also net yourself a
butterduck.
$500 funding bonus.
Butterduck.
Invest in a successful invention and get double your money back. But if it fails, they keep your cash. Let's see how you did.
Maybe next time.
No.
Aw, no.
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 A very good poop sound there for that.
So
Aw.
sad.
Oh my god, I'm scared. Holy shit!
Yeah, you get that one.
Let's go.
Damn!
Ooh,
Aw.
I feel
sweet
bad. I
Damn
took
it.
everyone's money.
Oh, rip.
No
Okay,
money
that's
for
it.
us. Sad.
Nobody wants the nitrous.
Okay, for the final round, let's switch it up a bit.
Instead of solving different problems,
Ooh.
you'll all
Please have
tackle
me
the
do the
same
problem.
problem.
Oh god, everyone does the same one.
We're going to give you more
It just
money
picks
to
a random
invest, but
person and
now
makes them do
there's
it,
a
I think.
higher
Either
funding
that or it
bar
picks the
to
VIP,
clear.
I have no idea.
Good luck.
Hard to say.
And the honor of choosing that final problem goes to you.
Oh.
Simply
Yeah!
select the problem you want anyway.
Hey.
Oh
Alright,
boy.
what do we got here? Oh, I get to. Oh, I get to pick past ones.
Oh.
Oh, this is the one I wanted to do before, but I also want to pick one that I did.
Hmm.
But I'm gonna do this one.
Good choice. Okay, you know the drill.
Everyone eat the rich. Ah, beautiful.
Let's draw.
Okay, okay. Hmm.
We're halfway there.
Uh-oh, drawing time's almost done. Okay,
No.
time for titles and taglines.
I'm noticing there's a theme with my things.
That's half your time.
Cootie. Time to know.
I
There you
couldn't think of anything. I'm not gonna present mine.
All right, this is your last chance to impress, so don't hold anything back.
Or just do present for me. Oh, hey. Sava.
Oh, okay. I guess I will present first. All right. So, I wish everyone would eat the rich. Now, how do you think that I would like to implement this such a thing? I would like to present to you my idea.
Is that
I
Kirby?
would like to invent the newest and glorbiest of creatures that will consume all. Emptiness is their stomach as it is an endless pit. They are Blorby. Now, Blorby's hunger knows no end and shall consume as a vacuum and eater of all rich and delicious. Thank you.
Kirby.
You thought it was a bog?
All right. I wish everyone would eat the rich. Now, this is a common thing that everyone has thought at least once in their life, unless you're the 1%. This isn't for you. Go fuck yourself. So now I would like to re-represent this question. Don't think of it as I wish everyone would eat the rich. Why not I wish I could eat the rich?
DIY.
Who's gonna stop you? The law can't if they don't find out.
Alright, calm down there.
Calm down there, Hannibal Lecter.
Just going for cannibalism, just straight up.
Oh, alright. Alright.
I love the approach to presentations of just silently presenting it.
We
Alright.
got this covered.
No!
Toads.
I thought I pressed it!
It's okay,
No.
speak over them.
Okay,
I sure
so
do,
guys,
Lena.
shut up.
I
So,
sure
I
do.
wish everyone would just simply eat the rich. I want to eat them. Like those two up there. They are rich. We can eat them. Guess what?
That sounds like
Kirby
a
Bank.
perfect solution.
We could just take them.
Kirby!
You know, we take them and we place them in front of a little machine that does this. It sucks them up.
Lena,
It takes their money, sucks them up. We can keep the rich in there, but then we just take out the money itself.
tagline.
Not to worry, my easily influenced friend. In every
Wanna know the
It's like
tagline?
an owl.
Liz.
It eats them and spits out
Yep.
their wallets.
We have witnessed
Yeah, you just suck up the rich. Guess what? You're rich now.
And that's how it's done, everybody.
Your money.
Where'd the other guy's head go?
They get consumed.
It's gone.
Gone.
So far, we have gone along the route of consumption.
Yep.
We can. Well, I mean, that's the whole prompt now, isn't it?
Oh, but
I
could
mean, I was assuming people would just be like, kill them.
yeah.
Cootie's just.
Oh no. What?
Well,
Cootie.
Cootie?
mine's not really that interesting. I chose
Oh.
nanobits. I don't know.
Nanobits.
You release thousands upon millions of just little nanobots that gets in their air system and then eats them. I don't know.
Just eats
That
them from
is
the inside out.
Fuck your money.
Oh, that tagline.
I love the fact that we all went pretty much the exact same way.
We all went. Yeah, we all went. Why don't we do it ourselves?
Yeah. Although,
I
like,
mean, me and Vale shake hands, save brain cell Kirby.
you know, sci-fi, when
went
you
for round
when you
of
went
cannibalism.
first, I tried so hard not to laugh.
Here's the question I pose though for Vale's thing. The point is to eat the rich, not to become the rich.
Well, to be fair, the rich are no longer rich.
But I
You're still
could throw
eating
this
them.
at you too, Bryce. I mean, like, it's eat the rich. You were eating them all yourself, right?
That's how it's done.
Yo.
But like, if I
That is a
eat
good
them, I'm not
point.
gonna gain the power of being rich.
Good job.
I mean,
That's okay. The money separates from them, so you can still eat them. You also just get the money too.
Ooh, a
Ow.
swing and a miss.
No, I believed in the nanobits.
I believed in the
No.
nanobits now. Hey.
Yeah, I'm still on top. Still on top.
6,900. Nice.
Congratulations.
Nice.
You clearly have the gift of invention.
Now for some bad news.
Eat the rich.
You might have missed the print on the flyer that grants us
Uh-oh.
the rights to any and all inventions.
Eat the rich. Eat the rich. Eat the rich.
Well,
Oh.
Yeah, it was on the back.
They have
Sorry.
the rights to
Thanks for making
cannibalism,
us
guys. We're
See
fucked.
ya.
Oh no.
oh god, oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. The rice is the rich now. So rice.
So rice.
About that.
So
I've got news for you.
you want to go in front of a machine that looks like Kirby? No, get back here.
Would
Do we
you
wanna
like
play?
to
Do we-
see this?
do we wanna
Would
do
you like
another
to see
round
my
of this?
friend named
I really
Corby?
want to.
Is the Borba from my shows. Don't worry about the gaping maw.
Do we want to play this again?
Or
do you want to move on to the
on this one?
On this one?
Yeah.
Burp. Hold on. It's Hold on. No, just back.
For this party pack, I'm pretty sure Patently Stupid is the only like.
Good one.
Yeah.
Please.
Goodness gracious,
There we
the
go.
amount of backspace buttons you gotta do to get to this thing.
Yeah, there's the
Good
Zeepo
lordy.
Dome, which is pretty much just fling yourself around and hit
It doesn't look
things.
fun.
There's this
I mean,
one,
I guess.
which is just rapping, but I'm not confident at all.
Nah.
Also this one.
What is that one? These ones will create strange division, hypothetical situations. What?
I like that.
Oh, we can definitely try
Leave
this.
the scenario on your device.
What is happening? I
Oh.
this is gonna
Biggest internet
confuse
celebrity
me
have enough
immediately.
money to buy your dream house. How did you get here? You recorded yourself falling down an escalator. Is it fame worthy? But that's not nearly as fun as like. Okay, that's just making a decision.
Yeah, no, it's just like, would you rather?
Nah.
Then is this one. You don't know Jack.
Okay, that one's just
Trivia.
Just trivia.
Yeah.
Whereas the other one's at least murder with your trivia.
Mm-hmm.
Let me look at the list again.
I do
Check the
have
list. Check the list.
I do have
Med City
number
versus
3.
Great, says Dreve. I don't know.
I'm not confident in my rapping ability, I won't lie.
Do you have Party Pack 4?
4, no.
Fuck, because I was gonna say we could play
What's it?
Survive the Internet.
Oh, that is true. Yeah, no, I don't have
I'm gonna
4.
check.
I do have
Let
3.
me just check my
I think.
Steam.
I
know
mean,
have
if we liked
8.
patently stupid, do you have 7? You have 7, right?
No, we just played 7.
Oh yeah, we did play it. Fuck. Because then we
it's
could
possible.
play talking points because it's basically the same except someone else controls like the thing you have to talk over.
That is true.
Check. I've got the party starter, which has.
Isn't that all like the first games?
I don't know.
Or is that just the more popular ones?
What does it have? It's got Whiplash 3, Trivia Murder Party 2, TKO, and I think that's it. So the one that I have has the Murder Party, but you probably have that already anyway.
Yeah, I in Party Pack 3, which is another one that I have. It's Quiplash 2, Trivia Murder Party, and TKO, Faking It, and Espionage.
Okay. I was like, I have a thing, but I think I just bought it off.
We
like,
could do
on sale.
TKO after a round of Murder Party.
Ooh, we could. You want
Because
to?
honestly, I want to see how many times somebody puts Among Us as a t-shirt phrase.
Oh no. How many
I'm down for that.
Alright, I will stop the stream then. There we go.
I'm so glad I got the motorcycle thing.
That was the
Like,
only thing that I could think
Still
of.
laughing that Cootie got I Shit Your Pants because that's the one that I put. And Cootie was, I think, one of the best ones to get that one.
I don't think anybody picked any of my prompts, which to be fair, I just like whipped them out and was like perfect. So
Well, someone picked both of mine. It's the yellow snow and
Eat the Rich was yours too.
no, not Eat the Rich. It was yellow snow and high speed chases.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Oh yeah,
I
no.
don't even remember what mine were, to be honest.
I think Eat the Rich was Veil because the card was orange.
Yeah.
Ah,
that's loud!
It wasn't good. It wasn't as good as I Shit Your
Goodness.
Pants.
Both the prompts were so good. They're so aggressive. Like there was some passion behind those.
What happened? I
Mine
got
was just like I want to see more Undertale, and I was tempted to put Homestuck, but I've never seen Homestuck. Is the problem?
yeah,
I
that's
think that
fair.
would make it even better. You just do that one drawing that everyone knows that just screams
Ah.
Homestuck, and that's it.
Mm.
I want to see more Homestuck. There you go. You see
Stop.
it.
You want to see more Homestuck? Put Sans Undertale.
Draw Sans in the Homestuck style.
Oh no.
What drawing are you talking about? We're not talking about any drawing. We're just. I think there was like a prompt that wasn't picked.
Yeah, I put in the prompt of I want to see more Undertale, but I was really tempted to put I want to see more Homestuck, but the problem is I've never seen Homestuck.
Mm.
So I was just like, well then
Homestuck?
I won't be able to laugh at it because I don't
I know it.
understand.
I know everything about Homestuck.
Freak.
What?
Wow.
I think I've read like I think I read like or tried to read like the beginning of it, but I couldn't get past like the beginning point, and like I just was not interested enough in it. I'm like, nah, not
Yeah,
worth
that's
it.
fair.
It took
that's
me a
very
very,
fair.
very, very long time to read it.
The only information that I know of Homestuck is like
Ooh, what a...
just pictures, like people's art, and like maybe like the vaguest of reference, but for the most part I am in the absolute dark. You sped read most of it because your friend was into it and you needed to get the references. I mean, yeah, and then you tried to get me into it and I'm like, no.
Just nah. Nah.
You were like, please suffer with me, and I'm like, no. Also, Booker did the same thing for One Piece as well. But I don't think Booker went that far in some cost fallacy there. Yeah, pretty much.
The two longest literatures so far, One Piece.
But that one you actually liked.
Isn't the longest recorded literature like a fan fiction?
Yeah, it's a Super
Yeah,
Smash
it
Bros.
is.
fanfic.
It was like Mario fan fiction or something. No,
It
yeah,
was-
pretty sure it was like Smash Bros or
Mhm.
something.
It was Smash Bros.
It was like it was 2 million words or some shit.
What the fuck?
And I remember seeing that. It's just like, why? I mean, good on you, but also why?
They
Manga,
created that world and lived there for a bit.
literature.
Yeah.
Murder.
Wait, do you want to do Trivia Murder Party, you said?
Yeah.
It's over 300. It's over 3,500,000 words long.
Oh,
Oh.
I was underselling it at 2 million. Oh my god.
Jeez. Just
Maybe that was
just
the
a
last time I
tiny
heard
bit.
about it. Was 2 million and it was still ongoing. Oh, this is a different version of the Murder Party. I think the one that I played was like the second one or something, but I don't know what
Ooh,
the
this is
differences even are.
This is the
I-
OG one. I'm not gonna be able to do
OG.
any of the trivia because I won't understand anything. I remember the amount of times
Same
I played
here.
murder
It's a-
trivia,
Mhm.
and I've been like, I can't even answer this. Like, I have to guess.
Yeah, no,
same
honestly,
here.
Yeah, no,
honestly,
that's
I'll have to
fine.
guess too. You know, we're all guessing. You're okay, right? No worries.
We're all just gonna guess. We just like
We're all
we
gonna
wanna
get
see if we
bad
can
at the
outlive
game
the guessing.
because we don't know shit.
We gotta outlive
Yep.
the guessing.
Oh.
You closed the wrong one.
No, my
game just crashed.
My game just
crashed.
I think
Oh. If the game doesn't want to play Trivia Murder Party, I could also pull up Trivia Murder Party 2 if we need to.
Yeah.
I mean, Val, do you have Trivia Murder Party too?
I don't think so. No.
Oh no,
I-
you don't have 6, right?
Yeah, no, I don't have 6. No.
Yeah, I have Murder Party 2 because I bought like the starter pack because it was on sale at one point.
Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna
I
make
should probably
sure.
start adding
And-
the Jackbox packs onto my wish list.
And technically, it
Might be a
also
good
has
idea.
TKO afterwards, which we wanted to do. So,
Ooh, yeah, there we go.
Yes!
so if you want, I can start up the game.
Yeah, sure. Oh yeah,
Swap
no.
setup, go.
Okay.
Go.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. Okay, hold on.
Oh boy.
Let me put this
Nice
back.
goodie.
Busy.
Thank you.
Oh,
gonna
so
have to,
yeah, no, my
let me
game just
press play
completely
on this.
yeeted
Oh.
itself.
Did I not? Okay, hang on.
It's
Wait,
a
did-
Trivia Murder Party too, literally.
hold.
Pretty much, yeah.
It needs to install. Give me a minute. It's not gonna take that long. I swear.
Yep, you're good. You're good. No worries.
It's gonna. It's in like 2 seconds.
It's all good. I'm just kind of laughing at the fact that it just yeeted itself.
Please tell me my stream doesn't fucking die because I'm downloading things.
Ooh.
That would really suck if it was. Please tell me the thing isn't gonna die because I'm installing Jackbox.
Hopefully, it's all good.
I think it's fine. It hasn't super died.
Hey,
I think we're okay. It's downloading stuff. I think we're okay.
winning so
Yeah.
far.
I don't know what. Oh, is my voice certainly suffering? Oh no.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
You've become crackly.
I know you're lip crackly. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we give it another couple minutes. While we wait, I'm gonna go refill my water then.
All right. That's good. I have a good amount of water left. I am all good. I am gonna say this real quick. I really want to play Monster Hunter World, but I know that my PC will die.
Yeah, no, your PC will literally explode.
Yeah, no, it just go kaboom. No more PC.
You swap your stream over to your phone and just record your stream.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, okay, guys, here we go. Do not mind the fact that the cat is now just covering the screen. She's just there.
Cat sniffs camera.
You guys want to see my cat? Here's my cat.
You just hear.
Yeah. Burn, 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 burn. Burr. Burr. Actually, hold on. I'm actually gonna get some music up. There we go. Idling Assassin's Creed Unity. 3% sure laptop will just melt. That's fair. Yeah, the laptop will probably melt. I didn't mute, I'm sorry.
No worries.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
You know what? There is one.
yeah, exactly.
We both had the
Just at the exact same time.
Oh, have y'all seen,
Hmm?
there's Monster Hunter for mobile?
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
did.
the Pokemon Go thing.
Yeah, the Monster
Yeah.
Hunter now.
I haven't tried it yet.
Yeah, my sibling keeps telling me to download it.
I've downloaded it, but I haven't opened it yet.
I did hear
But
about
I'm
it.
gonna do it.
The thing is, it's apparently very much pay to win at higher levels.
Oh, is it?
Unless you don't want to grind. If you don't want to grind, it's pay to win, pretty much. If you want to grind, it's pretty much.
My job is me literally being stuck in my house and my computer for hours, so I wouldn't even be able to level up that fast, I don't think.
Oh my god.
I mean, technically it is Monster Hunter, and
Christ.
grinding is
Good thing
part of
stream
the
can't hear it.
game.
Yeah.
Is my audio good now since the
Still crackly.
Still, yeah.
am I still crackly?
A
Yeah.
little bit, yeah.
Little tiny bit.
Hang on. My settings are so fucking oh my god. Can this just not be that loud? Goodness gracious me. Okay. Okay, hang on. Maybe I need to exit Discord and then come back.
Okay.
Hold.
Holding. Hold.
Am I better now?
Hold on, speak again.
Hello?
Okay, you have improved. There is a bit of crack, but it's bearable.
It's bearable.
Okay.
It's still good.
I'm so sorry. Does it can anyone check my stream just to make sure that my voice isn't crackly on stream?
Yeah, 1 second.
'Cause that would be awful if my stream was also suffering such as this. I've
Hold on,
paused all the other channels.
I'm gonna deafen real fast and then listen, so just like speak, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, just speak and
Beepity
talk.
boopity, stream is fine. Okay, Booker says stream is fine. Beepity boopity. I'm just gonna change all the sound settings here so that the music isn't just
I can
deafening.
confirm stream is good.
Fantastic. Okay, if you guys are okay with a little bit of crackle, apparently.
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay, subtitles we want. Motion sensitivity. I don't even know if we need that. Family friendly profanity filtering moderation. I don't even know what that is.
I still find it so funny that this computer just went nuh-uh at murder party.
I know, right? Like, oh, that's what your line is. I see.
Computer doesn't like murder, confirmed. Even though I literally promoted eating the rich.
To be fair, we
in,
kind of
like, the
we all
most
kind of
literal
did.
way.
Let me. Where's my games? Gotta add Jackbox to this nonsense. Game capture. Specific thing. Jackbox. Okay. There we go. Okay. So let me stream it into Discord.
Alright, then I'll have to do some moving around myself.
Yeah, you guys gotta figure out your setup for this.
Alright, hold on, let me see. Alright, let's see. That's not very quiet. Yeah, just give me a moment.
I like how this just isn't grabbing that. I'm just now very quiet.
Oh no, hold on. Nope, it was my fault. Never mind.
No? Oh, okay.
Yep.
I was like, do I need to just bring my microphone closer to my face?
Oh no,
You're
you're
just
good.
like, hello!
Hello. You know, it's
Hello,
was just me.
everyone, ever.
Oh my god, hello, how are we?
oh my god, hello.
Just getting real close to the microphone.
Getting up close and personal over here. Whoa. Whoa.
How the fuck do I get the game audio in here? Ah, god damn it.
Wait, is it media source?
Is it just because I don't have this selected? No.
Is it?
Damn you.
No, wrong one.
Also, I love how for Trivia Murder Party it says not family friendly.
Ah.
Man,
I mean,
I wonder,
you can put
I
the
wonder how we could.
oh yeah, I guess the. Yeah.
You can play. You can play with only one person.
Wait, really?
It says
For what?
1 to 8 for
Oh.
Trivia Murder Party.
Okay, I won't lie. It's actually kind of
Alright.
cool.
I guess
Alright.
you gotta play against the computers.
Yeah. Ooh, wait. Okay. So there's that.
Damn it. Okay, I don't think. Why doesn't this want to do? Okay, hang on. Is this gonna work if I change it the screen over? It's just not accepting. Oh, there we go. Just because the game audio is real quiet. That's why. Okay. That's because, like, on my end, I made it quiet, so the game audio has to be, like, real quiet. Okay, hang on.
Can I hide people? Hold on.
What do you mean by like hide people?
Huh?
What do you mean by hide people?
Oh no, just the people at the bottom, but I'll just crop. It's all good.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Oh,
there's
good.
a button for that. There is, like, a button thing.
Oh, is there?
To hide the people. For Discord, there's, if you hover over kind of like the names, you can shove it down. There's like a little arrow on the left side, sort of. It's easy to miss.
Yeah, it should. When you hover over it, it should say hide members. There's like a little arrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yep, I got it. Wicked, thank you.
Yay.
All right. There we go.
What's my Chrome not?
Okay.
Okay, well, let's change stream scene, but this isn't. It's not working. Oops, that's not the button I wanted. It's not grabbing my other screen. Why aren't you grabbing my Jackbox Chrome? Do I need to refresh this? Do I need to just add another Chrome?
Maybe?
What is it doing? What happened?
Oh.
What happened?
I swear to God.
What happened?
What happened? Because it's not grabbing my Chrome anymore. Where'd my little box of my answers and shit go?
Uh-oh.
It just is no longer grabbing it.
Ooh.
Okay, fuck this. I'm deleting that.
Hmm.
We're trying it again. We're doing this shit live. Where's my fucking... Oh, that's just browser. No, that's not what I want. Window. What? Don't do that. Window capture. Just make it be Chrome. There we go. Haha! I just had to like re-add this damn thing. That's dumb. But okay. I don't know how much to crop this. Most. Ah! What the fuck? Oh, wait. Damn it. What happened?
What happened?
Why is it gone?
Oh.
Uh-oh. It just disappeared again. Oh no, is it just not having a time? It's not having a good time right now.
Uh-oh.
Come on, you. Oh no. Come on, Chrome. Why are you doing this? Do the window capture. It was working. Ooh. Maybe I need to change properties. Oh, okay. Well, that's just not what it wants to do. Why aren't you doing that? Do I have just too many things? Game capture? What if I just do that? Make a whole new... I don't know why it's having a bad time. Just because I'm... Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay, well, apparently it just doesn't like to do it in studio mode, so... Well, thanks, game.
Game is just not having a good time.
Well, the thing just didn't want to be visible.
Hmm.
So, you guys just all pretend you did not see that.
You saw nothing.
You saw nothing. Oh, it's putting it... Oh, I am a fool. It was putting things... That was weird, but it changed. I don't know why it's doing this. Yeah, fuck it. Whatever at this point. Okay, fuck it. We're going back. Back over here. Okay. I will start the game. Whoops, that I... Nope,
Oh.
nope,
Oh.
other one.
Wrong one.
I think I clicked the wrong one. No, I clicked TKO. Exit to the back. Yes.
We do that one after.
We do it after.
I clicked on the screen, and then it happened to click on TKO by accident.
Whoopsies.
It's okay. It's fine. We're good now.
It's fine.
Alright.
That's good.
Apologies for the lightness of this nonsensical whatever. Okay, settings. Okay, we already did this. We're good. Just play.
Make
All
sure
right.
it doesn't show the...
Yeah, it's not
Yep.
showing on my end.
I'm good.
Okay.
Read the room code. My pleasure. N G W.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh no. I mean, don't
That's
worry
so
about it. Nobody
funny.
heard that.
That is so funny. Oh my
Nobody
god.
nobody heard that.
It looks like the waiting for is like screaming.
I know it definitely
Oh,
is.
I didn't mean to click that. Did it do it to everybody else?
Yeah.
Okay. It's fine.
That's why Bill did
Oh,
like
shit, it's 'cause
a
I
very
didn't get in here.
audible
I'm an idiot.
gasp.
Mhm. Wait, did I do
I'm
an
a fool,
audible
okay.
gasp? Did I?
Yeah, you were like
Oh.
For the viewers of join, you can click the game. You can start the game, Rice.
we're gonna begin.
Alright.
Anyone who's, I guess, audience can just be audience.
Yep.
Alright.
Oh.
Make sure that this is visible. Yeah, there we go. I thought I had subtitles on. Damn it. Maybe we don't need subtitles for this.
Yeah, probably not for this bit. It's probably only for like instructions.
Yeah. This is just
Makes
like
sense.
I think
And
like
this is a whole fucking movie going on right now.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, it is a murder party.
I like that Cody is the
No.
jester. I find it
Whoa,
very
whoa,
funny.
whoa.
Very
Well, Rice
funny.
has glasses.
Oh, that's a fantastic scream. Amazing. Love that. Thanks, game.
I'm pretty
And you're
sure
a
all
jester.
of
This
us
is
have
your wake-up
glasses
call.
in here.
Prepare to die.
You what?
No, your little character has glasses.
Welcome to Trivia Murder Party.
Murder
That
party.
glowing review in Real Hotels magazine was a fake, luring you here to fight for your life. Only one of you will
See,
survive.
your little character
Also,
has
if you have any
glasses.
feedback on the
Oh
hotel
my god,
side
it
of
is
things,
me.
just pull me aside during the game. I'm all ears. Okay, first question.
Oh. All right.
According to IMDb, which of these horror films has the smallest
Hold on.
cast?
Oh.
Which one?
Okay.
Use your device to answer the question. I'm talking to you too, audience.
I only know 2 of these, but I haven't even watched them.
I don't know.
Time's almost up.
Also, my
And the correct answer is...
my PNG is covering it.
Who got the
Our
correct
PNG
answer?
really got smaller?
Wait, really?
None of
No.
us did. None of us
No
did.
one did.
We all
I
did.
said Blair Witch because I thought I
Same
only
here.
remember there
I said
being like 3 or 4
Saw.
people. What do you mean Saw?
Welcome.
Saw is the 2 victims and then the puppet, so that's 3
You're
technically.
going to get a gift.
Oh no.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Please accept these gifts
Ooh.
before the cops bag them as evidence.
Uh.
Box and keep what's inside.
one.
The water damage
I
is...
guess I'm getting that one. I was too busy trying to write the audience code because my
Oh.
PNG tuber is covering it.
Oh no.
It's the knife that belonged to my grandma Despair.
Oh.
I always just called her Gam Gam. Anyway, now you have to use that
Oh,
knife
okay.
to cut one of your fingers off.
Oh.
Oh.
Have fun.
This is not a joke. Choose a finger to cut off, or you die.
Okay.
Bye, ring finger.
So
Bye bye.
perfect.
Well, to be fair, I'm not gonna use that one anyway, so.
There you go.
I mean, it's on your
Don't
right.
even-
I mean, that looks like your right hand, not
Now
your
you
left.
just have a
So-
knife,
The
though.
audience. Hey, audience. Good luck out there.
That is
Hot
true.
tip,
There's 3 in the
you can
audience.
join the audience at any time.
3 in audience.
Yep. My PNG tuber is just in the way of my code, so I've just got it in the chat now.
Let's keep moving. What's the title of Langston Hughes' famous poem that begins, "What happens to a dream deferred"?
What the fuck does that mean?
What?
I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
I'm very dumb. I know nothing.
Time's running out.
Sure, why not? Whatever, man.
What?
If it's the most obvious one, I'm gonna be mad.
This.
Oh.
Oh.
Bale, we survived.
God.
To be fair, I
Me,
couldn't.
cutie.
Oh.
Time for consequences.
Oh, best
Pick
of
the
luck.
reason of the sun.
Salutations!
like, sure.
Welcome back to the killing room.
Hello.
God.
I want to unplug my headphones so I can
This
walk
will let
away,
you
but
protect yourself with
I'm
the
not even
password.
gonna try it because last time I did
Enter
that, my
a real 4-letter word
Oh.
with your device. Make it hard to guess. If your password gets cracked,
fuck.
you die.
Oh.
Now everyone else will try to crack the passwords.
Oh, fine.
As a team, guess either password on your device.
Wait, what? Oh.
Get a clue if your guess has a letter in the right spot.
So Wordle?
I'll reward
Oh.
you all for every password you correctly guess in time. This is a team effort, so share clues out loud with each other.
fuck.
I
I have I, D.
I have E.
I and S for 1.
No.
ISS.
Time's almost up.
Piss.
Shit.
Ooh. Your passwords are harder than that.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh!
You're welcome, Sci-Fi. I saved your life with a joke. How did I do that?
Oh, Cootie, we will remember you.
Yeah, you can
I'm
still
taking
light force. You
Rice's.
still got this.
I'm taking Rice's.
Why are you taking mine?
Because you guessed my
Let's try
password
another
is.
Calm down. Find your center. What's keeping you balanced?
What?
Son of a...
Did you guess the wrong thing?
No, I can't guess it.
For once, I actually know
Almost
this
out of
one.
time.
I know it.
think I actually do know.
I
this
know
one
it this
yeah.
too, but I can't guess it because I cut off a finger.
This.
Ah!
Oh my god!
Ugh.
No
Watch out, they have
way!
a knife. You can't answer questions
Wait, why can't you
correctly.
answer it because you cut off a finger?
I'm
Is it
sorry,
because
but I
that's
think
like
you're
the-
gonna
That's
have
the
to
one.
Third
answer
finger.
option.
That's the third finger, third option.
Maybe I wasn't clear. Choose a
Another
finger
one?
Or you die.
Oh, you have to.
Okay, cool.
I think
Alright, they're
Vale's
Ninja
Finger
Turtle.
cutting done.
Rock on.
rock on, brother?
Yeah, true.
Let's
I
keep
swear, if I have to
moving.
cut off another one, I'm gonna be.
Which of these is a Vincent van Gogh painting?
Don't you dare.
I was an art major.
Gogh.
I'm just gonna guess
Then I'm just gonna guess this one.
that one.
Time's almost up. Who picked this?
Oh, nice. I couldn't pick it in.
Goddamn, Rice.
The rest of you
I
won't
didn't
show
even
why.
know.
I
God.
want to show you something.
What is this going sound like the one in Minecraft?
Minecraft.
Oh my God. Wait, it might be.
Oh,
That's
Oh.
really
God,
funny.
Oh.
Letter writing.
Oh no.
Minecraft.
Minecraft.
Message to you.
Oh.
Write down
Okay.
as much of what I say as you can.
Oh no.
Everyone else will be typing too. And if anyone
Okay.
does a better job than you, you die.
Oh.
And the
What-
letter
what are you
begins now. Dear old man Seaweed, thank you for lunch this afternoon. My favorite part? The crackers and cheese. Whatever was the name of that splendid cheese. I hope you didn't find my questions intrusive. I have one more. Have you ever been in love? Time's up. And what's the result?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Did
Oh
anyone do
no.
better than you?
There we go. Hey.
Oh right.
You were
No.
snapped.
Oh
I mean, this was the best one of you could do?
Yeah, what the fuck?
no. What the heck?
What the heck?
What the heck, man?
The
Oh.
fuck?
Now we're all
Question of-
coming for Rice.
I know we're all going for
Monkey
rice.
type, baby. Monkey type, baby.
You can't
Ghost
keep
with knives
doing
is
this.
just too weird. Since you have the least
Yay!
money,
Oh.
why don't you
Oh.
hold on to it?
I'm gonna cut off a
Wait,
finger
which one of us?
now.
Oh,
Oh.
Rice has the knife now.
They have a knife. What do you have? A knife.
We're
No.
here. The final round is close. Next question.
Okay.
Which of the following words was accidentally included in Webster's dictionary for years, despite it not being a
Oh.
real word? Who picked this?
Wait, really? Hey. Nice.
I picked the one that seemed like the
Aw,
most
was that
likely to
question
be
too
a
hard
word,
for
but
you?
definitely
I picked
doesn't
Blim.
have.
Well, since you have the knife, I think you should cut off one of your fingers.
Suffer,
Finger
suffer,
rice.
suffer.
For real though, choose a finger to cut off or you
I'm not gonna use it.
die. See, that wasn't so bad. Let's try another one.
Okay.
Which movie was not directed by John Hughes?
I don't know who that is.
Don't even know who that is.
Oh, he made the Oh, he might have made the Breakfast Club. I'm just gonna guess.
Who picked?
Yeah!
Hey.
Yeah, we all did it!
Let's go.
Again? You all need to be taught a lesson.
What do you
No,
mean?
we all agree
Uh,
we're halfway
Oh,
dead. What do
okay.
you mean? Give us a root. Give us a
Oh.
break.
420.
For 20?
Let's see if the safe players are good at forgery.
Oh.
What?
Oh, hey, look! The ghost of my Aunt Mildred is writing on this mirror. She has her own consistent handwriting. Now, Aunt Mildred is going to write a different word. But so will everyone else.
Okay.
The word on the mirror
Oh.
to camouflage Aunt Mildred's.
Okay.
Let the drawing begin.
So just write whatever
Watch
word.
closely. One of these new words will be a word written by Aunt Mildred's ghost. So
Oh.
many convincing words to choose from.
I did
Now,
not
type the
spell.
word that Aunt Mildred wrote, or you die.
I mean, it's very noticeable.
Enter the right word now.
I don't even know if I can type the
Will you,
full
Aunt
word
Mildred,
or what.
Please stand up.
Wow.
Rice was the only one that was finished.
Let me show
Yeah, but
you
I
what's
didn't know if the
behind
game would
looking
trick
glass.
me is the problem.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
And I feel like it would do that.
Oh, it would 100% do that, I feel.
It's
Trying to write like
Ah,
fighter.
crap, I killed everybody? I guess I'll bring one of you back.
Oh, well,
Nah.
The most money is good for something.
consequences of your actions.
The time has come. Glad to see you're the
I
one
ate
to
the
make
rich.
it
I
here
gained their
alive.
powers.
But will you be the one
You
to
ate them.
escape? I'm going to give you
Oh.
a category.
Okay.
Okay.
What?
Great muses.
Oh.
Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit. Let's see the right answers. You move forward one space for each correct answer. You're a little bit closer to escaping. Oh wait, did you think it was going to be just you? Aw, that's cute.
We're coming for you, Rice.
They'll steal your
Of
life
course,
force.
Vale knew the
Then they
Greek
can try to
answer.
escape and win the game. Here's
It didn't let me
everyone's
pick
next
anything.
question.
It didn't let me pick either.
And they get a third chance to help them catch up to you. Time is almost up.
Damn it.
Aw.
I fucked it up.
Movies directed by women.
Damn it!
Let's go.
Well, yeah, I just keep fucking it up. I'm gonna die.
I don't have anything good to say about how the audience is doing.
Ouch.
Really?
James Patterson novels.
I know that that's an author. I'm just.
Mm.
Oh.
Ah.
Oh, fuck.
I fucked it up.
Shoot.
Oh.
Oh.
Look behind you.
Too late looking behind.
Please.
Too late.
Please, please, please.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
Dark
No.
vitamins.
I'm dead.
Dead. Ah, shoot. Shoot.
I'm
Shoot.
extra
Ugh,
dead. I'm
I
super
gotta get
dead.
some harder questions. Hello, darkness. Kanye West albums.
The fuck?
Huh? Okay.
Time is a
That's a choice.
None?
What? That's so cheap.
That's very cheap.
Get him!
Hello?
Get him, I guess.
Artwork. Time is almost up.
That was the audience death. Oh. The audience died too.
I know. Audience is gone.
The tables have turned.
Vale took it.
Can I kill you with my knife?
You can, yeah.
Unfortunately, no.
Primates.
Oh, shoot. Primates? Maybe? Oh, no.
The fuck
Oh,
is a
no.
gibbon?
It's a monkey.
It's a monkey. No, Cootie!
Another life force
Cootie!
swap.
I knew
You
that
got
one.
Scooty.
Names for Santa Claus from around the world.
Oh my god, wait, which one of us is gonna take it though?
I have no idea. Oh!
Oh, it's bad.
What?
I win. Oh shoot.
Kentucky Derby winners.
What the fuck is that?
I don't,
I'm literally just guessing, I
US
don't know.
woman.
I know, same. No, I'm so close, please!
One last
Please!
If you want to break through that barrier, you'll need a perfect
Oh,
answer to this
Perf.
question.
Oh
my
no.
And that includes
Ah!
the third answer choice now, too.
I feel like none of us are gonna win.
Wait, what? I did
my
it! Let's go!
Thanks for the victory. Bye bye.
Goodbye!
Dreve is gonna lurk now.
Damn, Vale.
Goodbye,
I see
Dreve.
I see how our friendship is.
Jesus.
What do you mean?
Blow up that place. You committed arson.
No, that wasn't me. Ow.
You definitely did it.
That wasn't me, that was the killer.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That was the one
You
with
had
the
the
knife.
knife.
That
No,
was
that was
fun.
actually Rice,
Can we
because
play
Rice
that-
has the knife now.
Can we play
Oh.
that again?
You're the first one with the knife.
We
I took it from
can
you
if
for
you guys
self-defense.
want.
Well, I didn't take it with me. That was really fun, though.
Do we want to try it again?
Wait, did you see that? It said Cody picked an obvious password. Piss is not an obvious password.
That is a pretty obvious
You're
password.
offended by that. Meanwhile, I'm the one that chose dead.
That's an obvious password, not piss.
Do we want to play again or
I really,
That was
I
fun,
really
I
want to
liked
play
it.
again. I won't lie. Rice.
Okay, I'll try it again. Sci-fi slow typist. No, I wasn't. I was the second fastest. Okay.
And then after
We're
TK.
doing a sequel.
5 years later.
Oh, 5 years later.
Welcome back to the Murder Hotel.
Junior!
You've
Junior.
since your last
It
Oh.
just failed.
Fantastic.
Oh, I return. Oh no.
Yeah, we're
Yeah, I
juniors
pressed.
now.
I pressed.
What's
I
a
pressed
broomstick
sequel.
skirt?
Oh, okay. Wait, what?
Use your device to answer the question.
I feel like this is an obvious answer, but whatever.
I think it might be. I don't know.
Time's running out.
I don't know anything about
And the
dress
correct answer is...
fashion. I won't lie.
Who
Oh!
knows?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what I was gonna say.
Hey.
But
Yeah.
It's for the wrinkled look.
The rest of you, come with me.
I thought it would be like it would, but you know, long on one
Welcome
side,
to
and
the
short on
killing
the
room.
other.
Hello.
Fuck.
Eggs.
Pegs.
oh,
Oh.
Not that kind. Damn
This
it.
board and try to avoid
No, not
dead
early gang,
zones.
unfortunately.
Someone needs to
Not
pick
early
which
gang,
slots
damn it.
are death
Yeah, no.
zones. Hey, you.
Oh.
It's a Plinko.
Ooh, okay. Let's
We're playing
see.
Plinko now.
Okay. Let the games begin. Pick a spot to drop from. It's fun. A game about gravity is about to go down.
Yes.
Ay. Oh.
oh,
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Land in a slot.
Oh.
God.
We're so
Oh, I
close.
hate this game. Moving
Holy
on.
shit.
So close.
We lived.
You
We
lived.
lived, boys.
God.
We live.
Let's keep moving.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
What island is Honolulu on?
I could be wrong.
I don't-
Be very wrong.
I think I'm
don't
gonna be.
know.
I think I'm gonna be
I don't
wrong.
know.
Wait,
I
no.
know geography. Yeah.
Ah.
Ah.
Nice.
Holy shit.
Oh boy.
The rest of you, it's time.
I was like, there's no way it's Honolulu, Honolulu.
No.
Welcome to room 237.
237. Is it a special room?
Let's play
Oh.
the spooky dice.
Ooh.
Roll as
Ooh.
much as you want to add to your score.
Uh-huh.
I'll kill the player with the lowest score. But go over 21 and you die instead. And
Oh.
don't forget, if they roll a skull, that adds 1 to everyone's score.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
I've been tinkering with this game design for like a really long time, so I hope you like it.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, busted.
Bye-bye.
Oh, goodbye.
Skulls, dice, explosions. Now that's entertainment.
I knew I was gonna be the first to die after that round.
Oh no. Bad.
Being raised in this murder hotel wasn't all it's cracked up to be.
Oh, we
Sure,
were
there was a
raised
pool,
here.
Oh.
Oh,
but
shit.
a lot of corpses in it.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure this guy was raised in it.
Ah, I see.
Let's try another one.
I mean, we're all juniors though of the previous one.
How
This
much
is a
of a
sequel.
chicken's egg
That's
weight is because of the shell?
That's true.
Ooh. Ooh.
It better not be the obvious answer, I swear.
Oh, I think it was the wrong
Time to
one.
stop.
I regret.
Yay!
Oh! I got it right. That's. Oh.
I did not know that. That was
What
an
if he was still
absolute guess.
alive?
To be honest,
have
I
gotten every
thought.
single one.
But you're still alive, Goody. You're still alive, Goody. You
Got every
got this.
single one of them wrong.
But yet you still live.
This one should be
You
easy.
live.
Follow as many rules as you can before time runs out.
Oh?
Everyone else is playing too. If any of them correctly follow more rules than you, I will kill you.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
And it's already begun. The rules are on your device now. This is so much better than Simon Says, am I right? Rule time is coming to an end. I guess
Damn.
you were
Oh.
I
overruled.
can't read fast, so it's fine.
Oh no.
No, you
Buddy.
did good.
This one was against you.
Oh.
You
Yikes.
got
Oh.
annihilated.
No more
Maybe
stomach.
we can be silly together.
Yeah. Well, it kept freezing me too.
Yeah, I think when you get the answer wrong, you get frozen.
I think so, yeah.
We're
Because I got it frozen a couple
When
times.
one player is left alive, we'll go to the final round.
Oh boy.
Next question. What color is Percy the Train in Thomas and Friends?
What?
Easiest answer of my life.
I think I know this
I
one?
don't even remember.
Oh fuck! It's Percy. No.
picked
Oh shit! Fuck!
This.
Oh.
I'm an idiot. I read Thomas and Friends and went. It's.
Come with me.
It's Thomas!
It's what I don't fucking. Oh god.
This
Oh,
is
never
real time.
mind. Consequences of my actions.
Spin that thing.
Alright, spin.
Spin.
Just like The Price is Right, but totally different for legal reasons.
Oh
well,
my god.
The loser
Oh.
wheel's gonna loser wheel, you know?
Death by pop. Love that.
You were
I
at
won
such-
$100.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
So if I died, I won $100.
I was so close to
that.
winning
Woman.
that
Still alive.
life thing. God.
You know what that means.
It was so close, but it's not like I could change the weight of what you spin.
Yeah. Oh, we're already
Hey,
here.
guys, I'm making
Alright.
you
Oh
alive.
no. Oh no.
You escape.
Can you get out again this time?
Here's your
Oh no.
first
Oh
category.
no.
Geometric angles. Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit.
I fear
2 for 2
Rice.
Vale, can you do it?
I don't know. Rice is terrifying
Time
me.
is almost up. Let's see the right answers.
Oh.
Easy question.
Oh.
Coexisted with dinosaurs.
Shot in the dark.
Time is almost up.
Oh no, I think I got that one wrong. Oh shoot. Oh no.
Oh wait, I think I got that wrong too.
Oh.
Oh.
Wrestlers from Netflix's Glow.
Ooh.
Who?
Guessing.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
don't know wrestlers.
I don't know. Oh.
All of them?
All of them.
Alright.
Alright, sounds good.
Look, L. Frank Baum's Oz series.
Oh.
Uh-oh, here comes trouble. Here comes the darkness.
The darkness
Man, that went
approaches.
so far.
The darkness.
The French mother sauces.
Huh? Okay.
Time is
Again,
almost up.
literally guessing.
Yep, no, it's just all guessing.
Hey!
Wow, okay. Fuck me, I guess.
Oh.
I am approaching.
This might be over soon.
I'm running, I'm running, I'm running.
Songs
Huh?
It'd be really funny if my like random just pick everything is gonna work.
I mean,
It almost did.
A lot of lucky guesses.
You guys are getting closer and it terrifies me.
Not so fast. You need a perfect answer for your final escape. And that includes the
Oh
code
my
answer choice now,
god.
too.
That's so funny.
I'm making a complete guess. I don't know anything about IKEA. No! Oh no!
I
Get
fail.
all the
Oh,
way to
no.
escape.
You are right behind me and I fear. What? Huh?
Straight guess.
Nope, not enough.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
audience.
Huh?
Visible by 7.
Guess.
Time is almost up.
Guessing. I don't know math. Oh no.
You're not going anywhere.
I
Don't
bonked.
steal your
Bonk.
life force.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
More of a shadows
Audience,
now.
no!
No, the audience.
Melissa McCarthy movies.
I don't like how this music is getting more intense. But I also love it. But it's also just like, oh.
Okay, well, that didn't work as well.
Oh, you know that didn't work. Oh.
What the
It's not even giving me a chance!
Oh.
Laterals.
God, I hate this.
Hey!
Oh.
No!
Oh, Vale made it through.
Oh. Just a complete guess.
Guys, Vale's the best at guessing.
No, it's just like
for laterals, and I'm like, four quad.
four.
Damn it! You can't keep getting away with this.
Oh.
TKO.
Bad odds cause of death. Rip.
Oh.
You rolled bad. Cootie has a rules problem. Audience could not escape in time.
Oh.
Look at the math problem. It just says, duh, you got killed by math.
Got killed by math. Oh no.
Got killed by math.
Oh.
Alright, do we want to do TKO and then,
Yes.
I think I've got one last game in me, and if we want to do TKO, we do TKO.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 We escape.
Oh.
I hate how
Exit.
Trivia Murder Party actually starts to make me panic.
Oh yeah, no,
It's literally
definitely.
just trivia.
No, it
It's
is.
very panicky.
Oh.
Like it literally makes me start like falling into like an anxiety attack, and I have to like make sure I don't
Oh,
fall
no.
into it because I get so stressed at horror.
Oh no. It's okay, Rez. We're gonna play a fun one.
We're playing t-shirt fight. All right.
Do
Get
not
yourselves in
read out
here.
the code.
So the code is.
So the code is.
So the code.
I can be a bird. I'm being a bird.
Could be.
Be burb.
I want to be a kappa.
Yep.
All right. We're good to go. Okay. Oh, I have to. There we go. I have to press it on the other one.
I'm a bird.
Alright, game time.
I'm just happy that I'm a bird.
Welcome to TKO. I am the
Yes.
tournament master.
TKO.
So if you see a
TKO.
mug that says World's Greatest Tournament Master, do not use it. That is clearly my mug.
Okay.
I brought
I'm
you
gonna
all
use
here
it.
to T-shirt Island.
It's mine
because
now,
I
gonna
said
use
to
it.
you a great power.
This looks like the
And
island
because I bought some
in
furniture on the internet and it takes at least
Made in
2 people
Abyss.
to put it together.
Oh, yeah.
please.
Oh God.
Oh,
That was terrifying.
that's very terrifying.
Every epic tale starts somewhere. Yours
Oh,
begins
I
here
love the
as a
little bird
training
icon. I love it.
You will use
That
your
bird
device
is so
to draw
cute.
3 drawings. You may draw anything that pleases you. If you need an idea, use the suggestion button. I promise I'm not judging you. Yet.
Yet.
It's time for your first drawing right now.
Time to
We
draw.
only- and we get 90 seconds.
Oh, draw anything?
And you can also pick whatever color t-shirt you want too.
Ah, okay.
Wait, do we draw the shirt too?
Nope.
No. The
No,
t-shirt,
the
t-shirt
the
will be
shirt is
automatically
whatever
made.
the square is. Wait, do we only get one drawing, or do we do multiple t-shirts?
Time goes
We
short.
do multiple.
Hurry up and finish.
Do multiple,
already.
yeah.
Oh,
First one
I
right
only
now.
did the one.
Yep.
Oh wait. Are we only doing one first?
Yes.
Interesting. I get what you were
This
going
is a
for with
t-shirt
these,
idea,
but
right?
This time I want to see
Yeah.
more colors.
Yeah.
On to drawing number 2.
Okay, makes sense.
Number 2.
There is a bug on my screen. That is definitely not. What am I doing? Hang on.
Only seconds remain.
I don't know what to draw.
Good, good.
I did it, I
Yes,
did it.
One more drawing. Use that negative space. Begin.
What do I draw?
Another one? Ha! Bruh. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Yep, this is happening.
It's happening, it's going, don't know what's happening.
It's just happening.
Yeah.
Just concentrate. Ah, no. Posture check, no more shrimp. Must straighten.
No more shrimp.
No more shrimp.
Make haste before time runs out.
Also water.
Make haste.
Haste!
I love to watch true masters at work.
Yeah, true masters.
Yep.
That's
For
definitely
your
what we
last
are.
exercise,
Yep,
you will write as many slogans or phrases as you can.
Oh, so
Also,
many.
realized
Easy
I
is
missed a very
highly
easy grab
encouraged.
for a shirt.
And
I'm just
don't
like,
give in to
"Nah."
pride. Use
Aw.
a suggestion
Bet,
if you
bet,
need
bet.
it. Go!
Ooh.
And now we just have to write as many things as we can.
Keep those slogans coming. That time is not for decoration. Finish quickly.
Fuck, I was gonna
Nice
write
hustle.
something at the end that was gonna be
Let's
kind of
find out
funny.
if it was.
Aw.
How did you get 11?
Your
I just
training
kept
is
writing
complete.
things.
Yeah, no, you just keep writing shit.
The face
I was
will
just
bless
writing
you with
shit.
a series of pictures and slogans. Select one of each to create your t-shirt champion. I don't want to pressure you, but a lot is riding on this.
I really hope someone gets what. I got a shirt with the matching like writing at the bottom, but I found one that was funny.
All is ready. Let the tournament begin. Gauntlet 1.
Huh. Hold up, what?
Versus
Huh? Hold up, what?
Oh my god.
fight by submitting your vote on your devices, that is.
Goodness gracious me.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a better one than me. Like, was like, I don't know what the fuck to do with this.
Everyone's so mean to me.
Everyone's so beat.
Versus
Books.
I was dead.
Everyone's so mean to me.
I said that as a joke.
Everyone's so mean to me.
Everyone's so mean. I voted myself because I thought, huh? Hold up, what? Is so funny.
oh, a new challenger appears.
Give all
Give
toast.
all worldly possessions.
Not
Give
only
all
the toast.
Give all worldly possessions.
Damn.
Hey.
That's funny because both of those drawings are mine.
Oh my god.
Winner.
Winners.
Oh.
I need a
Hold
breather.
up, what?
Let's take a training break.
Hold up, what? Oh.
Huh?
Oh.
Huh?
Oh.
Use your devices to enter one new drawing and as many new slogans
Ah,
as you
Yeah, we can
okay.
do that. Oh my god, I can do the thing I wanted to do.
Go.
Yes.
Go, Race, go!
didn't give much thought into mine. I just kind of. Yep.
Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yep.
Make haste before time runs out. Make some words.
Words time.
It's
Fuck!
That
That last one I was gonna do was gonna be so
That
funny.
didn't give
No.
us a lot, huh?
Then the ethereal algebra of chance has redistributed your drawings and slogans. Design your new shirt now.
I think I got I got 2 sci-fi drawings.
You might have.
Did you draw the stick figures like lying down and sitting up?
I only did the one.
Two.
I did the hall
Someone
one.
did another one.
Toast.
Versus.
Oh my god, that's perfect.
I love that one.
Nice opinion. I'm in your walls.
Of course, In Your Walls has to win.
Dude,
It
that
must.
is so good.
Versus.
Shit. I still think I'm in your walls.
Best opinion. I'm in your walls.
It just has a certain energy, you know?
Mhm.
I drew that the gay though.
I know.
Oh, that was you?
Yeah,
Oh, that's really cool.
It got paired with gay again and
Versus?
shit, and I had to fix shit. Hello world.
Hello world. Taxes.
Nice opinion. I'm in your walls.
I drew the taxes too. I didn't know what to do.
That's fair.
Damn.
I did the toast one.
Unanimous decision.
Oh.
That
Cootie,
one
I'm
just-
so
that
glad
one-
you
that
got-
one had a
Cootie,
gauntlet.
you got both my drawing and my slogan.
Amazing.
The final gauntlet is upon us, and only the most worthy shirts from the previous rounds will compete. Prepare to cast your votes.
Ooh.
for the
Ooh,
last
okay.
time.
Last one.
Alright, huh?
Versus.
Oh, hold up, what?
Give all toast.
Ooh. Hmm.
Oh. The
Oh.
audience has decided.
The audience agrees to give all toast and worldly possessions.
All toast.
All toast, all worldly possessions.
Versus.
Mhm.
However, nice opinion.
Oh.
I'm in your walls.
Oh no!
Oh. Ooh.
And we can get this printed on a real life shirt. God.
Oh,
That's
no.
amazing. I need it.
That's the entire thing of this game is that you can get the shirt you make that wins in this game in
damn,
real
it's a
life. You
tie?
can buy it.
Champion wins ties. Bad luck for you, new meat.
That is.
Oh,
Oh.
the win-
Aw.
oh my god, Cheyenne absolutely wins! My boy!
We have a champion.
Oh yeah, I
Fellas,
forgot about the
it's time
victory
to shout
quote.
for date night. Look out, ladies.
Oh, I didn't add a victory quote. Shit, I forgot that was a thing.
Motherfucker, I'm a bird. I didn't even know you could do that. Great.
Damn, I did some good slogans.
Two artists or two drawings like use the
Nice
t-shirts.
opinion.
That's great.
I'm in your walls.
Yeah, the nice opinion in your walls. Fastest drawing, finish a drawing in 19 seconds. Yeah, that was the stick man lying down, looking at the ceiling. It's because I didn't know what else to draw. Yeah, I submitted a total of many slogans.
Want to know something?
Fantastic.
I also did the one kind of sitting, the stick figure sitting and going, huh?
Oh
Huh?
yeah.
Huh?
The other
Because
stick
I
man I had
got
was
that.
Super Saiyaning.
I got that one, and I was like, I like this one. This paired with this is really funny. And then in the second round, I got one of a stick figure lying down. I'm like, okay, who? Like,
Look, I made at least two.
I did the stick figure, fire, and then the toast. Like the toast
Like
picture.
the actual toast.
Yeah, the toast.
Yeah. All right. I think I'm gonna be done.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
fair.
Everybody, I'm gonna send whoever I've got to you, Vale.
All right, sounds good.
And I hope you have a good rest of your 24-hour stream. Are you staying up the entire time?
Yeah, I got 12 more hours.
Oh my
Huh?
god, Vale.
Huh?
Holy
It's-
shit. Okay.
It's okay. I
Well,
got
I'm
I
gonna-
got some
I'm
good
gonna-
sleep. I got some good sleep.
Go get yourself like a snack or something. Don't forget to take breaks and shit.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm
Uh,
good.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go end stream and I'll send my peeps over to you.
All right.
Whoever's still in chat and stuff.
Yeah,
So,
sounds good.
Good night, everybody.
Good night,
It was fun
Sapphire.
playing with you all.
Yeah, it was
Very
very
much
fun.
enjoyed.
Yeah.
Play again.
Yeah, very fun. Very
Yeah, the
fun.
games is chief.
Yeah.
good night.
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 Damn.
Okay, and then I do that.
Oh, I got another ad.
Oh no, the ads. No.
I love how we can literally turn off ads and then Twitch goes, sorry?
Sorry, you say? No. Dude, I miss playing Jackbox. It's just fun.
I love Jackbox.
Yeah. Oh,
Well, it's like 3:24.
oh.
I should be in bed sleeping right now. I did not realize the time, so I'm gonna.
I lost
That's
my
fair.
money 2 hours ago 'cause I'm so tired.
Oh no. I'm sorry.
No, it was fun.
It was fun.
Yeah. Glad you guys had fun.
But I
We'll,
am
just,
going.
we'll play Splatoon another time. It's okay.
Then maybe when you
Yeah,
guys
if not
wake up, we'll
tomorrow,
see.
it's the
That is
weekend, yeah.
true. That is true. And I'm gonna be live for another 12 hours. We help.
Vale,
Yeah.
respectfully, I wish you all the praises.
Uh-huh. Thank you. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you.
I am going to skip through the VOD just to make sure if there is any sillies in here after this because you're so delusional for being live for 12 hours.
Oh no. Alright, yeah, sounds good. Also, hello, Sci-Fi. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for joining. It was fun.
Alright, I'm gonna.
Alright.
Oh,
Alright, but
Vale,
and
oh yes,
Vale,
yes. Hi.
after you do get through with your 12-hour stream and then you wake up from your hibernation from the lack of sleep, we should play Monster Hunter.
Absolutely. Yes. Yes. I want to be up the Nergigante more. Yes, please. Yes.
I want to beat up this spiky boy.
We've murdered that a few times now.
Yes, 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 absolutely. You know, just
But
a little bit.
Splatoon seems a bit fun, so I would definitely be playing it.
E.
I'm
Oh, and
gonna
then
be cracked at it.
we also
I'm gonna
have.
carry you guys.
You got this. You also have to play Mario Kart too, cause that'd be really fun as well.
It's downloaded and I already created my me.
Let's go. Let's go.
Alright,
but-
guys. Alright, gamers. Alright.
Alright.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Heading off.
Alright, bye bye. Oh.
It's just
Big
he says
man.
pick me when I join.
Big man. Oh.
Okay. Alright, bye.
Oh, jeez. Alright. Bye. There are too many Pikmins. There are too many Pikmins.
Alright.
Alright,
Good
bye.
night for this time. Good night.
Good night, good night, good night, good night. Alright. And then I go back over here. Over to this one. Hold on. I do that one. And then I do this one. There we go. I return. Good night, every friend. Noot noot. And we continue for another 12 hours. Okay. So there's a few things that we could do. More hours. Good night. Good night, good night. There we go. Alright, so what I can do is I can continue Beacon Pines. I could continue Beacon Pines, or I go to Alien Isolation, which is a horror game that I've really wanted to play for a very long time now. I think it'd be really fun. Be one of the two. Oh, if I'm the only one still awake, honestly. Maybe. Possibly. Hard to say. I know not. I don't know. It is very, very hard to say. The thing is, I still want to continue Beacon Pines. Sounds good? Yeah. I think after that I might play Alien Isolation. Cause that's also another game I really want to play. I really want to play that. But yeah. Alright. And now we open Steam. And we continue Beacon Pines. Okay. Alien escalation? Oh, isolation. But yeah. It's a really fun game, and I'm really excited to play it. Okay, so there's that one. Do that. Okay, and then we go back. And then do this again. Alright. Then done. That should be saved. There we go. Alright. There we go. Stopped at the right time. Okay, hold on. Where's the thing? Where's the thing? There's the thing. And Beacon Pines. Wicked. Game audio, properties. Okay, yeah, that still should be good. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. So now, everything's all good. We continue. I actually don't know if it's saved. I really hope it's saved.
Chapter 7.
Hey, it did save. Nice. Oh, actually, wait, hold on. Audio down a little bit more. Here we go.
The interrogation of Hiram Tolliver.
Ooh, interrogation.
Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair.
You know, just be very, very careful. Remember, just existential horror, emotional horror, psychological horror, bullying, dismemberment, body horror, to everything along those lines. So please be careful and take care of yourselves. Right.
His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain, they couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
Oh. Oh. Another turning point. Okay. So there's chill cop and hard cop. Well, usually it is the hard one. Like good cop, bad cop. That's the closest one I can get. So yeah, we can go with that one.
Run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation.
Alright, let's see.
Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times. Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Well. Mr. Tolliver.
Mr. Tolliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice.
Mr. Tolliver?
Beck and Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table.
Oh. I said, Mr. Tolliver.
He grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint.
What in the world?
The chair wobbled as he attempted to straighten up.
Who's there?
Mr. Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
I'll be asking the questions here, punk. Now hold on, let's just calm down. Oh, I am calm. Calm as a carrot in dirt. As for you, looks like you're sweating.
The doubtful expression on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe.
We can do this my way, or... well, let's just say I've never needed another way.
Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall.
Look at him go.
He slammed the table again.
Now dance! What? I don't even...
Mr. Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
Aw, the poor guy. You tie me down, how on earth can I dance? Dance with your mouth, punk. Spill the beans. What are you doing poking around this house? I'm here to help Juniper. To make sure everything's ready. Oh, you're in cahoots with Gran. Gran?
Mr. Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever.
Gonna help her blow up the festival, eh? Blow up the festival? Good lord.
He shook his head, feeling more and more dizzy.
No, you've got it all wrong. Where is she now? Oh, Mr. Tolliver was crying, I feel bad. She's headed to the source. Source? What's the source? It's where...
His voice faded to a whisper.
The town began. Where it all began. What is Operation Sparkplug?
With that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold.
Oh.
Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
I think Mr. Tolliver has a little bit of a concussion. Oh no. Dang, Rollo. I think you went a little too hard on him. What did he say about the source? It's where the town began? We need more information. Yeah, but we'd better not push Mr. Tolliver any further. Is there anyone else who might know more? In fact, on this branch you are so far doing everything right first try. Nice! Oh no! Oh no! What about the History Museum? It just got set up for the festival. Nah, the tent was put up by the Valentines. Everything they do is just a bunch of fluff to glorify themselves. Is there anything more reliable? The library. If there's any information about this source thing, Kato can help us find it. Let's go get some answers. Wee. This is a dang nice library. Thanks, we work hard on it. Aren't you a little too adorable to be a librarian? Oh, adorable is another term. Let's go. Oh, Kato hung out here so much, eventually they gave him a set of keys. I just keep an eye on the place for Mrs. Novak sometimes. They got you working for free? It's quiet, I get access to all the books I can read. What more could a person want? Money. Fair enough. Yeah, no, less fair though. He was like 12. What could I do for y'all? We need a favor. I already told you and Rollo. I can't put you any higher on the waitlist for the next Hank Atomic. And if you're here with more candy, I'll have you know I can't be bought. Call it a personal code of conscience. Actually, we're looking to do some research. Now you're speaking my language. What are you looking for? That's the thing. We sorta don't know. But I got it on the history of the town. There's the county record archives. What's in those? Births, deaths, newspaper clippings, stuff like that. Pretty boring reading. But they do go all the way back to when the town was founded. Great, we'll start there.
Chapter 8.
That was fast. Already? Chapter 8? Okay.
6 feet under, 3 towns over.
Oh. 6 feet under, 3 towns over? Ooh, I don't like the sound of that.
The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos. Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst.
Oh, poor
But
Luca.
the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth.
If I have to read any more records, my eyeballs are gonna pop. Okay, Mario's pretty quiet? Okay. Bye. Let me like go up a little bit more. Or wait, there we go. E. And I'll just bring the mic just a tiny bit closer. There we go. If I dig another word, I'm gonna end up in one of those insane death records. Rollo Kato lived a full and wonderful life. Hey, it's all good, no worries. Until he read so much boring crud that his brain oozed out of his ears.
Rollo shut his book with an assertive nod.
If you got a better idea, spit it out. You sound like my sister. Keep pushing your luck, pal. And it won't be boring county records that kill you. Ooh. I'll put you in the obituaries myself? Ooh.
Rollo muttered under his breath.
You're a county record. Really, that's the best you've got? When I'm done with you, you'll be the footnote in history. Just like...
Beck slammed her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read.
Jay Hartford here. I'd love to see you try. Hey, hey, hey. We're all a little tired here. Let's just take a minute and...
Something tickled the back of Luca's mind.
Wait, what was that name back? Yeah, but Jay Hartford. From the book Brookfield Tribune 8 years ago. That can't be right. What is it? Jay Hartford. That's my grand's name, Juniper Hartford. Maybe there were two Jay Hartfords? Alright, his... Oh. Mrs. Hartford is survived by her young daughter, E. Hartford. My mom's name is Eleanor. Oh. What? Wait, no, I'm confused. Wait. Is his mom masquerading as his grandma? No, that can't be right? I'm so confused. I know, just very curious, sir. Okay, this is getting creepy. If your grandma's 6 feet under, 3 towns over, then who am I living with?
The question hung in the air.
Oh. Oh no. Alright, gang, I gotta close up for the night.
Beck rubbed her eyes.
How late is it? Almost 10. Oh crap. Pa's gonna kill me. I gotta go. Yeah, my parents will be worried sick. Okay, let's meet up as early as we can at the festival tomorrow. What are you gonna do about the unconscious man in your basement? Oh yeah, I forgot about him. I'll think of something. Please just send him to a hospital.
Luca's heart was pounding as he approached the house.
Ooh.
If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering.
Oh.
He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep.
Ooh.
His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
Oh. That is something. And I actually want to check this real quick. Ooh. Okay, so we went one way. There's still a strange we have to do. Then everything's there. Ooh, okay. Alright, let's go this way. Oh! Okay. Oh no.
Mr. Tolliver was nowhere to be seen.
Oh no. Maybe he woke up, escaped from his bindings, and left without a trace.
Or maybe Gran knew everything.
Oh. What do I do?
Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating.
Ooh, well, shoot. Oh no. Okay, I can figure this out. Just need a little brain food.
Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars,
No, don't.
unscrewed one,
Don't.
and shoveled a handful into his mouth.
Don't. I'm afraid your jam delivery will be
He
delayed.
flipped the lid to read the label.
Mr. Oh. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Now I can think. So if Gran knows we tied up Mr. Tolliver, I'm screwed. If she doesn't know, then I need to play it cool, because the only option is to go to bed and act as if nothing is wrong. I don't think Mr. Tolliver finished what he was sent to do and left him when he was done. Oh! No, to Mr. Nuncreed? Oh, no, Luca, no! Oh, no. Gran? Stick to the plan. Go to bed and play it cool. Oh no.
As Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him. With each consecutive step, his legs weakened. His stride began to falter.
Uh-oh. Luca, no.
He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself. Something was wrong.
Oh no.
Luca groaned and tried to move.
I wasn't expecting a full face plant. I know I shouldn't be laughing. But that was really funny. Gordon tried to
His
move.
limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground.
Oh.
Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
The jam. Oh. Technically he fell asleep. Technically. Sweet boy. What did you get yourself into? Am I being Is Luca being dragged? Oh no. Okay. Rest now and let me handle everything. And absolutely.
Chapter 9.
This, kids, is why we do not eat stuff we don't know where. What is in it?
A speech
This
to
is
end
why.
all speeches. Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him?
I don't think it was on purpose, though. It was to Mr. Nungreed. I don't believe it was on purpose, I won't lie.
Or rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed?
There we go. Right conclusion. The right question.
Shaking the questions from his woozy head, Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
The festival! I don't know how he's just already up and moving, I'll be honest. Yeah, the kid does have a brain in the skull. To be fair, I'm pretty sure that he's the only one with the brain cell. Unless Beck has most of them. Beck might have most of them now I think about it. You know, Beck absolutely might have most of it. Hi, Z. Oh yeah, it is morning for you. Hello. I've been going for about 12 hours now. The stream has only crashed once, and I'm actually kind of surprised about that. But hello, Izzy. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing good, Izzy. We're just playing a mystery horror game. Gran put something in the jam. Now we know secret messages for secret conspirators. Not this one. The one intended for Mr. Nungreed. You're free to do it. Got a busy day today, but I thought I'd stop by to say hello. Yeah. No worries, no worries. I'm just kind of glad I don't have anything after this is done, because I like completely cleared my schedule for this and this alone. And after I'm done with the 24 hours, I'm gonna sleep until Sunday. I'll be honest. That's probably gonna happen. Put me to sleep. Oh ho ho. Sly. Ooh, another one. I think she's trying to remove him from the equation. Fair enough. Yeah. I can already feel myself becoming more and more tired. But I refuse. I refuse. I've gotten this far. I've gotten this far. I can go the rest of the way. I'm good. I just need to stay awake. Back to work. Got to Lovejoy later. Ah, nice! I hope you enjoy Lovejoy. It is so much fun. As soon as stream has ended, because I'll be so eepy. You know, that is completely fair. It is very, very fair. done. Caffeine. Nom nom nom. Thank you. Thank you for the caffeine. That should be able to make me stay awake. I wish I had some of the Gamer Sub stuff left. Because that stuff is really good. And I really want some more. Because it's actually really good. Not really the mango one that I got. I think it was... Oh wait, no, the mango one was good. It's the dragon fruit one that is just like kind of eh. Alright, have you found anything yet? We looked around, but I still haven't seen anything odd. Your gran is nowhere to be found. But Mr. Nun Creed is just loafing around waiting for the speech. What speech? Mayor Gus just got up to the podium. Everyone's gathering at the stage. Let's get moving. Ooh.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow.
Oh no, I don't know if I like this. Oh no, stop! That definitely woke me up, oh no. Hello Beacon Pines. I'm Augustus Valentine, your mayor, and I suppose you already knew that. Oh yes, before we get started, I just want to take a moment to recognize someone who couldn't be here today. This town wouldn't be where it is today without my father, Sharper Valentine. So I thought we could begin with a round of applause befitting such a great man. Even that's more the old cogger deserved.
Gus cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie.
Right. Where was I?
William Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival.
I love that comparison so much. Gus Valentine, everyone.
He gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage.
Oh, wow. Aw, poor Gus. Aw, come on. Come on, let him be. Let's hear it for Mayor. What a great turnout. Aw, heck. I didn't prepare anything. Aw, the poor guy. I feel bad for the mayor. But I suppose I could say a few words. Would be ashamed to waste such a beautiful podium.
Mr. Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest.
Oh no. Oh no. Community, conviction, commitment. These are the things we celebrate at Perennial Harvest. For us, these are the pillars of the bridge to a better tomorrow. No, definitely didn't prepare anything, yep. But I think it's time to add a new pillar. Change. Change is a powerful thing. It's incorrigible, unavoidable, and undeniable. And I am dadgum thankful for it. Change is the reason we're all together today. It's hard for me to believe that it was only 4 years ago when fate brought me here. A simple business trip, which brought me to a small town, which would change my life forever.
Mr. Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd.
Inexorable. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I can't speak right now, I'm sorry. You know what?
He wiped away a single tear.
A single tear. From the second I set foot in Beacon Pines, something about this place has held me captive. You see, change represents opportunity. It represents potential. It was change that helped me recognize the potential of this place. To see that the people of this town, despite suffering great loss, still held on to the things that made them special.
He thumped the podium to emphasize each word.
Community, conviction, commitment, change.
Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent in rapt attention.
Fate made a perfect match that day. Nothing is more important to you all than community. And Perennial Harvest is a community first and foremost.
Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd.
The only way you made it through the foul harvest was an unshakable conviction. A conviction that is a better tomorrow, that a better tomorrow was just over the horizon. Perennial Harvest was founded on the conviction that we are that horizon. This festival is a symbol of our commitment to each other.
His voice began to build to a crescendo.
I'm not gonna yell. We now walk hand in hand into a future we will shape together. And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I am tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. And how great is that? Just imagine what we can accomplish. Oh. What was that?
The crowd began to look around nervously.
Oh no. Don't worry, a little thunder isn't gonna ruin this day. Everyone remain calm.
Mr. Kerr quickly flicked through his note cards.
Where was I? Throughout my travels, I have learned one true thing. One always reaps what they sow. We have all planted a lot of good in this town. And so, it is with a happy heart that I can proclaim.
He raised his hands up to the heavens.
Our harvest awaits? Oh!
At that moment, a merciless wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched.
Ah, I see, okay.
For a
So
man
not-
like
not
William Kerr,
quite.
this was a fitting way for things to end. On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time.
Oh.
The end. There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything!
Oh.
Maybe we should just quit? Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again!
Nah.
No, I don't mean that. We got a little closer this time. We just need to try again. Please.
For the poor narrator. Okay. So Sly was the one that we just recently unlocked. This is the closest one. What if we do Sly?
They'd run the classic good cop, sly cop interrogation.
Other branch mayhaps? I'm terrified of the other branch though. I don't like it.
Luca and Rollo ducked behind a barrel, leaving Beck to her task.
Oh.
With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver.
Whoa. What's going on here? You're that Miyoto girl? He's coming back. Sorry about all this.
Mr. Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints.
Seems there's been a bit of a mix-up. Other branch may help you understand. Maybe? I mean, the only one we really have left with this one is the Strange. I'm trying not to spoil it, it's very hard. No, that's fair. But also, I just fear. I fear. I fear. Fine. Alright. I am gonna skip through things. Oh, yeah, skip to where you left off. No, 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 no. There we go. Okay. Strangely, do you see the actual ending of the game? Oh, gotcha. Okay. Gotcha.
The person at the warehouse. This strange ooze.
I
And
mean,
what
it
did to
makes
Iggy.
sense. but I don't like it. Glitter on.
Was Rollo
Oh,
caught up
okay.
in all of this?
Gotcha. That makes sense. Okay. Whoa there, little buddies. You startled me. Alright, I'll do the strange. I'll do this one. Even though I really don't like it. What are you up to in this part of town? We're just helping look for Rollo. Oh, you haven't heard the good news? Rollo showed up safe and sound a bit ago? Really? Where was he? It's funny, really. He just got a little turned around in the woods. It can be disorienting, you know. I'm starting to get that impression. He's at his house now getting some well-deserved rest. Well, that's a relief. You two should scurry along before you get lost yourselves. Yeah, come on back. I'm going to introduce you to Rollo. Oh, that reminds me. Luca, your grandmother was looking for you. She was? She was worried sick. You should march straight home. I don't like this. I don't like this.
Beck glanced toward Luca.
Sure. Lady's okay. Ooh, I don't like this.
Rollo was safe.
I don't trust
A wave
it.
of relief washed over Luca, which was quickly replaced by a sense of dread. Gran is going to kill me. If he hurried, he might just make it home before sundown. Chapter 4.
Oh, all the way to chapter 4? Oh, no.
Our harvest awaits.
Ooh, I don't like that.
Luca took a deep breath and gingerly opened the door, steeling himself for Gran's wrath.
Gran? I'm home. Everything's fine. Gran? Gran? I'm supposed to go anywhere. Just helping look for Rollo. Uh-oh. No, not over here at all. Okay. Gran? He was worried about him, so I figured he wouldn't mind if I helped look for him. Oh no. Is there gonna be something upstairs? It turns out Rollo is safe and sound. I don't trust this. I don't trust this at all. Don't trust this.
Luca was alone.
What's with the grins book on the
The house was
outside?
empty.
What do you mean? Wait, I didn't say anything. Uh-oh. Oh.
Luca
I
was
already
sitting
checked
by the
it
pond.
before. And it was about a beginner's gardening thing. Oh no, we're back here.
Listening
Oh,
to
no.
small waves lap against a rock. His father sat in a folding chair in front of him. Without turning, he spoke. Why don't you grab me some nice bait? Sure thing, Dad. Luca hopped over to the tackle box and popped open the lid. Inside was a rolling, buzzing mass.
Ooh.
We're fishing with bees? Luca's father gave a warm chuckle. Well, you catch more fish with bees than honey. Pick us out a good one. Luca closed his eyes and plucked out a bee. He could feel its wings struggle between his finger and thumb.
Oh.
Holding it at arm's length, he hurried over. His father deftly baited the hook and examined his work. Interesting choice. With a practiced flick of the wrist, the line buzzed in a graceful arc.
Ooh.
The water accepted it without a splash or ripple. The wrong choice, but I respect it.
Wait, what?
The pond began to freeze over. Sometimes we gotta make the wrong choice before we can make it right. Pallid ice propagated across the still surface with an alarming speed. Luca scrambled back as the ground beneath him turned cold. Dad, I don't understand. Sorry, kiddo. Understanding isn't always part of the deal. The relentless ice shot through the fishing line toward his father. Dad, look out! His father casually wound the reel. None of it's your fault, you know. Never was.
Oh.
Dad, we have to go. Luca grabbed his father's shoulders, trying to pull him away. please, you have to run. The ice crackled as it spread across his father's hands. That's the thing about fishing, Luca. His chest began to crystallize. You toss your hook in, and you never know what you're gonna pull out. A shock of searing cold ran up Luca's arms. He gave one last desperate tug. The chair tipped backwards in a single frozen mass. Luca tried to stop the momentum, but it was too late. He watched the icy form of his father slam into the hard ground, shattering into 1,000 pieces that crowded around his feet.
Oh.
Dad, I don't understand. What does all this mean? The gentle rustle of leaves was the only reply.
Oh. Oh, again with the walkie-talkie?
Luca's eyes struggled to focus on the walkie-talkie. Faintly, he could hear Rollo amongst the noise.
Luca? Rollo, is that you? Luca. There? It's the middle of the night. Luca, thank God. Listen, don't know how long this thing will work. Down here? Down here?
Rollo's voice was coming through more clearly now.
Don't know what that Morris said. Probably danger? Maybe? Oh wait, no, probably not danger. I have no idea. I don't know.
But some words were still just static.
Listen to me. Someone grabbed me yesterday. What? The man in the hazmat suit? It was... Ooh. Took me to some sort of... I think I'm underground. Oh. Are you okay? Kinda. They seem more interested in... something for now, at least. Mr. Kerr said you made it home... back home safe. Kerr? No. Duh. Don't even know who that is. He's... Bro, the static.
The signal went silent.
Hello? Hello, where are
Luca
you?
held still, waiting for a response.
Do not trust him. Who? Who? Who?
His
If it's
pounding
none Creed, I
heartbeat
know.
marking the passage of time.
Okay, I think they're gone. Getting worse? I can barely
Rollo's
speak.
voice began to fade.
Losing signal. Not much time. Something mission control? You need to...
With that,
The treehouse?
the signal died for good.
What's at the treehouse?
Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and sprinted to the treehouse.
I don't know where Gren is. Okay.
Luca heard a group of footsteps approaching. He dashed behind the bushes to avoid being spotted.
Another bush. Not exactly what he said. Okay. In the bush. Into the bush. Oh, hey. So we all understand our roles. You can count on me. I still think we need more time. This wasn't the original plan.
Mr. Tolliver paused, shifting his eyes to one side.
We're all in danger now. I, for one, refuse to sit idly by while that danger persists. Oh! Another one? You just keep your wits about you.
Mr. Tolliver took one long, quiet breath.
Alright, you can count on me. I just wish we could have made that deal with Harris Valentine. Our resources would have still come in handy. As I said, I had no time to contact her after your call this morning. That's strange. How's Luca holding up? He's fine. We shouldn't lose sight of the fact that this is all... I know very well what all of this is for. We have no choice. Operation Sparkplug has a new objective. Are we in agreement?
The three shared a determined look.
Good. We'll reconvene after the festival. If there is an after the festival. Jeez. Gran. Why are you meeting Mrs. Fratelli and Mr. Tolliver late at night? Oh, jeez! I forgot about Dawn. I forgot about Dawn. That made me jump a little bit. Ah, ah. How long have you been there? Oh, just a few minutes. Earlier today, I saw Mr. Tolliver and you Grant enter the diner together. When my shift at the newsstand was over, they still hadn't left. So I used the greatest tool of any investigative reporter. Time. When they left, I tailed them here. What do you think they're up to? I know, right? The poor dude. Poor Luca. Whatever it is, they seem organized and determined. They mentioned the festival. Yeah, I heard that too. Has Graham been doing anything different recently? Anything strange? She got a phone call this morning and rushed out the door. A call from Hiram Tolliver, it seems. She was either furious or terrified. Or both. Luca, be careful out there. I think we might be in the middle of the scoop of a lifetime. I will. Aren't you coming out? Nah, I'm gonna stake out here for a bit longer. See you, Luca. Oh. Down she goes. They can go that way? No. Sad. Alright. Can I go this way? Can I get any more things? Oh, I just had the nightmare. Do I really want to? Okay.
Luca gently good for skim.
Yeah, nope. Already did that. Don't need any more. Can I go this way? What are you doing? I did it. I changed the sign. Splendid. Did anyone see you? I don't believe so. You were right. It was simple enough to just rearrange the letters. Odd choice for a prank, though. In situations such as these, odd is
The
good.
two boys shared a mischievous grin.
Oh boy. I can't wait for everyone to see the big reveal. It should be quite memorable. Let's make ourselves scarce for now. What have they done? What have they done? The silly guys. What have they done? No, I want to talk to more people. Fine. Fine. I guess I go this way. Goodbye. Okay, so then this one. Ooh. Rolo, you there? I'm at the treehouse now, Rolo. Mr. Kerr said you were alright. What happened out there? Something with the sign, probably the festival sign thing, I'm guessing. Dang it, where are you? Who's there?
Luca could only see a cloaked shape behind the rocket.
I've got weapons in here. You better come out right now.
He strained to hear as a muffled voice began.
Weapon? Oh. Oh no. I think, so really quick warning. Body horror incoming, I can only guess. I'm also just gonna really quick just hide the screen just to see how bad it's gonna be. You know, very much body horror warning. Oh. So it didn't reveal it yet. Oh. Alright, still. Oh, nope, wrong one. Yeah. Oh boy. So, again, warning, body horror, look away now. And when I say... Oh, when I say pickles, it will all be good. Alright, so just giving you guys a few seconds. And you better be looking away. Okay, I'm gonna continue.
Fear gripped Luca's throat.
Who are you? What? You don't recognize me? I guess I don't even recognize myself anymore.
Luca stared at the ground for a moment, trying to place the dampened voice. The figure shifted slowly from behind the rocket, revealing itself to Luca.
I'm a monster. And now they hunt me like the beast that I am. Iggy.
Luca reached over empathetically. Iggy's tone jolted to dejected anger.
Don't touch me. This is all your fault.
Luca slumped to the ground, overwhelmed by guilt.
I know, poor Iggy. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I lost control. So you couldn't control yourself for a second, and I get to be like this forever. There must be a way to fix this. Oh, you're gonna be my savior. Perfect little Luca saves the day with his positive attitude and the power of friendship. None of this matters. There's no time. They're after me. They changed me all through Weepwood. I only came in here to hide. Hide from who? Who's after you? Oh, Luca. Rollo? It's not safe, Luca. Rollo, where are you? The treehouse? I'm not the treehouse, Rollo. Where are you? No, Luca, the treehouse isn't safe. They said they were going to the treehouse. I was trying to tell you to stay away from the treehouse. Oh no. Who said they were going to the treehouse? The clipboards? What did I tell you? Those perennial harvest wackadoos are after me. They've been chasing after me, yelling questions at me. What sort of questions? They were saying the same stuff they always do, but it's different now. Less asking, more threatening. We're gonna figure this out, Iggy. Yeah, well, thanks. Hello? Is anyone present in this arboreal domicile? Crap, they found me. Luca, what's happening? Don't panic, you stay here, I'll see what they want. Oh. Also, Pickles, it's all safe now. It's still very much creepy, so, stay safe. Hello, Mr. Van Horn. We would love to hear your thoughts. Do you have time for an informal chat? We will be brief. Your time is valuable to us. Be down just a second. Of course. Oh no. We have a problem. Look, did I say that what Luca took away from the first time wasn't exactly what Rollo said? Oh yeah, multiple clipboards, oh boy. Who's out there? Is it them? Oh yeah, body horror, sorry. Yeah, so clipboards, a bunch of them. How many? Maybe all of them? And yeah, you were right. They're saying the same stuff with the creepy knob cranked to 10. May young Iggy be present? We would love to hear his thoughts. Run.
Iggy slumped to his knees.
I don't know what to do. Not all of them, but enough? Oh boy. I'm just so tired. Luca, what do we do?
Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and headed for the window.
Follow my lead.
Luca and Iggy climbed up the back of the treehouse to its roof, where Rollo had constructed his MCDC, the Mission Control Defense Cannon. From behind the crowd of clipboards, William Kerr strode forward, a warm smile on his face.
I know he didn't like you. Iggy, there you are. You gave us all a heck of a scare. Go away, just leave me alone. Oh, I'm sorry, Iggy, but no can do. Don't worry though, we're here to help. Help? Then why are you chasing me? Luca, can you talk some sense into your pal here? Just look at him, he's not well. What's wrong with him? What did that gunk do to him? Well, that's a pretty big question, Luca. All you need to know is that he's sick. He's real sick, Luca. I just need you to let us up there and take care of him. He told me Rollo was okay, that he was back at his place resting. He is! Poor fella just got a little lost. That's a lie. That's a hurtful thing to say, Luca. I thought we were buddies. Why? Because he lets you ramble on like a wackadoo? Nobody likes you, you creep.
Kerr's smile faltered.
Why don't you pop down here so we can have a face to face? And like this is gonna give us all a heck of a sore throat. And who wants that?
Luca's grip tightened on the MCDC.
What did you do to Rollo, you liar? Well, shucks, Luca. The only teeny tiny fib I told you was that he was at home. He is resting, and he is perfectly safe. For now, at least. What happens to him next is up to you, Luca. Look around. You're in quite the pickle, and the only person in the whole wide world who can help you. You get to decide how this ends. Oh no.
Luca's mind raced. He was caught in a trap. What do you do when there's no hope? He wiped his cheeks with a sleeve. What are you gonna do, Luca?
They had left. Oh. Is that Kurt lied again? That he did. Okay. Okay, here's... I don't know what to do. Because both can be really bad. Flight or freeze. If freeze is one, I don't have it. I don't have the charm. Oh, so freezing is like the last thing I want to do, considering what happens at the middle of the festival. Last thing I want to do. Not good. No. I don't think flight is a good one. Fight might be. We can go back to turn by side to these. That is true. That is very true. We'll see how fight goes.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Fight. He swung the mission control defense cannon around, aiming it confidently at the smirking face of William Kerr.
Yeah, just gonna see what this one is first.
Luca summoned his most insolent demeanor.
Insolent demeanor. Rollo sends his regards. Okay. No. I already don't like that, so we're gonna do that
Luca
first.
drew himself up and decided to take the only option. He squinted down the barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches.
Ah, there we go.
He looked
There we
up
go.
with surprise as it struck true and taut.
Wow, I can't believe that worked. Hey, Mr. Kerr. We'd love to hear your thoughts, but I'm afraid we have places to be. Come on, Iggy. See you, jerks. Fine, we know where that leads them. This way, we'll take the tunnels.
Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice.
Oh no.
In fact, it was ice. Chapter 5.
It's only chapter 5. Oh no.
Signs.
Oh no.
They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across a snowy terrain.
Okay. That was actually pretty cool. I think we lost him. Are we up in the mountains? I don't think so. If anything, we went downhill. What's up with the Winter Wonderland? All I know is there's no going back the way we came. Let's see if we can get our bearings. Follow me. Okay. Wait. This is really familiar. Yeah, no, this is really familiar. What is going on? Luca, are you there?
Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying.
The Bozoker. I hope nothing bad has happened to you out in those woods.
Luca looked at Iggy with hesitation.
No need to be rude.
With a resigned sigh, Luca responded.
Seems the only dangerous thing in the woods is you. He speaks, the young man of the hour. Now, how in tarnation did you end up with one of our radios? Just lucky, I guess. Boy howdy, you Van Horns are full of surprises, aren't you? You know my parents? Never had the honor of meeting your father, but your mom sure was a handful.
Luca winced, shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket.
I gotta keep moving. Okay. I know, isn't this the grave? Like, the grave in the tree? Oh, this is just the... You know, then this was... a house? Oh, what's the readout? Sitting just above 2050 Kelvin. Oh no. That's a bit down from last time. Whoop. Hey, hello. Thank you for the follow. Pap and Buddy girl? I think that's her name. Hey, thank you for the follow. Hope we're doing well. I'm just going through this game. I already found my 24-hour save to tonight. Nice. Oh, you might want to have me a little bit low though, because I do plan on playing another horror game after this, and I might scream with it. So just letting you know. I'm just letting you know it might be a good idea to just keep me down low. Yeah, but I hope you have a good sleep. A good sleep. No word. Sounds good. Sounds good. Should we report this to Mr. Kerr? Still within safe ranges. It may be spreading, but it's under control for now. Even with a small nudge, the equilibrium could cause a cascade. I just look to random room when I sleep because yes, honestly that is very fair. That is very, very fair. I completely get it. But yeah, I hope you have a good sleep. I hope you have a good sleep. I also apologize if I wake you up at all with screaming or anything. Dude, relax. There's a few more sites to hit before we can punch out. Let's get this over with. Oh, is everything radioactive? Oh no. What's all this? Hard to say with all this snow. I think it's a town sign. I can almost make out the letters under there. What town could this even be? There couldn't be another town this deep into Weepwood. I'm looking at evidence to the contrary. Let's figure out what we're dealing with here. Step 1, snow's gotta go. Good morning, Kiri. I hope you're doing good. Still awake, it's been 13 hours. Hey, good morning, Kiri. What do I do? Oh, hey! Oh!
The boys stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines."
Huh? This doesn't make any sense. You know, it really doesn't. We're in Beacon Pines? How's that possible? We ran away from that town. How did we get back here? Guess we got turned around? Where did all the snow come from? Oh, it's been colder than normal lately. Short stream. Yep, definitely a short stream. Uh-huh. There's a pretty big difference between sweater weather and this Arctic landscape. The puddle we fought at before, it was cold too. Maybe all of it leads to one source. You think it's related? What is going on? We're gonna get you some answers. Let's keep moving. Oh! Source, you say? You mean the source that's been mentioned quite a bit? It's all frozen.
Looking down at the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
Whatever happened here, it happened fast. The fish didn't even have time to run. Or, you know, swim run. Is this like a past thing?
The crunching of footsteps trailing Luca went hush. He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
Everyone's gone. What? There's nothing here but more snow. There must be an explanation for all this. We have to keep looking. You can look all you want. I quit. Iggy, we have to keep going. You don't get it, do you? This isn't one of your pathetic Hank Atomic stories. We aren't going to save the day. We aren't gonna even save ourselves. My face is mangled. This town is destroyed. And everyone we've ever known is gone. We don't know that. You can't just quit. Do whatever you want. I'm done. Aw, Iggy. Iggy, it's gonna be okay.
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry.
Aww.
Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion, and more than a little guilt.
It is getting pretty late, I think. Probably not a great idea to stumble around in the dark anyway.
Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy.
Let's just rest for a bit.
The boys huddled together for warmth and comfort. If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day. As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
Aww. The poor guys. What in the world is happening? The way the snow covered everything over. Yeah, hypothermia. Hello. It's kind of calming. Yeah. I haven't had any time to say it, but thanks. Huh? For getting us away from those creeps. I sorta froze up back there. Iggy, I should be the one apologizing. This all happened because I lost my temper. That's bull hockey. First of all, you didn't know what that junk would do. You didn't, right? Of course not. And second, stop with this baloney about losing your temper. But I did lose my temper.
Iggy motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face.
Obviously. That's exactly what you should have done. Huh? I was being just not a nice person. You were supposed to be a nice person in response. That's how it works. Iggy, I'm having a hard time following. You wanted me to fight you? Of course. Jeez, you goody-goody types take forever to understand this very basic point. Why would you go around saying cruel things trying to get into fights?
Iggy shrugged.
It's something to do. Just because you're bored? Sometimes I just feel empty. Oh. You wouldn't understand. You and Rilla are always having a blast together. Laughing and calling That dinky little treehouse mission control.
Iggy now wept openly.
Oh, perfect little Luca Van Horn with his perfect little life. My life is not perfect. Everybody in town likes you. Not everybody. That new girl hasn't even unpacked it, and even she already likes you. You have Tish.
He wiped his nose with a sleeve.
I love Tish. Tish is great. But she ain't exactly the world's greatest conversationalist, you know?
Luca gave a warm chuckle.
I get that impression.
Iggy cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes.
Aww. Huh. It must be raining out here. Definitely.
Iggy arched into a wide yawn.
We should probably try to get some sleep. Do not sleep. Do not sleep in the snow. Do not sleep in the snow. I beg of you. Please. Do never sleep in the snow. This is a PSA. I'm stopping it here. Never sleep in the snow. No, you will not wake up. It's very highly unlikely that you will not wake up. No, it's very highly unlikely that you will wake up if you fall asleep in the snow. Do not fall asleep in the snow. I cannot stress this enough. Unless you're sleeping in like an igloo or something to like keep yourself warm, do not sleep in the snow. I beg. Yeah. Let's lay low for now. You know, the hypothermia kids never fall asleep in temperatures that cold. You will not wake up. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, you will not wake up at all. Do not fall asleep in the snow. Do not.
Luca's eyelids began to slowly drift shut.
No, don't stop. Luca? Yeah? I always did want to see the inside of your dinky little treehouse. What do you think? Not bad. I'll give you the full tour when we get back. You know what?
That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more.
Aw. When it comes to the worst days of my entire life, this one wasn't half bad. Don't fall asleep in the snow. Oh, you.
The house
no.
smelled of warm bread.
Oh, hey.
Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch. His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song.
Aww.
A voice behind Luca spoke. This is how you remember them, huh? Luca turned to see his own face. The doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes.
Oh no.
Aww, look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know it wasn't really like this.
Oh.
The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it. It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy.
Oh.
You don't remember, do you?
Oh.
Lucas snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. Remember what? The doppelganger pointed to the couch. The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose to abandon us.
Oh.
Luca turned to look at his father, still lounging on the couch. That's not true. He didn't abandon us. The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively. Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Well, let me show you. The world flickered and pulsed. Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. No, now. We both know that's not how this went. He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope.
Oh, no.
It was his parents, fighting. Do you remember what we did next? Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister.
Oh, no.
He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this. She was scared. His father stepped forward. What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath to help people. I won't turn my back on them. Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading. I can't lose you. Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this. Eleanor raised her voice. Spare me your bullshit platitudes. What about our son? Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luca, is that you, buddy? With tears in his eyes, Luca descended the stairs. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all.
Overexcited is a word for it.
Luca placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing. It sounded like you were going somewhere? Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in. Luca hugged his father tightly. Promise? Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise.
Oh, no. The reason the body needs energy to keep itself alive before it needs to be awake. So Praetor is keeping vital organs functioning before keeping the whole body warm. Oh, absolutely. Which is why you need
blankets. With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun.
Oh, no.
A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall.
Huh?
It stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively. Whether it was the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower.
Just what do you think you're doing?
Luca looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor.
You two certainly have caused a lot of commotion. What's that supposed to mean? Take it easy, Iggy. We were asleep, minding our own business. You're the one running around knocking on people's heads. I'm sorry if I hurt you, Iggy. Didn't hurt nobody. Anybody. Huh? Oh, I see. You think you're better than me, you...
When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
You big-hatted, scarfy-necked furball. Okay, let's lower the temperature a bit here. Interesting choice of words. I mean, let's all just calm down. Who are you? A friend. Chinchilla, I think? Yeah, I was either thinking like a chinchilla or a mouse. I don't know. Although a chinchilla would definitely make sense. It can be very warm. An observer. A hitchhiker on the infinite expanse of possibility. Great. How about a name? If you must call me something, you can call me Nat.
Iggy huffed with gratification.
Concealed Hotel might be a mouse. Yeah. It might be. Probably. Hard to say though. How about you make like a gnat and buzz off? Very well.
Nat began to turn away indifferently.
Wait. Do you live here? You might say that. So, you know where we are. You might also say that. Look, pal, we just want to find a safe way out of here. You gonna help us or not? Before knowing how to leave, one must know where they are. Alright, that does it. I can see the hotel. Oh, Nada's the mouse. Oh, Iggy is a chinchilla. Oh, that makes sense. I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was like a Jerboa mouse that has like a little tiny tuft fur on the end of its tail. And very, very small. Very itty bitty. I'm getting out of here, one way or another.
Iggy turned sharply and began to stomp off.
Enough with the riddles. Iggy, wait up.
Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented.
Very well. I suppose this isn't the time for metaphors. Sprites help a lot. Oh no, absolutely. They do help a lot. No, it's... No, they do help quite a bit. I'll show you how to get back home.
Luca and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes.
Come here.
Nat took a deep breath in.
Close your eyes.
Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers.
Okay, open them.
For a brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold. Until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place.
What?
Cold and disheartened.
This is your home. This is Beacon Pines. Look, Nat, we don't know how we got here. Maybe we stumbled through some time travel gate in Weep Wood. Or we teleported to some alternate universe. Or this is all just some cruel experiment by Kerr and his goons. But this is not our home. You're inching closer to the truth. Alas, the reality is much less fanciful. Just give it to us straight. So be it. As I said, this is Beacon Pines. The original, true Beacon Pines. Oh. Original? Oh no, okay. You both grew up here, but the town you've called home for the past several years is a replica. Hold on. Hold on, give me a moment. Give me a moment. So you mean to tell me that some sort of calamity happened to the original Beacon Pines, which was probably the foul harvest, I'm guessing, and people just got their minds wiped? That doesn't sound right, though. The narrator is speaking is currently not consistent? Oh, is it? Really? Wait, really? Oh. I'm gonna keep a close ear on that. A remarkable achievement of engineering, to be fair. But a replica nonetheless. That's impossible. It's too much work. You'd need a whole town to replicate a whole town. Indeed. To pull off such a feat would require immense labor power. That which could be moved would be moved. That which could not would require a precise duplicate. You would have noticed. Someone would have noticed. You think so? Unless the auditing was impeccable. A mind-numbing attention to detail. As for the innumerable trivialities which complete the tapestry, well, you can leave that to this miraculous thing we call a brain. It has a real aversion to discontinuity, a revulsion even. The brain has a wonderful way of smoothing out the rough edges, keeping us sane. Oh. Now the narrator's not even talking. Is the narrator just as shocked as I am? Here we are? I don't know. Help. Iggy and Luca looked around uncomfortably. So you're saying that someone made an entire new town and moved us all and no one noticed? Oh boy. Precisely. But why? Why is the one question that can never be answered with certainty? The best one can do is uncover.
Nat narrowed his eyes, furrowed
Oh.
his brow, and uttered,
The source. Why do you say the source like that? Why indeed?
Luca began to laugh uncomfortably.
Oh, the narrator's back. It's all ridiculous. There's no way they could.
He looked down at his feet. His eyes started back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him.
If this really is home,
He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out.
Iggy. It isn't consistent. It's not. It's not too late to turn back. Simply head west through the Weep Wood. Oh.
Chapter 6.
It's only chapter 6? Huh. This game.
The source.
It's only chapter 6. It's only chapter 6. Oh boy.
Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to perennial harvest. But right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know.
Okay, so back at the
Luca
graveyard.
stopped dead
Or
in
the
his
grave.
tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth.
Oh.
He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow.
Oh.
His numb hands hit something hard. A headstone. A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips.
You're here. All this time, I thought I was visiting you. You've been here, alone, in the snow. Dad, I'm so sorry. They ruined your favorite spot in the world. Our favorite spot in the world. Dad, what do I do?
There was no reply, just snow-covered silence.
Why'd you give me the slip like that? What if I couldn't find you, you jerk?
Iggy finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave.
Oh. Iggy, they stole his tree, Iggy. Yikes.
Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
Uh-oh. We gotta hide. Into the bush. Into the bush yet again. Into the bush. 259k. Fall off distance, still good. Dude, did you hear me? I said 259. Sorry. You ever think about what we did here? We saved a whole town of people. It doesn't feel like it sometimes. What about everything we left behind? That's the grave of someone with a family. The people who love them will never know the truth. The truth is
He
overrated.
bent down to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Oh. Don't be such a downer, dude. You took this job to change the world. Yeah. Come on. It's almost lunchtime. I wasn't expecting him to do that. That was funny. I like that. That was funny. Weirdo. Here I thought I was a jerk. Yeah, you know, just a little bit of a side shimmy. I really was not expecting that though. Oh boy. These dinguses out here literally dancing on
Luca
graves.
stuttered through heaving sobs.
I thought I was visiting him. I thought he was with me. Not gonna lie, that's a bad break. Here's some
Iggy gave
advice.
Luca a solid smack on the back of his head.
Oh, hey. Who's any of this helping? What? Sitting here in the snow, crying like some pushover. Who you helping? Iggy, look what they did. They lied to everyone. Blah, blah, blah. Luke Van Horn, you're a lot of things, but you ain't no pushover. What did I tell you before? If some jerk comes at you acting like a jerk, I should stand up for myself. Hell yeah. Karen and his merry little band of clipboards pulled off this switcheroo for a reason, right? Nat mentioned something about a source?
Luca wiped his eyes with a sleeve.
Horses behind. Whatever's at the source must be awfully valuable to perennial harvest. Sure would be a shame if something unfortunate were to happen to their precious source, wouldn't it? What do you have in mind? If it's small enough to steal, we snatch it. If it's too big to snatch, we smash it. And what if it's too big to smash?
Iggy flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
I'm always up for a challenge. I'm gonna make this right, Dad. I promise. Let's do this. Oh boy. Locate the source. Gotcha. Oh boy. It can get awful cold out there in those woods, Luca. Probably best you two stay put and conserve your energy. Help's on the way. Where's Rollo? Where's my mom? Did you kill her? Oh heavens no. Do I seem like a killer to you?
Iggy and Luca shared a skeptical look.
Well, do I? Ah, shucks. Now that hurts my feelings. Screw that guy. That is a tiny bit funny, though, I won't lie. Oh. Wait, there's the thing. Amazing. Wait a minute. If this is the original town, that means...
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid.
What's that? Long story. A few years back, I, came into possession of some premium grade fireworks. Not the wimpy firecracker stuff they give kids. The good stuff. So I had to bury it under a tree. And that's the long part of the story. You and Rollo were doing chores at Rollo's chicken coop. You guys pissed me off for some reason or another.
Luca rolled his eyes with realization.
Oh. No, you didn't.
Iggy stifled a chuckle.
Yep. Just wanted to give you guys a little scare. But like I said, these were some primo fireworks. So I might have underestimated things. You blew up the chicken coop? Okay, so this part of the true ending you're heading towards. Okay. The other branch is still important, but in a different way. Okay, gotcha. It's still important that way, but this is more of the true ending. Gotcha. Sorry, but you should have seen the looks on your faces. Rollo got grounded for months, which is why I needed to stash the evidence and lay low. So I buried him under that tree. But when I came back for him later, they were gone. Figured some grown-up found him and tossed him.
Iggy triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Turns out, it wasn't the fireworks that got moved. It was us. Unbelievable. Okay. Do you think this is a game? It all comes together in one big ending in and of itself? Ooh, okay. So definitely going through all the endings, gotcha. You're not a hero. You're a little brat who's in way over his head. A hero is just someone who refuses to give up. Comics these days are rotting children's brains. Every time everyone thinks they're a spaceman superhero. I was always partial to Hank Atomic myself. Is that so? Do you really think you have a chance against us? You have no idea how powerful we are. Be fair for a blast off, loser. Ooh. Okay. We're good. Like this whole stinking place. Oh, another one. Okay. Can I go this way? No, I have to go this way. Okay. Can I go up here? So even the coffee shop. Is it this?
Luca and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes.
Yeah, no, it's an awfully big hole in it. Isn't this exactly where the fountain is, like in the town?
Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
Echo, 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 echo. Oh, I don't like that smile. I don't like that. I fear. I can see why they wanted to move us all out of town now. But why would they dig a giant hole? I think this is it. The source. They better not jump down. This is the source? It's a dang hole? How do we smash a hole? Oh, no. Oh, it's much more than that, my annoying little friend. Kerr. Where's Rollo? I was in line before. He's safe. Well, safer than you two at least. Drat, it's cold. You just had to drag me all the way out here, didn't you?
Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation.
It really is something, isn't it? What did you do to our town? What is all this? Well, that's a doozy of a question. This is the source, where they collect the unrefined,
Scratched the back of his head.
Honestly, boys, I don't understand any of this well enough to explain it. Fact of the matter is, I'm not paid to know. What do you mean you don't know? Ain't you in charge? Oh, heavens no. My role is to merely flash a winning smile and manage various complications. Complications like us? You are a smart boy.
His face contorted into a saccharine grin.
It really is nothing personal. Some people are destined to strive for greatness. Others are simply obstacles along the way. Seems like you were destined to be a creepy lackey. The point is that we all have to play our part in life. Mine just happened to be a lead in the role of a lifetime. And you happen to be extras, ready for your curtain call. Dude, you're talking to children. Please. We aren't giving up without a fight. Your smile's not going to be so winning after we're done with you. Now, boys, there's no need for melodrama. It makes even a professional such as myself embarrassed for you. Let's change the mood a bit.
Kerr snapped his fingers.
Scene change. There, that's better. Deal with them.
Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance.
Why are you smirking? Because I have a box full of fireworks and you don't.
Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole.
Stop. Let's not do something regrettable. Joke's on you, regret is one of my specialties. Out of curiosity, what would happen if I threw these in your precious hole? Nothing at all. You're a terrible liar. I'll have you know, I am an exceptional liar. That's far enough.
Iggy plucked a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence.
Stop, you fool. Call off your goons.
celebration.
Very well. You all can head back for the night. It's been a long day. I'll handle these two from here. The clipboards just
Mr. Kerr sighed.
walk backwards. That was creepy. Ugh. It's just us now, Iggy. You can put that down. What? Like this?
With a nonchalant flick, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole.
Oh! Oh! Yeah, no, they do be moonwalking. That was kind of creepy. Ooh. Whoa.
With a growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca.
Oh!
Iggy tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow. He could see Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
You reckless child, what have you done? Luca, listen to me. Hold tight and use the walkie-talkie to call them back. What channel do I use? Doesn't make a difference, they're always listening. If you do that, the clipboards will just haul us up and snag us both. The only way you get out of this is if Kerr's out of the picture. Let go and save yourself. If he lets go, we both die. I don't want to die, but seeing the look in your face almost makes it worth it. Mr. Kerr, you've had a long life. Why don't you actually do something selfish and selfless and just let go?
Mr. Kerr gasped with insult.
A long life? I'll have you know I can still play 25. And you should have heard me sing the part of Phyllis Young.
With a wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody.
Rim-diddy-dum-dum. Wow, can you believe this guy? Hum. Oh, lovely!
To cramp. His voice began to crack.
Kerr, just let go. I know what I can do. If you want to save your friend, you have to save me too. Luca, look at me. It's okay. Oh,
Luca
okay.
felt Iggy loosen his grasp.
You aren't going to kill your friend like that, are you?
Every muscle in Luca's body burned.
I'm not his friend. Yes, you are. Nah, I'm just a no-good bully. Like you, Kerr. Iggy,
Luca felt his
no.
hand slipping.
I told you what you need to do with the bullies. With bullies. You can't. 'Cause you're all the way out of this mess. Two birds with one stone. Makes sense for us to fall together. Wackadoos travel in packs.
A calm settled over Iggy's face.
Luca, let me do this.
Iggy's voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
Oh, this hurts. Let me do the right thing for once. No, you were not. I don't want this choice. 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 Oh no. Okay. Okay. I think I'm gonna refuse the request to at least try to bring him up. Because the thing is, there's a lot of rockets. And I also don't want... Oh. I think the best option is to refuse and at least try to bring him up. I don't want this choice. But if I have to make it, I'm gonna do this one and just refuse.
Luca had no choice but to refuse Iggy's request. He tightened his grip and reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket. A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time, but Luca pressed the button and called out.
You can also just hit him in the face. I would do that. Just hit him in the face with walkie-talkie.
We need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger. It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are. You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror, now. A clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair. Ah, that's better. Mr. Van Horn,
Oh
I applaud your
no.
sharp thinking under duress.
Oh no, I have to accept, don't I? I don't want to.
I'll put in a good word for you with the founder. Take them away. A swarm of hands overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face. The end. I think this was one of those times where doing the right thing was the wrong thing.
I had a feeling it was not the right thing to do. I know. Who's the founder? I swear to the gods if it's sharper. I swear if it's sharper. I swear if it's sharper. Oh. Kill the founder. Kill the founder. Kill.
Luca had no choice but to accept Iggy's request.
Oh.
With a quiet blink, Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy.
Good. Oh no.
The two
Oh.
silhouettes were swallowed by darkness.
Hell of a goodbye, Iggy. Went out with a bang. Luca, you should really step back. What? Quickly. Oh. Oh, no. Curious. Oh. Ah, but of course. Those fireworks of Iggy's must have been just the right amount of energy. We should get out of here before perennial harvest arrives. What in the world just happened? Your friend's sacrifice just saved this town. For a little while, anyway. How? Tempest liquamine is a peculiar substance. It can change the relationship between matter and time itself? Huh? But doing so requires unfathomable energy. In a closed system, that energy can only come from its surroundings. A useful product of this property being, by adding precisely the correct amount of energy to it, one can create a cryogenic cascade. So the junk made things cold and the fireworks made the whole freeze over? That's one way of putting it, yes. As dumb luck would have it, the fireworks weren't strong enough to generate a runaway reaction. I shudder what would have happened in that case.
We have some idea what that would look like.
Narrator, please. Narrator, please. You know, we definitely have an idea about what that would look like, don't we? Yeah, no, we definitely do. Yep. It will take them a good while to safely break through and access the source again. If you know all this stuff, why haven't you been helping? I have been. in my own way. Each one of us has our role to play. Iggy's role, it turns out, was to buy us precious time. Mine has been to observe and wait. Wait for what? You. Me? Why? What's my role?
A fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes.
Luca Vanahorn. You are going to save the world. He is
With a
12.
chuckle, Nat turned and walked west. Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow.
He is 12.
Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder.
What?
Revenge served cold.
Wait a second, it's glowing. It's glowing, hold on.
Second time's a charm? Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good?
Hold on.
I was even starting to like Iggy.
Ending 4 unlocked.
No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels.
It had the 2. It had the 2, and then the dashes.
Let's go back and find something more definitive.
2 charm. Is it the sly? You know, the only ones that we haven't really done yet is this one. Is this the one that we're supposed to do? What do you mean 2 charm? I'm confused. I'm gonna go here because this is the only one where there's more things to do. Yes. Gonna go with Sly. Okay. Please, call me back. Sorry about all this.
Mr. Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints.
Seems there's been a bit of a mix-up. This is the clue that would bring one to the other branch. Oh, okay. But also, if you went with Tickle, you'd find out what happened to Rolo. Oh, okay. Oh.
Beck caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face.
Maybe we did clear that one though. Oh wait, no, we didn't? I'm confused now. It's been 14 hours and I don't know how long I've been playing this for.
Gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was gonna be easy.
I'm confused. Know how Juniper is with her precautions. Operation Sparklug has had us all on edge. Guess she thought you needed some backup. But she sent a child. A better way to avoid prying eyes. Who would suspect a kid? I suppose that makes sense.
Mr. Tolliver wriggled a bit in his restraints.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Beck quickly removed the ropes.
That had to be uncomfortable. A little, yeah. But you understand. We never know who to trust in this town.
Mr. Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead.
Very true. So, it turns out we're both here
Beck twirled her
to
hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought.
destroy the evidence.
Beck shook her head and clicked her tongue.
Yep, the old gal is nothing if not thorough.
Mr. Tolliver let out an amused huff in agreement.
She sure is. She sure is. Can't blame her though. And when we're to find out that we were going to destroy the source, well, we both know how bad that might be. No one will know anything once I finish cleaning things up down here.
Beck was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle.
You sure you can finish this up on your own? Juniper trusted me for a reason. You can leave the rest to me. Good. There is one more loose end I'll go work on. Loose end? Oh, it's nothing really. The other day I had the radio on scan while restocking the candy shelf. Wouldn't you know it? I intercepted an odd phrase in a perennial harvest transmission. Underground secrets. That's ominous. I think it might be a password, but Juniper dismissed it. Said it wasn't mission critical. What's the password for? We don't know. So you have a password and nowhere to put it. It's gotta mean something, right? Good thinking. You should probably go work that out. I've got this under control. That's relief. Between you and me, this basement gives me the willies.
Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune.
I just want to know why Mr. Tolliver would just accept this. Like, why? No. Okay. You guys catch that? Sure did. This whole time Mr. Tolliver's had a candy shelf. But all he ever sells us is apples.
Beck blinked slowly in disappointment.
The password, Rolo. Well, sure. But when things are back to normal, I'll be having a word with Mr. Tolliver about that candy shelf. Fine. In the meantime, I've got an idea.
She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper.
He said he heard a password on the radio, and a good spy transmission is never what it seems.
Beck marked each scrap of paper and leaned back.
Just need to find the hidden meaning. Okay. What's another word for underground? Buried, covered. Could it be a cover-up? Maybe it's one of those each letter is a number thingies. So you would be 21. N would be 14. D would be... Ooh. It's an anagram. Nun Creed's drugstore.
And Beck looked at Rolo with amazement.
Oh. Rolo, that was incredible. Well, either way, it's either that or Cred's nude drugstore. Yep. Yeah, I think you're right the first time. How do you do that? What can I say? I love ciphers. Well, I guess we know where to go next. I guess so. Alright. Dude, this game. Ooh. I go this way. Oh, hey. You scared me half to death. Sorry. You kids haven't seen Mr. Tolliver around, have you? Nope. Gonna be waiting around like this? He's gonna be waiting around like the last slice of pie. I swear, that man would be late to his own funeral. Ouch. Yeah, no idea where he is. No. I hate the fact that, that I know that this isn't the real town. I hate it. You're late, Augustus. Sorry, sister. Was caught up with work. Work? You. I had a few more details to lock down for the festival. Oh? What'd you have to report? What is this Inspidtown festival really about? I think
looked around nervously.
I think Mr. Kerr really does just want to do something good for the town. Actually a pretty nice guy. You should spend some time with him. I didn't pull strings installing you as the mayor so you can make friends. Your job is to help me figure out what Kerr and Perennial Harvest's true intentions are with this town. Okay, so same side. We have a responsibility. This is our father's town. Was. Excuse me? This was our father's town. He's gone, Harris, and he isn't coming back. Father left us with nothing but problems. Mr. Kerr came here and offered to help us. We accepted that help. We didn't agree to them turning Father's warehouse into a toxic dumping ground. This is just a temporary arrangement. The glow could be seen from our backyard. They are dumping their nasty little secrets on us. When all this inevitably goes wrong, who do you think will be blamed?
Harris's cry hung in the air.
We have a new choice to make now, sister. This town is going to change, whether we like it or not. Are we going to choose to be a part of that future, or be forgotten in the past? It's a shame. Father named you Augustus. You'll always just be a Gus. Good night, Harris. I'll see you at breakfast tomorrow. Ooh, ouch. It's getting late, children. Ouch. Oh yeah, drugstore. This way. Wee! I go this way.
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore, holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice.
Hey, Solomon. Looking for Mr. Nuncreed. Is he still in there? I'm afraid not. Then where'd you get all the candy from? You might say we have an arrangement. That's something relationship I wish for. Yeah, no. Definitely not. Nah, no.
Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
Sometimes it's the small pleasures in life. Though you might not always have family to rely on, licorice has never let me down. Well, I can't say licorice would be my first choice. But whatever floats your boat. You can tell a lot about a person by their choice of confection. Oh, yeah, I guess. I like sour gobs. I'm certain you do. I always wondered why Mr. Nuncreed kept licorice in stock. You must eat enough of it to make it worthwhile. There are many ways to earn loyalty. For some, it's as easy as cold hard cash. I just had a thought. I have no idea if it's true. They were talking about the founder, right? Solomon can't just be like just some random kid. I have no idea if I'm going down the right path. He just can't be some random kid that Sharper decided to have the Harris take care of, right? Oh, I hate that smile. I hate it so much. No. I dislike. There's gotta be more clues. Okay, let's see. Ooh, clues. Anything? Any clues? Oh wait, is it the thing? The doohickey thingamabobber? Are there anything else? Hold on. Yeah, no, nothing around there. Oh, yeah, no. I thought so. Good. No. Have you ever seen anyone actually use this thing? Besides Mr. Nuncreed? No.
Beck cupped her hands on the glass to peek inside.
That is not a normal phone booth. It's got like a blinky keypad. Oh, there be a blinky keypad. Friends new to drugstore. I mean, underground secrets. The password.
Beck flung open the door and they all squeezed in.
Oh no. Okay. Alright, let's see here.
Luca cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad.
Uh-oh. Underground secrets. Sounds like that did something. Great. Now what? I guess we...
The inside of the phone booth dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground.
Oh.
The air was stagnant and smelled vaguely of chlorine.
I knew it. You knew that there was a secret hub full of strange tubes under the phone booth? Of course I did. Didn't I say that? No. I definitely thought it. Luca, do you remember when I said how cool it would be if the transdimensional conduits from Hank Atomic issue number 12 were real? Rolo, at one point or another, you said that about every technology ever discussed in Hank Atomic. That's why I'm such a good predictor. Looks like each of these has something written on them. The suit has a broken mask. So we found our mystery warehouse creeper? Well, we found their hazmat suit. If it walks like a nun-creed and talks like a nun-creed, let's not jump to conclusions. Just saying. Mining Operations Alpha. Mining Operations Alpha. You guys have mines here? Not that I know of. This town is all farms and fertilizer. And a series of tubes. Paul always says you can only trust a miner up to the point when they hit gold. Not sure how that wisdom applies in this exact situation. That's the thing about Pa, you don't always realize what he means until it's too late. Oh, yikes. Perennial Harvest main office. Ooh. That's where my mom works. What does she do? Science stuff. Is she involved in all this? We just moved here. How could she be involved? Yeah, true. Valentine Fertilizer Warehouse. Oh, hey. Isn't this where you almost got snatched? Yeah. Why would Perennial Harvest have a tube going to the old Valentine place? This is starting to feel like something big. Oh, yes, finally! I want to touch all the buttons. All the buttons. That's a lot of buttons. Stand aside, Earthlings. I've read enough Hank Atomic to know my way around sci-fi tech.
Rolo's hands hovered over the field of blinking buttons.
Eeny, meeny, miny. Oh. Rolo, what did you do? Nothing! I didn't even mow yet. What was that? Hide! Where? There's nothing but weird tubes down here. Just get back. Oh. Uh-oh. Awesome! Uh-oh. Oh no. You all need to come with me. Now. We aren't going anywhere with you. Until we get some answers. Mr. Underground Secrets. I told them it was an absurd password. They love anything that makes them feel clever. They who? That's no matter. If I can keep you hidden until after the festival, I might be able to save your skins. We don't care about our skins. What I know, I like my skin. This all stops now, Nuncreed.
Joseph waited for a moment in silence.
You sound just like him. Who? Walt. You don't get to talk about the words. It's already. You don't get to talk about my dad. You know, your father and I were friends back before.
He gestured toward the strange tubes.
All of this. That's a lie. It's true. I used to bounce you on my knee. Words are hard. You know, words are very hard, especially at like 14 hours in. What happened? Same thing that always happens. Reality, complications, life. We were a team, Walt and I. An idealistic doctor and a bright-eyed pharmacist. both hell-bent on helping folks. So, you were a sidekick? No. We were partners. He helped the patients and I helped him. Yep, total psychic.
Nuncreed let out a growl of a sigh.
Luca, I need you to know this. I need someone to know this. One day, Sharper Valentine comes to us. Says he's got an opportunity. He found something he didn't quite understand. And he was willing to pay us both handsomely to help him understand it. And my dad said no. Your father and I both believed in helping people. But the thing I could never get him to understand was it's a lot easier to help others if you help yourself every now and then. Classic sidekick into villain plotline. Walt loves being righteous almost more than he loved his family. He was wrong about one thing, though. When he begged me not to take Valentine's offer, he said, Joseph, if a person says yes one time to Sharper Valentine, make sure they keep on saying yes to him until the day he's dead and gone.
He shook his head wistfully.
Sharper's long gone, but he still got me saying yes. Is there a point to the sob story? Not really, no. Just an old man trying to delay what needs doing.
Nuncreed took a menacing step towards the children.
I tried to keep you safe. I tried to keep you and Juniper out of this. But you forced my hand.
Luca began to laugh.
What? You really don't know? My Gran isn't out of this. She's been scheming right under your nose. Juniper? Seems like she's planning on crashing this town's party. She's going to disrupt the festival? Why would she?
The color drained from Nuncreed's face.
How does she know? Apparently, she knows a lot of things. What? Let's just say this isn't the only underground lair we've busted into today. And honestly, hers is way cooler. She's got maps and explosives and bad intentions, big man.
Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic.
Ugh. You need to tell me what she's going to do right now. She doesn't understand what it is she's messing with. Tell me now. She's in danger, boy. I don't know. She had a map with a mark on the fountain in the town square. The fountain? But why would...
A jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
She knows about the source. What the heck is the source? If she tries to destroy the source, it could catalyze and... Oh dear God, she's gonna freeze us all. You all need to run. Run where? Away. As far away from this town as you can get. Head west and don't look back. That's actually kind of funny. That did not go how I expected. So... They were totally following him, right? Totally. See you on the other side. Whee! You good? Yep. I love this town. Amazing. Hop.
Chapter 8.
Hop, 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 hop.
The cold, hard truth.
Oh
Beck
boy.
leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera, as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments.
Well.
Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was
Yep,
impossibly
back
smooth.
to the source. Back
Then,
we
all
go.
of a sudden, as if
No,
moments had passed in an
please,
instant,
not again.
light blazed into view. A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
Oh, that's what that was. Oh. Okay. That was intense. Yeah. I think I might have parted with some fluids in there. Oh no. Any idea where we are? Some are cold. Doesn't look like it got on any of us. Oh no. Didn't feel like we traveled that far. So where did it all go? Oh no. Rolo, what did you do? Why would anyone want to even blow something up out here? The only way to find out, I suppose. We've got to catch up to Nuncreed. I think he went this way. Catch up to Mr. Nuncreed. Oh boy. Can I just like go? This is. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Looks like we came back that way. Oh boy. This looks familiar, yeah. Clear off the snow. No time, none keeps getting away. No! Don't you dare. No, 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 no. I want. Ah, I can't. Okay. That sucks. Okay, this is starting to feel really familiar. I may not be the most well-versed on all things Beacon Pines. This does look like some sort of frozen replica of the town. Ah, I got it. It's so obvious now. Mr. Nuncreed is an alien. Rolo. Stick with me here. A species can only live in sub-zero temperatures. Oh boy, here we go. The source is their base camp dimension, so naturally they keep it cold. We found it by traveling through those metallic wormholes back there. The final objective? Kill us all and shapeshift into Beacon Pine citizens of their choosing. You never really had me, but you very much lost me there. You get used to it. We should keep going.
As they rounded the corner to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center.
Ooh, that... Rolo, please. Beck has the brain cell right now. Also, oh no. Oh no.
He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild.
Oh, lovely.
Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss. Nearby, a wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind.
Juniper, I don't know what you think you're doing, but I assure you this is not going to solve anything. If you drop that, you've doomed this whole town. Oh, it wasn't me who doomed this town. I've been watching you, Joseph. I know what you've done. You and your co-conspirators. Gran? What's happening? Luca, you and your friends need to leave right this moment.
Mr. Nuncreed turned back toward the kids, desperation in his eyes.
Listen to your grandma, Luca. This is between me and Juniper.
Rolo and Beck held steadfast in awe. Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder.
You've got it all wrong, Juniper. Just hand over that torch. You don't understand what you're doing. How could I possibly trust you to do the right thing? Walt told me everything. He trusted you and you betrayed that trust. Luca, did you know that this man's entire life is a lie? If we weren't for him, your father might still be alive.
Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish. His voice hardened.
That's not true.
They both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement.
Walt was like a brother to me. We just had different ideas about how to effect change. Very convenient that your way just happened to line your pockets. Now that's not fair.
They menaced at each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge.
Not again, no!
Blur of
Ah.
emotions and memories.
Okay.
Luca's mind flooded with questions. The wind calmed.
Not again.
As if to give him the stage.
In the stillness, he began to... bruh. Because weeping might just cause just high tensions, and that would just not be good. Humming might help? Maybe? Yeah, no, weeping is less permanent. Less permanent? Okay. Humming?
And in the stillness, he began to hum. After the death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping. Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody. It was the only thing that could calm his mind. The only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother. Shivering in the raw snow, he began to hum it out loud.
Aww.
Gran lowered the torch, listening more closely.
Oh. Oh, I see why you were crying now, Yue. Oh no.
As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out.
Oh.
A few steps toward Luca
Oh
was all
no,
she could
it's okay,
bear
Yue. I'm really
before
close to
dropping
crying
the snow
too.
herself.
Oh my god, this game.
Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note.
Oh. Oh. Do I move? Okay.
Luca lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother.
How do you know? I'm so sorry, my little buckaroo. Buckaroo. The people who call me that are my dad and your mother.
Luca blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly.
True ending, oh no.
He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother, only smaller, older, changed.
Mom? That's right, buckaroo. Aw, Mom.
Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother. They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies.
Eleanor? I thought you were... gone. You should have known I would have never abandoned my son.
Eleanor looked down at Luca, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness.
How? You're a smart man, Joseph. I thought you'd have pieced it together by now. You were exposed. I don't understand any of this. What happened to you? Where did you go? Why did you leave me? Never left you. I was always right here, Luca. Why did you lie to me? It tore me up, Luca, but I did it to keep you safe. I thought that getting answers would help us both move on. The more I discovered, the more I realized the danger we were in. Until Perianal harvest was stopped. It'd be better if everyone thought I was gone. You could have trusted me. There are bad people, Luca. They wouldn't stop until they got what they want. What they want. They don't care who gets hurt in the process. And what do? We have to stop them.
Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow.
They can't be stopped. This is too big. I tried beating them at their own game. I'm done fighting fire with fire.
First time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again.
No more lies. I see now. There's a better way to stop Priana Harvest. The cold, hard truth.
Luca gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow, as if searching it for answers.
Come on, everyone. We've got a party to crash. You don't understand. He always wins. Oh no.
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know.
Oh,
7 months ago.
Oh. We're going back in time.
Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under perennial harvest.
Oh, do you finally get to see what she looks like?
Stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency. She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempus Liquamen.
This helps if you know what happened to Rollo in the other branch. Oh, okay. I see.
There were dozens of them, every one stamped failed.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit scared of what happened to Rollo in the other branch.
Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside.
Oh no. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? No. Ah. And that's what change is all about. Making things happen. Change is a choice. I'm tickled pink we'll be making that choice together. How great is that? This man is a liar. Oh. Excuse me. I will not. This town has a dangerous secret and perennial harvest only exists to keep it hidden. Nonsense. They picked the whole town and moved it right under our noses. You're making any sense, dear.
Mr. Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone.
Imagine such a thing. It's absurd and just plain impossible. They promised they could fix the foul harvest. They told us they would clean this place up. Just had to leave town for a few days. Well, they had us evacuated. Mrs. Hartford, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you to... You're afraid of a lot of things, aren't you? You sniveling little worm. This is growing tiresome. A little help, please. Don't you all see? This festival is a sham. An excuse to have the whole town gather in one place. They're planning something awful. Don't know what, but these people are wicked. And just please. please? It has absolutely no proof. I am the proof. I am Eleanor Van Horn.
Whispers filtered through the crowd.
Well, aren't you just sneaky as the dickens? I knew Valentine's fertilizer was too good to be true. And now this whole town is paying the price. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so sorry about this disruption. My associates will take this obviously disturbed woman somewhere comfortable. Elle, please no, so she can get the help she needs. Oh no. She's not the one who's disturbed? You two-timing clown. Ooh. You all know there's something wrong with this town. It was just easier to look the other way. The truth is... Oh. I was not right. What was I? Please tell me I wasn't actually right. Because I don't want to be right. Oh no, I wasn't I? Oh no. That is quite enough, Mr. Nuncrete.
Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncrete's face.
Yes, sir. Take them away. No, I want them to see this. The ever-tempest... Eleanor Van Horn. You've been quite the thorn in my side. Like a weed that's burrowed in where it doesn't belong. I must confess, you look dreadful.
He paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground.
Consider yourself in rare company. You managed to pull one over on me. It won't happen again. Tempestuous. Oh, tempestuous. Okay. Yeah, no, I just gave up. I'm still very tired. Knew you had some sort of plan to disrupt our little party, but alas, I expected something a bit more impressive than coherent rambling. No matter, your failures are yours to bear. Mr. Kerr. Yes, sir. It's a shame that it was cut short, but I thank you for that rousing oratory. I will take it from here. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. You have done quality work for me, William. You can look forward to the recompense we agreed upon.
Kerr gave a bow of deference.
A founder, you are most gracious. I am going to commit crimes. No, bruh. Bruh. Okay.
Gasps rippled through the crowd.
Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents.
Oh.
A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Ooh. Ooh.
A hushed horror gripped the crowd.
Am IRL snarling right now? I don't blame you. I am just shocked. Oh!
A story about change.
What? No. Oh. I didn't want to be right. I really didn't want to be right. Ah, so you didn't see that coming. Good.
Sharper examined his new hands.
Well, this is quite the improvement. Everything looks so much smaller now. Eleanor was right about one thing. The festival was a ruse. I wanted you all to witness my glorious return with your own eyes. Why does everyone look so downtrodden? This is a celebration, people. Maybe it would help if we set the mood. Mr. Kerr, be a dear and reveal the sign. Wonderful. I managed to change clothes so fast, I will always wonder. It's hard to say. You know, it's really just difficult to say. I have no idea.
Sharper choked out a crude squawk of a laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd.
Sharper. Malice. Oh, another one? Really? I'm glad you're back, so I can tell you to your face. You destroyed this town. We ain't gonna let you get away with it again. Sorry, but this is not the time for audience participation. Some assistance, Mr. Kerr.
Kerr gave a subtle nod to the clipboards.
You coward. Does anyone else have something to contribute?
A helpless quiet settled over the crowd.
I thought so. Did you all truly believe you could be free of me? A town of complete and utter fools. You people should be celebrating my return. You're certainly lost without me. That leads me nicely to my children. Dad. I gave you both the greatest gift a parent can give, the opportunity to prove yourselves in my absence. Squandered. To say I am disappointed would be an understatement. But Silence, Augustus, an adult is speaking. Ugh. I don't know which is worse, a son who is completely hopeless, or a daughter with such potential who inevitably lets me down. Harris, you fail me with admirable consistency. Thankfully, I was counting on it this time. Father, I've been wasting my time. I have been wasting time, my dear. Oh, I do feel really sorry for her, because she looks like she's trying to be exactly like her dad. With like the suit and everything. Oh no. What have you accomplished? Even the text box is like inverted. Like with the same colors and everything. Like the yellow of Sharper's text is the yellow of her background. And then with the black text, that is weird. Hello, Tate. Hello, Tat. Hello. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing good. Also, yeah, it's been like 15 hours. I am so tired. Good morning. Hope you're doing good. Let's focus on cementing our legacy. Legacy? Who needs a legacy when you can just live forever? But what about... It's alright, kiddo. I'm afraid you suffer from a complete lack of imagination. There's just no helping it. Now then, where is Joseph? You didn't take the opportunity to slip off, did you? Ah, there he is. Everyone should give him a hand. None of this would have been possible without Joseph. I think you said enough. Nonsense. The people deserve to know how helpful and loyal you've been. I only did what I did because he left me no choice. You always had a choice, Joseph. You were simply too weak to take it. No matter. Cheer up. You are about to be rich beyond your wildest dreams. I am so confused. It's okay. It's been a lot. Pretty much all you have to know is that there is a substance that makes you both younger and older, and this guy is definitely the villain that's taking advantage of said substance, and is definitely gonna just become a tyrant, basically. Yeah. And we also there is like a little deer boy you might be able to see, like right in the center, like right in the middle of the screen. That is who we technically play as. Oh no, hiccups. Chemical, absolutely exactly what Yue said. You should follow Mr. Kerr's example. When I found him, he was in a sorrier state than any of you. An aging actor, desperate to recapture his youth. He played his part, and soon he'll be able to play the leading man again. Forever, in fact, if he remains loyal. That goes for all of you. Well, those who haven't already frittered away my goodwill. Beacon Pines is mine yet again. Oh, no, Beacon Pines is mine again. And I'm willing to share its spoils in exchange for absolute loyalty. Are you saying William Kerr was never in charge of Perennial Harvest? Ha! You think that puffed up blatherskit could have accomplished all of this? Dawn, I suppose it's time for your big exclusive.
Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride. He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous.
You see, I needed a figurehead to hold things down while I orchestrated my return. Someone to misdirect, lie, and bilk this town for a spell. So I invented William Kerr. Take your bow, you've earned it.
Mr. Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
Patrick C. Montesquieu, Espion extraordinaire at your service. Wait, no, he was the author of the library, in the library thing, wasn't he? I think. Yeah, that one book. Yeah. Sorry, I'm really tired. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Founder, I just wanted to thank you again for this opportunity. It truly was the role of a lifetime. Wait. So this Bill Kerr was Pat C the whole time? Now your secret is out in the open. What's to stop this town from rising up against you? Oh, that's the delicious part. Fear. Thanks to our clipboards, I know what each and every person in this town fears most. And I will make those fears manifest for anyone who steps out of line. The choice is simple. I'm not afraid of you. Ha! The young hero. I've kept a keen eye on you, boy. You and your friends made a habit of disrupting my plans. What a pity. If things would have gone a bit differently, you might have had your moment of triumph. But that's fate for you. You can't do this. Oh, but I can. I have won. Never underestimate what a great man can do, given time. And now time is my plaything. Perhaps the most expensive thing I've ever bought. But well worth it.
Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles.
Enough chit-chat. Let's get to work, shall we?
And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image. The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous. A secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer.
Oh.
The end. This is wrong, but things are becoming clearer now. You can feel it, right? We can't let Sharper win. He might just be the key to this whole thing. Let's see.
Okay. So there's also the weep. We still can do the chill. Chance, struggle, tickle. We can do the fight. Oh, there's malice. Yeah, the little doodles. They look so cool. I love them. We can technically do the malice. It has been a while since we last went to this one. Ugh.
There was a malice lurking behind those eyes, like a trap ready to spring. Luca felt the weight of Nuncrete's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luca to get out of there.
I just want this all to be. I just want this to all be over. Of course, I'm sure it will all work out soon enough. I should get going. I told Roxy I'd check out for a Rolo at the treehouse. Took us as all branches to discover irony now. I know. I really don't want to though. I just want to see the ending of this. I just want to see to chapter 12. I am so tired.
Luca twisted free of Nuncrete's grasp.
Of course. Luca, I know your dad and I were good friends back in the day. You can come to me with anything. Or, hold on. This is one where Rolo went missing. Yeah, it is. Anything at all? No, thank you. Goodbye. I want to leave now. No. Goodbye. Oh, wait, right. Yes. I wasn't gonna do this one. I was gonna go this way. Whoa. Ugh. If I were to throw a festival, it'd be a thing to behold. It's more than a little sad. Worse than sad, it's boring. A little something to spice things up. I'm listening. Waiting to be unveiled. It'd be
The
shame
two
if someone...
scurried off, eagerly formulating a plan.
This is how you find out what happened to Rolo. If I mess up, you're good, you're good. You're good. Look down and mutter in gruff voice. Maybe my problems would look smaller once I grew up. They seem to grow right along with me. Oh boy. Where do I go? I don't remember. This way? Oh, here we go. Identify yourself, please. Ellie Meowdle. I work here now. I am unable to locate you on our staff roll. I don't officially start until tomorrow. Mr. Kerr said I could come in early tonight and get a few things done. Hold it, please. Clearance authorized. Thank you. Our harvest awaits. Ugh. Get a to the... You know, guy. Junk is just trash. Think about the throwaway. A bunch just shredded paper and coffee cups. You didn't see nothing. You didn't see what exactly? Whoa! Wee! Nyum. Wait, already talked to that guy? Yes. What if I go this way? I go this way? Wait. Oh, the pickler pond. Can I get anything else? Or is it just all done now? Oh,
Luca
there's
tied a
one
bent
more.
nail onto the line. If all you have is a hammer,
All I have is a hammer. Whee! Ah. I missed.
Luca tied a bent. If all you
I missed. I broke it. Broke it. I broke it. I missed, then I fired, then I missed, then I missed again, and I fired, and I missed both times. And Uncle Joseph, let me see that. Look at those two young fools. And by the bottom of the pun, you can say some things are just hard to explain. Name is Uncle Joseph. How come Joseph didn't come fishing with us anymore? Busy with his new job at Valentine's. A new job. Do with him fishing with us. Complicated. Some things are hard to explain. That's fair. Alright. And then I go this way. I'm forgetting where to go. Where do I go? Where do I go? Do I go this way? Do I go up here? No.
He aired a long holler into the woods.
Rolo. Well, wherever you are, I hope you're okay.
Luca felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag. He conceded to its lumpy embrace.
Oh, not again, please.
Luca found himself in a vast black expanse. This time, he knew exactly where to go. He took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire. The source? He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame, waiting. Soon enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember.
Wait, what?
Lucas stood up and dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it into his pocket. A keepsake.
What?
The voice of his father spoke behind him. You made me proud, Buckaroo. Luca turned to face him. Dad, what is this place? A warm grin grew across his father's face. A place where everything that has been and everything that could be all wait together.
Oh.
Luca found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail.
Sorry for that. My cat has decided to be a little bit needy. Oh, there you are. Come here, kitty cat. She was clawing and scratching at my door. But it's okay, she is in my lap now. I could hear her meowing. Just past the door. But it's okay, she's here now. I have her in my lap.
Wait? For what? Another voice spoke out as Lucas' doppelganger stepped forward. That's up to you. Without knowing why, Luca began to weep. Is any of this real? Are you real?
Oh.
Luca's father bent down to smudge away a tear. Of course. I'm as real as the part of you that misses me. Luca turned to look at the older version of himself. And you? The doppelganger choked back tears. I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone.
Oh.
Does that make sense? Through his tears, Luca laughed. I think so. His father pulled him in for an embrace.
Oh.
Time to go, Buckaroo.
Time to go. Oh.
Luca was startled from his dream by a banging on the floor.
Oh. Tears.
A commanding voice rumbled from below.
Oh.
Just as Luca sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open.
Oh.
Chapter 5.
Okay.
Dangers big and small. Luca stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight. Keeping his eyes fixed on the hatch, he inched backward to the balcony. As his hand grasped the door handle, Luca froze. A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole.
Oh. Oh. Or I'll... Oh, jeez. Is that Rollo? Oh, lovely. Jeez, I know it's dark and all, but I figured you recognize me. Who are you?
The large figure cocked its head inquisitively.
Stop now or I'll caliber you with the baseball bat. Whoa. Take it easy. Luca, you need to get your eyes checked. It's me, Rollo. Nice try, but I know you aren't Rollo. You're like one of his random uncles or something. Where is he? Uncle? Luca, quit messing around. It's me. If it really is you, prove it. Flaming chicken coop, Luca.
Luca's jaw dropped. He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rollo, only bigger, older, changed.
How? What happened to you? I was running away. I ran to more people in those yellow suits. They grabbed me and dragged me away. Wait, where'd they take you? Don't know. They threw a bag over my head. Even as a teen. He's very fluffy. I think he got even fluffier, I'll be honest. It was cold. Smelled like a swimming pool. I think it was an underground lab or something. My hand's all big. Look!
Rollo proudly presented his hands to Luca.
Just a lot fluffier. You know, very fluffy cat. Extremely fluffy cat. Pretty sweet, right? I mean, it wouldn't be my first pick for a superpower. But beggars can't be choosers. Rollo, it wasn't just your hands. My feet too? Dang. I just made me new shoes. Wait, Luca, why are you so small?
Luca moved to the side and pointed Rollo to his reflection in the balcony window.
What the?
His hands shot up to his face.
Oh. What, Rollo, what did they do to you? Maybe drink some sort of green stuff. Ew, actually wasn't too bad. It kinda tasted like licorice. I passed out and woke up like this. Then I sorta smashed open my cage and then escaped. Nope. Really, cat? Really? Oh, are you just mad because I'm not asleep? Is that it? Are you just confused right now? Are you just mad right now because I'm not asleep? Is that it, kitty? Is that it? Is that it, kitty cat? Is that why you're just not having a good time right now? And speaking of cat, I have my cat again. She's not happy. She's confused. She's just wondering, why are you still awake? What is going on? Kinda. At least I think I did. It's all a bit of a blur. Cat heard you talk about Rollo and Oliphant gasp on you. Oh, no, absolutely. Just, how dare you talk about a floofy cat? I am right here. I am right here. Right behind you. How dare you? Cat in a cage. What? Who are these people? I don't know who did this to you, but we're gonna fix it. Fix it? This is awesome. Well, I'm just glad you're safe now. Okay, you don't need to worry about me. Sure, I got snatched, but look at this. I know where the snatched people go. Now they may have lead on what happened to your family. Maybe you're right, but this all seems dangerous. Danger. Ah!
Rollo shadowboxed a few jabs.
I'll take them all on. Do you talk about a fluffy cat and not mean me? Oh, absolutely. But I think she's all good now. She's like curled up in my lap right now. Hey fellas, what's up?
With a yelp, Rolo dove behind Luca.
Ah, take cover. Oh, are you done now? Okay, I'll let you go. Cat is gone. I don't think the cat liked the fact that I was just talking way too much. There it is. Did I come at a bad time? Who the heck are you? This is Beck. Sorry, something truly bizarre just happened and I need help. I don't know where else to go. You're just hanging out here with your large adult friend? Ah, no, this is my buddy Rolo. This is your missing friend? One and the same? He seems a little old. I even know, this is a recent development. 2 cats and a deer. Luca has the brain cell. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh, that's definitely gonna be, yeah. Oh boy. Lovely. What the heck does that mean? Oh, I'm sorry. You're the one who just showed up out of nowhere. So we'll be asking the questions here. That's fair. How did you find us? Your silly little treehouse? I think we're a silly little mission control. Hey, get but your secret path isn't so secret. And I could hear your racket from a mile away. See, Luca, this is why we need to improve security around here. Not now, Rolo. Beck, you said something bizarre happened? Yeah, but...
She shot a nervous glance at Rolo.
Anything you can say around me, you could say around Rolo. Been a weird day all around, hasn't it? Yep.
Beck's eyes narrowed.
Okay, so it all started when I made it back home. My first order was supposed to try and salvage my hair. I started at it with some stuff from the chemistry set my mom gave me. A little blue tuft of hair. That's adorable. Just need to play it cool. And hope that no one notices. Oh. Notices what? Oh, nothing. I was just... Come over here and let me have a look. Oh, honey, what did you do to your hair? Kind of felt like a change. This is going to take forever to grow out. You're the one who said that change was a good thing, right? I was talking about your mother's new job. I was talking about us moving. Well, I guess I took your lesson to heart.
Ilona tried to put on a smile.
Before I forget, I came up here to tell you that Nellie had to go into work. Did I? Her and Mr. Kerr decided it would be best for her to get some things done before tomorrow. That Kerr guy seems like a grade A creep. Beck. He is! Him is his weird cult of personality. We're not gonna ruin this job for Nellie. It means too much to her. Oh, I know exactly how much it means to her. It means enough for her to exile her own daughter to this podunk town. This place sucks. The people are weird. You just don't know them yet. It's always cold. We're in the mountains, you'll get used to it. You can't even pick up a single decent station on the radio. It's all banjo music and farm reports. You know I grew up in a town not that different from this one. That way you're better at talking to plants than people? Ouch. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. First of all, we're grounded. What? In the morning, I'll have Nellie come and see what we can do about fixing your hair. You need to look presentable for the festival. But... not another peep?
She sighed, and after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically.
I know moving is hard, honey. That doesn't mean you have to make yourself miserable all the time. Can't believe you went on with the plot without me. I'm sorry, Clay, I had to. I needed to know. I needed to know what happened. I'm still so there's still so much I have to uncover, apparently. I haven't even made it to the actual end. Ah. How long have you been playing? Well, besides that one crash that happened... Wait, do you mean just like in general or for this game? Because if it's for this game, I have no idea. If it's for in general, it's about 15 and a half hours. Yeah. Bet you... Oh, this game? Yeah, not a clue. I have no idea. I have no idea. When did you pick it back up? It... I don't know. How did last route end? Sharper came back and pretty much became a tyrant as the world slowly froze. Basically.
She flashed a sly grin and tousled Beck's hair.
Wait, was it 2-3 hours ago? I don't know anymore, I'll be honest. Think about how rebellious you look then. Very funny. Thank you. Good night, sweetie. Good night, Mom. Wait. First of all, this town does not suck. Second, you need help because you got grounded? No. I got into trouble. I thought your hair got screwed up in the first place. Don't worry about it. I actually kind of like this look. Great, can we get back to the story now? This next part is the important bit. This radio I upgraded with my mom, and I was too angry to sleep. I tried to dial in something worth listening to. Mr. Kerr, are you there? Mr. Kerr? Yes, I'm busy. What is it? Apologies, I have the founder on the line. Patch him through immediately. One moment. Hello, sir. It's so nice to hear from you. Skip the pleasantries. What is your report on our new lead researcher of deep engineering? Why is he big? Oh yeah, he was experimented on and then became big. Nellie seems to be integrating nicely. At the very moment, she's working to help us meet our deadline. So I had to work overtime before I even had the chance to suggest it. Excellent. Yeah, faith that she's capable of finishing the work left by her predecessor. The work must be complete before the festival. I'll make sure she stays day and night until it's accomplished. Good. You know how I feel about loose ends. Yes, sir. Every time you've been biked? At least like 2 or 3. Possibly at least 4, I think. I have no idea. I just finished the work. Need to make a determination regarding her long-term prospects in the company. Immediately, sir? At least we have more time to fully bring people into the fold. You're in the endgame, Bill. After your failures with Dr. Prescott, I can't afford to take any risks. Of course, sir. No loose ends, sir. Once you finish the work, you leave the office completely committed to Puna Harvest, or she won't leave at all. Perfect. Sir, if I might suggest, maybe we should delay just for a bit. Oh? We seem to be rushing to hit this festival deadline. Rushing into things has caused some issues in the past. I see. Please understand that I just want what's best for you. I am eternally grateful for all that you've done for me. Bill, I'll make this very clear for you. I brought you in to make things run smoothly, not to have opinions. Of course, sir. Chin up, Bill. You are only a few days away from having everything you've ever dreamed of. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Oh. Yeah. Just so we're clear. Just so we're clear, when they say loose ends, they're talking about murder, right? Because I'm on the train. Clay, I'm so sorry. I am sorry, Clay. Pet, pet, pet. Actually, I like actually killing someone. Ah. Yeah. Caffeine. Gimme.
Luca gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs.
Who's this founder? I was hoping you guys would know. As far as, curious the top banana pre-announced harvest, he sounds scared of this founder guy. So we have an even topper banana on the field. What the hell's my mom caught up on? Has she talked about the job much? Not really. She said she was going to come in and continue the work of someone she respected. I'll just look up the lore after this. That's fair. Just be very careful of body horror, psychological horror, emotional horror, existential horror, stuff like that. Any plot twists I missed? Well, we found out that the Gran is actually Luca's mom, who just was older because of the experiments that the people were running on some chemical stuff. I think that's the only major one that I can think of right now. Yeah, can't really think of anything else. Like, guys, this ended. Get that impression. Your mom out there before the festival happens. Like, she stays away. She won't come out. Won't she come out to work? They're going to hold her there until then. Not coming up, we gotta go in and get her.
Flicked a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor.
And Granny's going because that happened to roll in this throat. Yeah. Maybe this will help you get blueprints. It's really just a welcome mat for my mom's PH orientation day. It shows the layout. I'll say blueprints to me. Underground. Oh yeah, there's also underground too. Where? Sorry. Well, there's pretty much just like an entire town just an entire town just frosted over. Also, I just realized something. Oh no. Didn't they say that Beacon Pines was in a valley? And yet, Beck's mom said that they were in the mountains. They literally just constructed a giant mountain to hide the town. And then made sure to go over everything, didn't they? I'm just not getting it. Oh no. It even has the exits marked. Guys. We have a deadline. We have an objective. We can have blueprints. You know, that's what this is, right?
With excitement.
I think we're heisting. This is officially a heist.
Chapter 6.
Sorry, I can't do this. I'll be back when I'll be back when I'm home and not how many meters underground. Honestly, that's very fair.
Heist.
That's very fair.
They spent the night's end huddled around that small map.
Hope to see you soon.
Formulating a plan to infiltrate the headquarters of Perennial Harvest.
Sorry, I'm just stretching. Okay.
It would be no small feat. A modern facility equipped with all manner of technology. Not to mention the swarm of clipboards that would most certainly be scattered throughout. By the time the sun began to peek through the car window used as a makeshift balcony door, all were in agreement. This could just work. The final day before the festival would be used to prepare.
Oh, the replica is higher up. Original town is an odd number of distance away from there and a bit farther in the valley. Oh, gotcha. Okay, never mind. I'm just being an idiot.
Resource at their disposal, pull every favor with a thread. Even enlist some unsavory characters around town with important tasks only they were suited for. Luckily, there was enough ill will and mistrust toward Perennial Harvest that alliances could be found at a bargain. Luca, Beck, and Rollo rubbed their eyes as they exited the treehouse. They hadn't slept at all that night. There was no time. The festival was to begin in one day, and they each had their assignments.
You're being tired and unused to being awake 24 hours. Yeah, I can guarantee you that I'm just gonna go into like a light coma and sleep for a bit. Just a little bit. After I'm done with this. Alright, quick recap. Well, you're gonna talk to Roxy. Accordingly, without her in fits, this whole thing could go bust. Cardinal's my middle name. Uh-huh. How do you plan to explain your new
At Rollo's sizable figure.
circumstance? Bah, she'll be so happy I'm alive she won't even notice.
Snorted an involuntary giggle.
And Beck, you sure Ilona won't just shoot this whole thing down when she hears it? She'll listen. When she understands the danger Nellie is in, the danger we're all in. The plan will make sense. Okay. It's me with Jeff, then Iggy. Are you gonna persuade them? I'll think of something.
They each looked at each other with sleepy confidence and nodded.
Oh, Godspeed. I need help of Jeff. Let's help of Iggy and Tish. Alright. Alright, so then go this way. No. Need Iggy. Oh wait, hold on. What are you? Undaunted, he shook his head. Over? No. Endings are merely a state of mind. This doesn't end until I give up. Ah. Oh. Be for real. Ugh. Maybe. I don't know at this point. How did you bruise a muscle? Huh? No. Refusal. Nah. And let's... Huh. Jiff. Hey, Jiff. What can I do for ya? Oh, I know how much you hate perennial harvest. Hate's a strong word. Oh, sorry, I mean, I didn't say it was the wrong word. Gotcha. You were gonna break into the headquarters, so I thought you might be able to help.
Jeff wheezed out a long snicker.
Yeah, see, I know you kids were alright. Great, so you help?
Joy in Jeff's face strained instantly.
Not a chance. But the one reason why I should risk my hide aiding and abating you rascals.
Looking into the sullen eyes of his would-be accomplice, Luca blurted out the first word that came to mind.
Oh. Junk? Why is there so much? Junk? Junk. Yeah, what of it? More junk than a king has copper. Ain't interested. Ah! Bruh.
Luca wasn't ready to give. He shouted out again.
Jotted out again. Like a bruise despite me not seeing any skin level visible coloration. Yeah, no, that's very fair. Okay, what about fight? A 5-1 that time.
Jeff's hardware closed down about a year. The effects of the when there are no crops.
Cricket? No. Hide?
Jeff's brow perked up.
What'd you say? Go ahead. Oh, go ahead and hide then.
Sensing some traction, Luca carried on with vigor.
Let a bunch of kids do what needs to be done. We're not afraid.
Jeff's scowl faded with a sigh.
They have to say hello, Jeff, and they all do. Never hear him say I hide from nothing.
One good stomp of the foot was all Jeff needed to drive his point home.
What was it that you kids needed? Oh, sorry. What was it that you kids needed? Some sort of disguise. I got just the thing. And while we're at it, that crate should come in handy. It's gonna be free, you know. I'm thinking 5 bags of sour gobs should cover it. Put it on my tab.
Luca offered out his open hand to seal the deal. With a firm and dusty grip, Jeff reciprocated.
Hold on. No more shrimp. I must straighten. There we go. Alright, no more shrimp. Alright, and let's have a Jeff, Wicked. What do I need to get? Iggy and Tish. Okay. Done. Are they over here, maybe? Oh, yeah, there they are. Wakey juice. The wakey juice. I'm awake.
Iggy raised an eyebrow suspiciously.
We're listening.
Iggy gave a reluctant shrug.
You're not wrong. That's been kinda...
Iggy considered the point.
Things have been weird around here. Offering a truce and asking for your help. What do you say we... We do like breaking things. This means less breaking things. But there was a way to have a truce and break stuff. Go on. I need you to cause a distraction so I can sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ.
A wild-eyed grin spread across Iggy's face.
My, Luca Van Horn, I'm impressed. After all this is done, maybe you and Tish can come and hang out at the treehouse sometime.
Iggy glanced over to Tish, who nodded in agreement.
Fine. That because I want to see your crappy treehouse. You just like to cause chaos.
With a quick nod,
That's
Luca was
fair.
off.
Did you hear that,
Iggy
Tish?
gazed up at Tish with a smile.
You invite us to hang out at the
A single
treehouse.
tear ran down Tish's cheek.
I have never expected this day to come. How wonderful. Oh!
Chapter 7. Into the Hive. A good heist requires preparation. And thorough preparation takes time, something they had precious little of. So far, everything was in order. Jeff, Iggy, and Tish all agreed to do their part. Beck radioed Luca that night with a simple and covert message. "We're locked and loaded on my end." And Rollo, after a lengthy confession, managed to persuade Roxy and Fitz to help. He stowed away in mission control for the night to avoid attracting attention. Rollo, being uniquely suited for the role, would be the first to breach Perennial Harvest. The outfit provided by Jeff wasn't perfect, but a convincing disguise is 10% wardrobe, 90% confidence. Rollo took a few vigorous breaths and shook out his arms.
Got your delivery here. Delivery? I don't have anything in my notes about a delivery. One moment. I'm so sorry, but there is no delivery scheduled for this morning.
You
Right.
have to think quick.
It's because this goes directly to the founder. That's just kept
Rollo
secret.
sighed, adjusting his tool belt.
You know how the founder can be. Suppose we can leave this one off the records. Hey, good morning. Hello, Carrie.
With a stroke of his mustache,
Hello.
Rollo proceeded into the Perennial Harvest headquarters.
Our harvest awaits. Package here for the founder. Didn't hear anything about. Yeah, this is a need to know kind of thing. I'll just check.
He stammered and flipped through the pages of his clipboard.
Like, this goes directly to the founder. I don't have time to fill you in. Oh, I see. If you could just complete this form.
Rollo interrupted with urgency in his voice.
Every time with the forms. Look, if you want to explain the founder why I'm late, well, it's your funeral. I'm so sorry. What'd you say your name was again?
Rollo
I'm...
panicked.
Our harvest awaits. Sir? That's a restricted area. Excuse me, sir. Harvest awaits. Yep. What's that?
The distraction was enough for Rollo to regain his confidence.
Just open the door. I got a job to do.
Clipboard fumbled around in a frenzy.
I should check on the noise. Hey, but hello, Carrie. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing good. Hope you had a good sleep. That was close. Our harvest awaits. Hey, I figured when in doubt, stick with the classics. Well, that was a close one. But you pulled it off. Nice work, Rollo. Right, everyone knows what to do. Yep, deep engineering is to the north. I'll go with Beck. In case you need some muscle. I'll head east to the founder's office. You two be safe. East. This way? What's this? That's odd. Not even any cups for the water. Ooh, oh no. Oh no. Solomon?
Solomon stopped in his tracks.
Luca? What are you doing here? It's a long story. Oh no, it is a maze. Oh no.
A veneer of confusion flashed across Solomon's face. His words rushed out dramatically.
No, I am most certainly not okay. What's this game actually about? It's pretty much a murder mystery horror game where we are trying to figure out what happened to Luca's family and all the secrets that the town has. We're trying to figure everything out and then slowly just delving deeper and just all sorts of things, if that makes sense. I think Yue could explain it better than I could. I won't lie. I'm most certainly not okay. Some strange people grabbed me and were they in hazmat suits? Yes. How did you know? They brought me here and locked me up when they were distracted and I ran. Dang, okay, you should sit with me.
Solomon's
We've got a plan.
facade briefly faltered.
We? Yeah, Rella, Beck, and headed to deep engineering. Thank heavens you found me. We've got to get out of here. Can't just leave yet. They'll catch us again. I gotta do something first. When you were running, did you see a door marked Founder? Founder? Why are you looking for him? I'm not. I just need to get into that office. I mentioned it. I do think I saw a door that said Founder. It was down this
Luca
way.
happened to notice a plaque above the door.
Office of the Founder. Knocking comes with consequence. Oh, here it is. Oh, it is. For like that I ran into you, else I might have missed it. Truly fortunate.
Luca tried the handle.
Locked.
Solomon leaned forward to examine the mechanism.
Regrettably, seems to be some sort of electronic lock. Let's see how we could possibly defeat a lock.
Took his watch.
Let's just wait a minute. I don't know what sort of funny business you're up to, but I like it.
She mined a quick hat tip and ambled off with a whistle.
Howdy. Good afternoon.
The light on the keypad changed from red to green.
Yeah, there was chemical stuff and then just general weird stuff going about. How did you do that? It was good to have friends. Quick, let's get inside before someone spots us.
Luca switched on his walkie-talkie.
Hello, I'm in. I've ride home. Yo, let's go. Yep, there's Solomon. I suspected there's a control panel. We are stuck at a locked door marked 24601. 24601. 24601. We should get out of here. I'll leave you my friend Solomon.
On the computer
24601.
screen, a green cursor blinked in a password field.
24601.
Luca pecked out his best guess. Underground secrets.
Why is still helping you? He's not exactly helping. He's more of just trying to dissuade. dissuade me. Also, I'm just now looking at the darts that are in Gus's face, like near Gus's face, and I feel so bad for Gus.
The screen blinked to life. Columns of green numbers glowed on a black background.
How did you just guess that? Oh, this absurd password Rolo heard when he was down here before. Funny how someone... Oh no! It's funny how someone arrogant enough to call themselves the founder uses such a basic password. Oh. Or they were thinking several moves ahead, not expecting anyone to guess something so simple. Ouch. Oh yeah, no, he's being dragged behind at the collar, just very, very reluctantly. No, absolutely. These villain types always end up outsmarting themselves.
Robin's jaw clenched into a half smile.
Oh, lovely. Just the guy right in front of him. Your powers of deduction are as impressive as your luck.
Luca quickly scanned the columns for number 24601.
Bill's the founder? Yeah. Yeah, like a general just messing around and everything. It's definitely something. I definitely recommend either trying to go back in the VOD to figure out where and everything is. Now tell me that when I asked for the pop points I missed. In my defense, I am tired and I couldn't think. I completely like skimmed over Solomon. I'm sorry. I see a child now. The chemicals is making him tiny, and then he can also drink more chemicals to make him just tall. An adult. You tell me the Grand was in it too, but I was there for that. Oh yeah. I know, I just can't think right now. I'm sorry. Hey, he's very cute. Just a little pat on the head. As a child, not as an adult. As an adult, he can get to the curb. Let's see. I think we're close. The next door is marked 13806.
Once again, Luca scrutinized the numbers on the screen. In that moment of distraction, Solomon reached forward and pressed a large red button.
Maybe this one opens the lock. You're trying to bail out? The Beck's mom, the second mom. Nelly. Luca, must go faster.
He quickly skimmed the screen with his finger.
Nelly. Kirsty's fumbling hands. My apologies, Luca. Maybe you're just trying to help. They kidnapped the lesbian. Kinda. They're more or less just gonna indoctrinate. Yeah. Jeez. The clipboards. These guys are homophobic. You know, they're definitely just... They are absolutely just homophobic. No water cups. Hello. Hello, you okay? Hello, come in.
Mr. Kerr approached with a sneer and spoke into his walkie-talkie.
You can turn off alarms. They're trapped.
With self-satisfaction, he called into the hallway.
That, my dears, is a dead end. Do you find anything about the clipboards or why they're so creepy? Ish? They're more or less just kind of indoctrinated, I think. Nowhere to run. Hello, where are you? Are you okay? Yeah, I think we lost him. Oh yeah, no, the hyena is definitely just not someone... is not a good person. No. Making our way back to Nelly's office. Oh no. Okay, you two rebel rousters are coming with us. Nope. Make a break for it. That's amazing. you think they're all family? I'm not entirely sure about that. How did that work? I have no idea, but that was really funny. That was really funny. Oh, callback. Let's go. I think the word Roxy and if it's like got them on a wild goose chase. Twin Luca, hey Roxy, absolutely. Having trouble following what just happened. Like I said, it's good to have friends. How long do you think Roxy can distract them? How long can Roxy keep someone so pissed off they can't see straight? Let's just say we got time. Oh boy. Entering Nelly's office now. What did you do to your hair? Ought you be happy? I finally used the Young Chemist Lab kit. Nick makes me incredibly proud in the most frustrating ways. Look at her! She looks so comfy. Need to get you out of here. We? Who's your adult friend? Oh, I'm not an adult. Ever heard of growth spurt? I'm over growth spew. Oh, that's not possible.
Leaned over to examine his teeth.
Is that what you call the gunk they forced me to drink? You drank it? Oh no. It's only being tested on plants. Oh, Beck, sweetie, I promise I didn't know. What is going on? Ready to work on discovery of a lifetime. A compound that was discovered under beacon pines in a wellspring they called the Saurus. They named it Tempest Leucomine. It pulls energy from its surroundings in order to fundamentally alter matter's relationship to time. It was a secret to Valentine's fertilizer. They harvested the source, infusing small amounts of Tempest Leucomine into the product. Worked wonders, drastically accelerating plant growth. Crops would be ready to harvest in a fraction of the time, but it led to complications. The foul harvest. Many harvests came to clean up the mess, to succeed where Valentine failed. Needs look at time. Yeah. It's really cool. I like that. So do we know why you got Ice Like Popsicle last time? Oh yeah! Gran decided to blow up where the source is, and that caused pretty much a chemical reaction in the fact that, just in the fact that the ice just kind of expanded everywhere because of just all of the energy, and it was just not good. Not very good at all. No. Yeah, definitely a flash freeze. It is rebellious. Rebellious? You can think of it as manifestation of change itself. It's volatile by its very nature. So the more I try to force it to do a specific thing, the more it resists. Yes, I can relate to that. So the hazmats are against the Corbo people because they need the source? Nope. The hazmats and the corporation people are part of the same organization. Pretty much. Harnessing Tempest Leucomine to reliably manipulate an organism's age. Just imagine how many people we could feed. Mr. Kerr was very insistent that we achieve a successful result before today's festival. Oh, Gran isn't exactly hazmat. Is not a part of the hazmat group. She just stole a hazmat thing. To have a favorite to a person. But she's not a part of the hazmats. No. But you did it right.
Sighed.
You know how much I love a good puzzle. I poured myself into the problem. It was long until I discovered oddities in Dr. Prescott's notes. Oddities? It contained obvious errors, mistakes that someone of his reputation would never make. I fixed them and now I get to replace my entire wardrobe. I really am truly sorry. These clothes were hand-me-downs anyway. Sounds like Dr. Prescott figured it out. got cold feet and intentionally sabotage his own work. I consider the possibilities. I've sent him a letter asking him to clarify his thinking. Mom, Dr. Prescott is dead. Kerr had him killed. What? I overheard them talking about it on the radio. That's why we gotta get you out of here. I just... like, now. Wait, the vial. I solved the chemical equation, allowing direct control of aging. This girl picked it up just before you came. Where's we gotta hightail it? Got it, Dr. Modwell. Heading your way now. Roger that, be careful. Alright, everything's on track. What's your plan for escape? We'll go over everything when they get here. In the meantime, maybe we could dig up some more info. Can I touch everything with the founder just watching? I'm gonna touch everything. I'm gonna touch everything. Unless 80 proof whiskey. A hard drink for a hard man. Even as alcohol is arrogant.
Solomon muttered inaudibly.
I should just smother you right now. What was that? I said I shouldn't bother you right now. Don't be silly, you're no bother at all. Security system, time card logs, payroll. You know, for being so evil, this guy sure is boring.
Solomon once again muttered under his breath.
Anyone know he's the founder in this group? Nope, not yet. Misty, wait. Huh? Oh, nothing. Not yet.
Luca tugged on each of the cabinets.
Must be good stuff. They're all locked. You know, he's not very sad about it at all. But currently, I don't think Luca has the brain cell. That may... I think it's Beck's turn with the brain cell, to be completely honest. I'm just not as careless as you suspected. Looks like the founder was helping her plan the festival. I was such a secretive leader be obsessed with the party. Only time will tell.
Luca held his hand up to the ashtray.
Still warm. Must have been in here recently. I wonder who. Also, sorry for all the questions. You're good, no worries. It might take me a bit, to respond. Because it has been about... It has been about 16 hours now. It has been 16 hours. I think I have another 8 hours, but we'll see how this goes. You know, brain cell is at Beck's and Rolo's right now. You needn't worry about me. I feel bad either way. We're gonna get you out of this, I promise.
Quivering lip. A smile crawled across Solomon's face. They heard the trampling of frantic footsteps from the hallway.
Lock, 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 lock. The child smokes. He's not really a child. You have to do like 8 hours? Yeah, just 8 hours. Locked. That was close. I left Nellie's office. It was swarming with clipboards. Hold on. Moving. There we go. Really got away. Did they follow you? Oh. Rolo. Before we start tossing blame around... Is it possible someone ordered a pizza? We'd love to hear your thoughts. Definitely not pizza. That's the length of a Pokemon stream. Yeah. Maybe just a little bit. What now? Oh, look at me. I'm officially retiring from the heisting business. We are so sorry for the inconvenience. We just have a few quick questions. Just let me think. Can someone watch the door? Of course. Don't let him watch the door. Don't let him watch the door. Don't. No. Oh boy. I don't think anyone had the brain cell that time. I think the brain was left on the other side of the door. I think this little caper has gone on long enough. Solomon, no. Hush down, child. The adults are speaking. Dr. Mo, a brief reintroduction is in order. We never met in person, but we have corresponded. You see, it was I who hired you. Solomon, the pathetic orphan child. I wanna... yeah. No, to be fair, his ears look very, very tuggable. I think that'd be very funny. The powerful and enigmatic founder. Harper, the fallen progenitor who created this town. Perennial harvest, Valentine fertilizer, all connected by a single thread. Yours truly. But that's...
Her eyes searched the floor in thought. Solomon watched eagerly, waiting for the flicker of epiphany. With a sickened look, she peered into his soul.
Huh, yes, now you've got it. Tempest when you discovered how to reverse the process.
Solomon clapped with genuine delight.
Very good, Doctor. Very good. Though the discovery wasn't intentional.
Solomon glanced down, examining his youthful form.
And the effects went a little too far for my tastes. That's why I needed me to finish Dr. Prescott's work. Which you did admirably. Mr. Kerr, the vial, please.
Kerr presented it with a theatrical twirl of the hand.
May I present to you the eighth wonder of
Before
the...
he could finish, Rollo snatched the vial from Kerr's palm.
Oh, this stuff sounds pretty valuable. He still has a fake mustache. Be careful, you fool. You have no idea what you have in your hand. Actually, we do. You just did a whole evil villain monologue thingy about it.
Rollo casually tossed the vial to Luca.
Gosh, maybe I'll have a
Luca
taste.
tickled the vial mockingly.
Seize him. Luca, over here. Oh, jeez. Move another inch, and I'll smash
She held
it.
it tightly behind her back. Solomon sighed, speaking in crisp, measured syllables.
Yoink. You have no plan. I'll smash it, I swear. Fine, risk killing us all. Or, if you're lucky, nothing happens. Then what? We capture you and grant you much less
He pursed his
leniency.
lips with feigned sincerity.
But I give you my word, if you hand it over now, none of you will be harmed.
A deep uncertainty washed over Beck.
You're a smart girl, Beck. But there's no shame in being outwitted by someone smarter than you. We both know there's only one way this ends.
She looked to Nellie shakily. With a dispirited nod, Nellie sighed in defeat. Beck slowly approached Solomon.
That's a good... Beck, don't do it. You can trust that jerk. Sorry, I'm sorry, he's right.
With apprehension, Beck conceded.
As long as he looks good, it can't be a soul hater. Honestly, that's fair. That's very fair. This art style is very, very adorable.
Solomon pocketed the vial and brushed off his shoulder with a sharp flick.
Mr. Curry, you have allowed yourself to be humiliated by a group of children. Report to my office tomorrow for a performance review.
The blood drained from Kerr's face.
Of course, sir. But first you have a speech to make. Trot out there and give me the introduction I deserve. And don't forget to smile. Yes, sir. And to think all this is thanks to the efforts of Mr. Van Horn. I don't understand how all this is because of me. As I said, Mr. Van Horn, silly child. Dr. Walt Van Horn. Your father was always a thorn in my side. I offered him an opportunity to be part of something great. But the fool was blinded by righteousness. He even broke into my laboratory in an attempt to sabotage my work.
Solomon shook his head with gratification.
But the universe has a funny way of correcting its course. Oliver and Sabgalato's voices. Shoot. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry. I think that's just like the default. The one that I just default to. I'm sorry. By meddling with a force he didn't understand, Walt showed me its true potential. It's kid's funny. Just they're all GLaDOS in disguise. The power of being too tired to voice act. Yeah. Yeah.
A muffled applause resonated faintly through the walls.
Well, that's my cue. After the festivals and my subsequent ascension, I will return to deal with you all. Until then, I suggest you use this time to reflect on the magnitude of your failure. You three keep posts outside the door. I'm trying to give you caffeine, but it's apparently so out of character that Twitch doesn't let me. Oh no. Oh no, it is letting you. No worries. I can see it in chat and everything. Oh, and there's another one. I think that definitely woke me up. That was triple caffeine. I had 3 sips. 3 sips of caffeine. It's all good. I didn't lose a single point during that, actually. Uh-oh. It's not good. Oh wait, hold on. I think I know how to manage it. Bright light, don't like. Hold on, give me a moment. Okay, let's see. Select all and complete. Wicked. There we go. That should be good, maybe. Ah, crap. Uh-oh. Can't believe Beck sold us out like that. Not sure I had any other choice. So what now? What's the plan? Don't have one. Of course you do. You always have a plan. Oh, the posture check. Hold on. No more shrimp. I must become straight yet again. Just go back into the closet I go. No more shrimp. Untripped.
Nellie was staring at the floor, deep in thought.
Sorry, Luca. Give me a minute to calm my mind. Aww. Hey, I'm sorry, Luca. I did what I had to do. No, it's just we were so close. I had a feeling that eventually Solomon will get what's coming to him. Time the wounds all heals? Well, time seems less of an issue for him now. Look, there's something you should know. When Mr. Kerr locked me in that office, I had nothing but time and curiosity. I looked around a bit, hoping to find a means of escape, but I found something else. A note, hidden in a false drawer. Short note. Time heals all wounds, more like. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, Beck might have been just as tight as I am and just kinda switched things around. Dr. Prescott must have sensed his time at Perino Harvest was growing short. He had find a letter with the hope that it would be found by his successor. It's a confession of sorts. He left it for me, but its contents. Look, I think they were meant for you. Wait, what? Let's say. Talking about an incident with your mother. Found her in his lab with a stolen keycard. There was an accident. She had been exposed to extreme amounts of Tempest Licamine.
The color dropped from Luca's face.
Oh no. Did she survived. Dr. Prescott decided to help her recover. He no longer trusted Perino Harvest, so he kept her whereabouts a secret. Over time, your mother led him to reconsider the purpose of scientific discovery. Science is often the vanguard of change, but that doesn't mean it's always right. Realize that no one should have control over something as powerful as time itself. I believe that's why he began to intentionally sabotage his own work and cost him his life. That's a reasonable conclusion.
Luca was overwhelmed with emotion.
If she's alive, where has she been? Where is she now?
A sudden explosion sounded from the hull.
Oh.
Chapter 8. Comeuppance. Ears still ringing, Gran picked herself up off the ground.
Kaboom.
Through the dust and smoke, she looked over to Mrs. Fratelli, helping
Gran.
Oliver to his feet.
Gran.
She'd had to beg, borrow, and steal to acquire those explosives. How many nights had she spent visualizing how she'd use them to make things right? And now, her one shot at destroying the source, that damned hole that swallowed so much of her life, was gone. Traded for this jagged hole in a wall and a foolhardy shot at rescuing Rollo. With Fratelli and Tolliver at her side, she stepped through. It was a strange feeling. The last time she'd stalked this maze of hallways, it was in a different body.
Oh.
They quickly rounded a corner to find a group of clipboards guarding a door. Something worth guarding is probably something worth seeing. She leapt forward, brandishing her cane. If her last chance at vengeance for things lost was truly gone, she would just have to fight to keep what she still had.
Oh. Oh. Grant, what are you doing here? Luca, what are you doing here? You're just here to save Nellie. We're here to save Rollo. Hey, Mrs. Lucas Gran. That's awfully nice of you, but I'm fine. Oh no, what did they... Gran, there's no time to explain. We have to go now. What do you mean, different body? I wonder. Hoo 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 hoo. You know, Gran is surprisingly fit for her age. Very fit. Yep. Got a party to crash.
They made their way out from deep within Perennial Harvest, just as Solomon finished up his speech.
You can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket.
Gotta stop him.
In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
Oh. Well, I guess that's it. We lost. I wouldn't be too sure about that.
With a mischievous
Another one?
look,
Bruh.
Becky elbowed Luca. Remember when I had the vial behind my back?
I tweaked his wonder potion with a little... Oh no! There's another... Which one is it? Change?
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little change.
Mouse probably kills him. Oh. Drunken mouse before change? Are you sure? But there we go. Alright, I will trust you on this. You know, the first one I wanted to go for was change, but okay.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little junk.
It is the actual ending. I gotcha. I find it a little bit funny that I was gonna go for the actual ending. Okay, but we see this one first. How did ashes get in the vial? It's pretty easy to mess with the vial when it was behind my back. Well, that's sneaky. Bad habit anyway. Bad habits are like 50-yard goals. Hard to kick.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Also real quick, just in case, warning, because this game does have body horror, existential horror, psychological horror, emotional, horror? Stuff like that. So please just be careful. Because I don't know what's gonna happen after this. Oh. 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 Oh, there he goes. Oh. No, he just poofs. Okay. That is really creepy.
Was once Sharper Valentine wafted into the air, the crowd began to disperse, still numb from what they had just observed. Sharper Valentine was gone for good.
Good.
His end would be a new beginning for Beacon Pines. A new chance to let go of the things they had lost and grab hold of a new future. The end.
Very good, very good.
Well, I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a bit gratifying. If that feels to you like a good note to end on, I won't stand in your way.
That's really funny, I won't lie. Alright, and then you said malice.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with
Yeah,
a
mushroom
little
horror, existential horror,
malice.
psychological horror, and general creepy vibes. Yeah. Fun game though. Yep, dude had an unfinished glass on his desk. Scroges could use a little hair of a dog. Those are the joke endings. Oh, gotcha. Okay.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
The sound. The sound is really funny. That was amazing. I love that. That was really funny.
The crowd gazed in stunned silence at the now empty stage.
I just got an achievement that's called Pop Goes the Weasel.
The quiet was broken when William Kerr sprinted off stage and into the distance. He was never seen around Beacon Pines or anywhere else for that matter again. Watching the silhouette of Kerr disappear over the horizon, Luca began to laugh. First, a low chuckle that became uncontrolled, heaving laughter.
Pop Goes the Puppy, absolutely. Can you guys please explain the grandma thing? Oh, yeah, so...
He was vaguely aware that the crowd had begun to laugh with him.
So Luca's mother, Eleanor, was doing some digging around in the offices and everything. There was an accident where she got a lot of the Tempest, all the liquid time stuff on her, and it turned her old. Is Granny his mom? Yes. Yes. It is, yeah.
That was unexpected.
Granny's actually Luca's mom, who actually did the same thing that happened to Rollo, as in she aged. Yeah.
Perhaps
She got
a
old.
bit of an absurd ending for my taste, but who am I to say?
Thank you guys. You're good. It's all good.
I'm only writing the damn thing.
Alright, last one. Okay, then change.
I might have
Not for a
tweaked
true
his wonder
ending.
potion with a little change.
Like pocket change? Your unlucky penny. Oh, the unlucky penny. Oh, what's that gonna do? No idea. That's the beauty of science. Now we observe. You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
He's so tiny. He's a baby. Oh, but he's still Sharper, right? What he was no longer matters. Oh! He is so tiny. He is an itty bitty baby. He's so tiny. He is itty bitty. It is an innocent baby. No longer Sharper. No longer bad guy. Now an itty bitty child. So tiny. Such an itty bitty baby. I apologize for all the harm my father had
Eris
caused you.
awkwardly cradled the squirming child.
Oh.
She looked to her brother, her voice shaking with uncertainty.
Augustus, what we do what Valentines always do. What must be done. I'll hurry home. I'll hurry home and prepare a crib for young Sharper. That would be a great help, thank you. I'll still be a solo fan to the end. No, that's fair. That's very fair,
She
though.
looked back down at the infant with equal parts kindness and terror in her eyes.
Oh. Welcome to parenthood.
With a shake of her head, Eris addressed the crowd with a stern scowl.
Okay, everyone, the show is over. You may leave now.
Epilogue.
Wait, really?
Beacon Pine's coldest summer on record came and went without much fanfare. Folks shared what they had, and none were left wanting.
Hey.
The new school year was ushered in by the falling leaves of autumn.
Dano Baby Sharper is so cute. He's so cute.
After everything Luca, Rollo, and Beck had been through, middle school was bearable.
It was bearable.
The chill of winter didn't seem to bother people much. They kindled a hope for a better future in their hearts. When spring arrived, farmers planted their crops with a sense of joy and optimism.
There's other options you can choose on other paths if you so wish.
And as the dawn of the first day of summer
To be
came
fair, if
around,
this is the ending,
its
I may
light
okay with
slowly
it.
spread
Plus,
through the
there's still
Shadow
other
Valley.
games I also still want to play too.
It
Most of them
crept
was
over the
Rollo
town
healed though?
square,
Yes.
across the river,
I
past the
am gonna
neglected
go.
welcome sign, and came to rest on a young boy sleeping at dawn.
With the fact that Rollo attended middle school, I can only assume that yes, he was fixed. Or he was healed, sorry. Beeping instead of humming, for example. To be honest, probably not.
His mind at peace,
Because
knowing
I
he
want to
is
go
here
with other
for a
games.
reason.
I have been with this specific game for a very long time. I want to do other games. What game is the next game after this one? I have a few. Hold on. Let's see. There's this one. There's that one. Let's see. Probably. Yeah, no, we got the true ending. Yeah. No, probably most likely just a whatchamacallit? I think. It's a different game, maybe Switch game. Yes, wait, I figured out a game. Because I've been wanting to play it for a bit now. You know, true ending is all good. Oh. Over here? Oh, hey, it's Gran. Wait, hold on. Did they not fix the mother? Mom, I'm ready to go now. You go on without me, I'll meet you there. Got a batch of jam to finish jarring. It's funny. I started making jam as a way to send messages without anyone noticing, but now I enjoy it. Alright, goes ahead to Rollo. Okay, wait, hold on. Then we go down here. Oh, hey! Big plans for a little treehouse. If we revoke the max capacity 1 Rollo, 1 Luca rule. I think it was sent to her too long ago. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It has like some sort of time limit and everything, which makes sense. Okay, the organization would be huge. You're about leaving Rollo. Still growing up so fast, but still my little brother. Wait. Aww. Really proud of that little punk. Yeah, no, if anything, I think I definitely agree with you. Just, it happened too long ago. They didn't cure him? Oh no, they did. Maybe. I think. Hold on. Just, it's gotta check. Oh, everyone's just planting the trees and they're planting trees. Everything looks so pretty. Oh wait, they didn't? They didn't? Oh no, now I'm confused. I am confusion. Little higher. Yep. Need more power to the radio. I'm confused now. Was it reversible? Maybe not. Probably not. Apparently not? I don't know. It'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. Unless, if they really want mission control to turn into something bigger and better, you have to loosen our grip a bit. Yeah, you're right. Lead the way. Yeah, no, they haven't I'm confused. Oh hey, look at that! Slow and dirty harvest. Amazing. I want to see baby Harper. Baby Sharper. Let me see. Aww. He's so tiny. He's a little bitty baby. Maybe Slazangelo was the only one and he was breaking about exactly that. Ah, could be, yeah. He's so pouty. Look at him, he's so pouty. So cute. Young Sharper seems to enjoy nature more than I. So we do a lot of strolling these days. Attempt to crawl out of his crib, plot world domination? Yeah. Thankfully no. I spoke at length to Dr. Mod once she feels that Sharper's infant mind was not developed enough to retain his previous memories. For all intents and purposes, the child is unmolded clay. Let's hope he's a little nicer the second time around. It's the objective, yes. All I can do is try and hope. The activities I'm endeavoring to find less distasteful. Hey. Yeah, no, Ned can finally be a soul apologist. Let's go.
Did her best to ignore the tears welling in her eyes.
Aww. Aww. Okay, hold on. Beck. Where was Beck? This way. This way. This way. Ooh, I still don't like you. Go away. That is many children. It is many rabbits. Oh wait, no, wrong way. This way. The book kid. Beck. There we go. I have news I think you'll enjoy. I unpacked my last box. Let's go. Just a box. That's blows out of proportion. Sounds an awful lot like putting down roots. And this place is root-worthy. They're gonna be stuck with me for the foreseeable future. I have to warn you, but most years aren't gonna be as interesting as this one. I think I'll manage. Ready? Before we go, there's a bit of a surprise. A surprise. Are you surprised? Ah, what is this? Oh, it's a little tree. That is adorable. My mom's prepared this tree especially for you. Well, they didn't have to do that. It wasn't just them. Just about the whole town pitched in. We all owe you. It should be okay in the cold of old beacon pines, and thrive as things warm up. That's perfect. And you ready to take Jeff's wild ride? Yes, absolutely. Yes. I take the tree and I go here. No, just there we go. That's a good looking tree. Being a special occasion or whatnot. It rides on the house. You wanna hang on tight to that little tree. So it's just a slide. Just everywhere. Amazing. Oh!
I think this is it.
Oh, I forgot about the narrator. Oh, I forgot about the narrator. Oh, I forgot about the narrator. I almost yelled out when I heard the cries and the tears of the narrator. Okay, I'm good now.
The end I've been waiting for.
Oh, hey.
Honestly, I began to lose hope of ever finding it.
Aw. Did you get scared? Yes, I did. I'm like struggling not to fall asleep right now. But there's one game that I know that'll hopefully keep me awake. That's a game that I'm going to be playing next. Because I at least want to stay awake until I'm able to actually turn on my light. Because I've just been playing in the dark this whole time and it's making me very, very sleepy. I will, no worries.
But then you
I will listen to the ending song. Then you came along. Aww.
I don't know exactly how to thank you.
Aww. No, don't you dare cry. I will cry. You at least have your glasses on? Yes, I do. I've had it on this entire time because I knew it was going to be a long one. But yeah. I have my glasses on. Because with the 24-hour stream, I didn't want to strain my eyes too much.
It's hard to explain how much this means to me. It's funny, now that our time together is finally ending. I'm at a loss for words.
Aww.
Let's just watch the end together.
Aww. Yes, we watch. Done. A good little tree. The best little tree. Thank you, children. This means a lot. Yeah, thanks for everything. Shucks, I only did what any super awesome best buddy would have done. We should probably give you some time alone now. You good? Yeah, I am. It's been a wild year. So who's the narrator anyway? I'm pretty sure the narrator is like the actual book. Like the book itself, I think. I'm not entirely sure, but that's what it feels like. How are you feeling? Everyone keeps asking me that. I'm fine, really. Pa always says the only thing fitter than a fiddle is a cello. I feel like a cello. If you ever stop feeling like a cello, I'm here for you. Yeah. I know you don't even have to say it. You two make an awesome pair. Excuse me, we're a trio now. Yep. Thanks. There's this one thing missing now that you're part of our group. Missing? Let me tell you a little story about a man named Hank Atomic. Oh no. I won't be long. We'll be waiting for you back at the phone booth. Found the perfect way to start our summer. Summer yet again. Oh, you got some good friends. I'm so proud of you. Oh, your father would be so proud. I know. Mom, can I ask you a question? Do you ever dream about Dad? Not a night goes by that I don't. Are you ever afraid that you're gonna forget him? Forget what he looked like? Forget his voice? No, because so much of him lives on in you. I love that old tree, but I know he would have loved this one more. Because his two favorite people planted it. I'll give you two a moment. Oh no, I'm gonna cry. No. No tears, please. Hey, Dad. Dr. Modwell says that over the next few years, this place should warm up. It won't have to be so cold for much longer. I think I finally understand why you left that night. There were things you believed in. Big things. Those beliefs were the things that made you, you. If you would have stood up to Sharper, if you wouldn't have stood up to Sharper, stood up for what you believed in, you wouldn't have been the same person anymore. Aww. You had to go. But that didn't mean you loved us any less. Aww. I might not visit you as much as I used to. I know you understand. Aww. 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 I got an achievement called Close the Book. Oh, this game. This game is good and it hurts, but it's a very good game. I like this game. It is a very good game. It's a very, very good game, yes, yes. Now we applaud. We applaud the people that worked on this game, because it is very well done. We applaud, we clap. Narrator. The narrator is not a mouse we met when we go to OP combines for the first time. Oh, really? That's pretty cool. No, that's really cool. I like that. That's really cool. Although it does make sense where their job is to observe and wait. That makes a lot of sense now. That makes sense. That's why narration went weird while with Nat. Oh. Yeah, that does make sense. No, didn't know we had clap. Yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That was a very good game. Oh, that's a lot of people that backed this game. Good on them. They backed a very good game. Very good, very good. I like this game. I don't think I expected to play this game for as long as I did, I won't lie. Eh. Oh. Meh. I know, that's a lot of people. It's only now just getting into the G's. Oh no, there's the H's. Oh, I know, there's the I's. Most of the stream is just Beacon Pines. Yeah, a little bit. And the thing is, I didn't even mean for it to be Beacon Pines. I really did not mean for it to be Beacon Pines. Whoops. I just thought, just adorable game, I'm gonna play this. And just went down a rabbit hole. That's okay, we played some other games too. And really, it's 24 hours I can only do so much with. So much that was just, keeping track of time and everything. Game went and dropped a whole archive on you. Oh, absolutely. Oh, definitely. It was just the entire archive. The entire library, perhaps. Is the next game another horror? Not this next one, no. Cause Oh hey, the sun's coming up. Sorry, I just got distracted. The next one I'm just gonna use to have, or just so I can help stay awake for a little bit longer, at least get that like extra boost, because the caffeine's not really helping, I won't lie. Caffeine is not really helping. Yeah, there we go. And let's see, so then do that. And then we close the game. Alright. Meanwhile, it's nearing 2 p.m. I know, the sun is just coming up for me now. Hold on. Let me. I did my day duties. Let's go. Okay. I'm gonna be right back, but I'm also gonna play a little bit of music for you guys. So just give me a moment. Because I need to get up and stretch a little bit, I won't lie. Alright, done. Give me a moment. Gonna make sure that everything is all good. I'm also gonna update this. And there we go. Done. Alright, that's all updated. So I will be right back. And I just need to get up and stretch a little bit and hopefully just kind of wake up a little bit. just a little bit of waking up. I will be right back. Hold on. Bah. Oh, there we go. Alright. Enjoy the music. I will be right back. I return. Hello. I stood up and walked around a little bit. Now I'm all good, I think. Hopefully good enough to, not fall asleep. We'll see. Oh yeah, I have to unmute. There we go. Wicked. Okay. Alright. So I am fairly certain that all I just need to do... You've been abandoned for so long? I was not gone for that long. What do you mean? What do you mean? I have done nothing. Years even. Bruh. What do you mean? I have been sitting here. It's been fine. It's been fine. Suffering the neglect. Oh, I will have a game going soon, so no more suffering from neglect. Hopefully, I'll say. Yeah, no, I forgot to not use telepathy for a second. I had to actually like move my mouth and everything. Is this a silly game? Oh, absolutely. It is very much a silly game. And it's definitely been a while since I last played it, or at least something like this. And I'm definitely looking forward to this. Okay, hold on. Let me just redo the category real quick. And there's that. Alright, so then that should be good. Alright. Then do this. And then this. The cats are running. They run. Okay, hold on. I just had to make sure that a game about balls, absolutely. Oh, that's bright. Oh, that's bright. Oh my goodness. Why do I have to use Joy-Cons? In the category? Yeah, I changed it. If you refresh, it should be good. Oh no. I know, it should be good. Big man. Big man. So yeah, this is Katamari Damacy. What is this? It's a silly game. It's a really silly game, and I love it. It's about the king of Cosmos, and his wife, and his son. Also, they're pandas. Why does this sound so catchy? I have no idea. Not a single clue. Whoa. Yep, I read all of it. Yep, reading all of it. Ah, hello, Prince. This is the king. Long time no see. We thought today would be a good day for rolling. The Katamari. The Brits. Where the first rolls, the second follows. Roll, roll, roll. We went to the bother making this face. Loading ahead. King Vlog Cosmos. Going to bother, just rolling Katamari. Just for that, I went to the bother. first things first. First things first. Does Prince like vibration? Meaning the moving and the shaking. No, I hate it. Plain and simple. What? You haven't been up this entire time, have you? I have. It's been 17 hours. We just passed the 17-hour mark. I have been going this entire time. He says, see you later. Okay, how do I move? Ah! Ooh! Yep. Okay, yep. And then do this. And then do this. And then go this way. And then go this way to move. Not sideways. No, yeah. And then go backwards. I know. Break roll. Oh! Yes. There we go. Next. What's next? I need to reach out. Slept 1 hour. You're going to be asleep. Oh yeah, no, I'm going to be in a late coma. I'm going so insane via not sleeping. Oh no, dude, same. Still better than Vale anyway, though. Yeah. No, if anything, Clea is better than the two of us. But yeah. Any fun bits that I missed? I have no idea. Oh, look around. Oh, are those different planets? Ah, cool. Oh. I'm gonna look back down. I'm gonna ignore what was that up in there. Yeah, no thank you. I did have 4 hours of school though. I don't know if that makes it worse. Hard to say. Dedication to 24-hour stream is impressive. Thank you. Oh, we jump. We search and we look. Yeah, no, it's just pretty much a lot of Beacon Pines lore. I don't know how it's been this long, I won't lie. Oh yeah, so blow up with confetti. I regenerate from 24-hour bouts a week max. I was happy you crashed. I only crashed like once, I think. Ah! Where's the ball? I want to roll it. What happened? What happened? What's going on? Why is he destroying the stars? What are you doing? Why are you destroying the stars? Bruh. Stop destroying the stars. King of the Cosmos is not very responsible. He just destroyed all the cosmos. We really did. The King of all Cosmos has really done it. The sky full of stars. We broke it. We were naughty, completely naughty. No, it was just you. You were just an idiot. You... Yeah, you were just not being a good dude. Stop being a good dude. I think I only crashed once in this entire stream. I'm being honest, I have no idea. Oh, I'm getting sleepy again. No. Now if anyone needs me, I couldn't even my nightcap back on. I'm going to snooze memes for a few hours. Good luck. If I wake up in time, make sure to pop back in. I do tea and coffee with the final push. Most likely, yeah. I know exactly what time I started, so I will most likely need it. In 24 hours more like before I'm gone to school. I can do 24 hours without school. Yeah, that's fair. Between you and us, I don't like you anymore. No, you're weird. No, go away. 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 Let me roll things up. Let me roll my ball. I want to roll a ball. And let me roll the ball. Ah, yes! Let me move! Let me move, let me move, let me move, let me move. I don't want to listen to you, 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 I don't want to listen to you. Let me do my thing, let me do my thing, let me roll my ball, 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 let me roll my ball. I don't care, I don't care. Let me roll my ball. Let me roll. Yes! I did that one yet? Nope. We roll. Oh, by the way, this is like the entire premise of the game, by the way. I fell! No! Oh, no. I go too fast. No, too fast. Too fast. Chill, 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 chill. What was this? And this. No. Wait. I can roll this up now. Let's go. Nope. Mine. I roll. Let me eat the chocolates. Mine. They're mine. Give me. They're mine now. Please. Very good. There's red over there. Ah! Can I take that yet? No, I cannot. Can I take this? I can! Yes, let's go! Yes, give me things. Give. I go this way. No, these are mine. And these are not mine. No. Come on. No, just give. Thank you. These are all mine. And these are mine. Ooh, what's this? I see feet. No, stinky. Stinky. No. No, let me roll more. Gay. He just hit me with a gay beam. So joke's on him. I am now double gay. Bah. No, I'm good. So, what do you mean? What do you mean lame, bro? What do you mean? Genuinely though, what do you mean? I don't know what you mean. I'm confused. I've just been rolling the ball. Really full of things. Releasing just guy. Lame joke. I thought it was funny. Right. Tiny. Oh. This. I have my own. I have my own planet. Oh. Whoa. I have my own little planet. Control config. Cool. Presents? Do I have any presents? I don't. Oh. Few constellations. Sound. Collection. Data. What's this one? Make a star. Already did. Ooh, another star. What about this one over here? Oh, another cousin has arrived. No, let me do this one. Yes, I want to be June. Oh, I see what that is. Okay. No, I have to unlock. Lame. I'm gonna be rolling things again. Wait, I heard something. I saw something about a present. Present? Gift? Gift to me? Present? 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 Gift? Gift for me? 27 minutes. Okay, we go! We zoom. We go. Okay, so... Can't do that quite yet. Ah! Whoop. Nope, too far. Nope, stop, stop, stop. Go that way? No, I cannot. I just zoom. I zoom. Do the things. Go this way. Hold on, can I do this way? Can I go back here? I cannot. Oh, that sucks. Alright. Me? Hi? Hello? Oh! They were just worried because they thought I was gonna get run over by a rat with a ball. No, 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 no. I know not to underestimate a rat with a ball. No, no, no. I'm good. Whap, bap, bap. There you go. Mine now. Mine. This. Whoa, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, stop. No, no, no. I take these. These are not mine. A goodbye. Good day. These are mine. Yoink. Oh. Ah. 10 centimeters. Just get bigger. Done. Now we go this way. Oh, no. I hear things running away from me. Why are things running away from me? Come back here. Let me grab you. Let me grab you. I just... No, 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 no. Get over here. Get over here. No, too late. What are you doing? If anything, Scampers, that's not a ball anymore. What do you mean? Sure it is. Oh no, it definitely is. It is absolutely. Just absolutely a ball still. See, it rolls. Oh. I know, it's a ball. It's a ball, I can roll it. No! Can I get a bird? Oh, I can't get a bird. No bird yet. Sad. Can I get this thing? To be fair, it wasn't really a ball from the start. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's very true. Oh, what's this? Ooh, that sounds really good. My dumpling. Ooh, yeah, that sounds really good. I'm actually getting hungry now. Ah. Wee. Sock. Yes. Wicked. Wee. No. Give me things. Give me all the things. Can I get a bird? No, I want a bird. Give me the bird. Oh, yes, thank you. I can continue. Whee! It's been so long. Well done. And then we go over here. We do. Lovely. Well done. We go this way. What if I just kind of like wait right here? Oh, hi, there we go. Got some things. Not many things, unfortunately. Okay, then we grab that. Grab these things. We grab everything. Oh, I have a knife. Hold on. I have many knives. I have so many knives now. Fear me. Fear me. I have knives. I just keep on running into walls. I need to stop. Ooh! Hee. Okay, so nope, none that way. Gotcha, gotcha. What if I just go back in here? Just like, yes, yes. So many things. Give me all the 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 things. I have rice now. It's my food. Oh jeez. More things. More things. More things. Give me all the things. 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 Give. 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 Ooh. I can't quite. Oh well. Okay, go this way. Can I go up here? No, I cannot. Sadness. No. I can't grab things. Give me more things, more things. Everything, everything, everything. And there we go. Dude, I hope you know that I'm just ignoring you. Hold on. Give, give, give. Yes, good. Very good. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, there's more things over here. I do this. Then I do this. And then I grab more things. I have a shoe. My shoe now. No. Ah! The walls! No! Oh. No. Whee! Speed. Yoink. I hear the birds running away from me, which honestly is very fair. I would run away from me as well. You know, honestly, I would definitely run away from me. If I just see like a giant ball running, just rolling towards me at high speeds, I would absolutely run. No, just without a... no, I can't... There we go. Just without a single doubt in my mind, I would absolutely just run for the hills. The glasses? Oh, those must be expensive glasses. Hush. Hush, I'm having fun. Hush, I'm just rolling things up, leave me be. You cause too much anxiety. Go away. Go away. Go away. Too much anxiety. I hear you. Go away. Go away. Go away. I go this way. We go things. We go here. We grab those things. We grab these things. Okay, we were watching Gorilla Ball. I actually found it entertaining. It's a very just bright and colorful. Oh, I see a bird. It's trying so hard. I see multiple birds just trying to fly away. Oh no. I hit with the gay beam. I know, like I said, it's a very, very silly game where you're just kind of trying to struggle what to comprehend and everything. But it's a very fun game. Ooh, a present! Present. Now we release into the sky. Ah! Bright light. Go. Oh yeah, there's also like cutscenes every now and again. This is one of them. Yeah, no, that works. Present! Oh! I have a little scarf that is so cute. Okay, sound? Yes, please. Yes, I just do that. There we go. There we go. Much better. Very good, very good. Much better. Another one, another one. Where's the other one? Another star. Wicked. More stars. No, can I just like skip you? Oh yeah, he knows Portuguese. Nice. Boa tarde. Ah, let me roll. Let me roll. Let me roll. Let me roll. Thank you. Following around the town. Nice. Around 50 centimeters. Okay, wait. Ah, okay, so I can grab that. Then I grab. Okay, so these are all one thing. I grab this, I grab this, I grab this. Oop! Oh, I'm stuck. There we go. Oh, that's a pig. I think it's a pig. But can I get a... Oh, I can. Oh, I see, I see. I have no idea what's being said, I'll be honest. I hit a rat! No! My things! Oh wait, gacha machines. Huh. Wow. Oh, Tokiyaki! Oh, wait, hold on. Give. Nice. Oh, just give me more things. Give me more things. More things. There's no Japanese song? You know, that's very fair. And more things, roll up more things. More things. Oh, there's more things over here. I'm definitely gonna go this way. Whoa, whoa. Did I just go with firework? I did. I see. Okay, and we go this way. We see what's over here. Why are there just so many fish lying around? I'm confused. Oh, I just realized those are not fish. I don't know what those are. No, come on. No, I know I can pick this up. Let me pick it up. Nah. Oh, that's an adorable watering can. I want it. Give it. Oh, I can't have it. No. Wait, I think I might be able to now. Ah, I can't. I think there's sandals. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. I don't think I'm gonna be able to win this round, I'll be honest. Where Tokyo? Oh! Bird. Oh, no bird. Oh well. Toy capsule. Let's see, I go this way. Give me more birds. I want all the birds. Oh, I see you. Aha! Mine now. I'm confused what he means by take that food. Blue crab, can I take? Oh, I can't. I am sad. I wanted a blue crab. It's a rare. rare thing, and I won't. Whee! Yep, we go this way. Then grab things. Grab here. I'm not gonna up here yet. No, I will grab. Let me get things. Let me get things. Yes, good. Very good. Very good. Very good. No, more things. More things. Whoop. Then we go this way and this way. Oh, plate. Not yet. Is that underwear? That's full-on underwear. So I guess it's mine now. Oh, yeah, microphone. Cool. I will steal your underwear though. No more clean undies for you. 07. No more clean undies. No more. Suffer. Oh, whoops. No, let me... There we go. I lost precious time. No. Oh, it actually go this way. There's more things over here. I'm going over here. Whee! Oh, that's many more things. Many more things. My cat is clawing at my door. Oh, I know, this is where I started. Oh, I see, I see. Nyum. More things, more things, more things. Give me more things, more things, more things. Burn, 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 burn. There we go. Hi, kitty cat. Welcome back. Yeah, no, you could probably most likely hear the cat. Oh, and she is just ignoring me. Alright. You just want to be let in. I see. I see, I see. Yeah, I just wanted to be let in, nothing else. I see how it is. I run into too many things. Ah! There's a cat. Speaking of cat. Oh yeah, no, those are sandals. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay. We love sandals. Yes, sandals. Yep. They protect the feet. Very helpful. Are those arrows? Or are there just regular arrows? Or are there just random arrows? Whee! More things, more things, more things, more things, all the things, everything, 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 my thing. No, we continue. I don't care about what you're saying. Yet, let me just grab things. No, I'm rolling the ball around. I roll. I roll. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. I get the monkey. Aha, I got the monkey. Hada hada. Whoa. No, I can't catch me. Can't catch me. Ha ha ha. Oh, where'd this thing come from? I have no idea. 1 minute left. Panic! Panic! Grab things. Panic! Grab things. Panic. Panic. Grab things. Panic. Grab everything. Grab everything. Panic. Grab the lobster. Grab the lobster. Grab the lobster. I cannot grab the lobster. Sadness. Oh, a red morning glory. Nice! Okay, that's actually pretty cool. I like that. No, grab everything. Grab things. Grab things. Why? Whee! More things. More things. Can I grab the cat yet? I can't. No. Ah. Sad. Wait, no. How about now? Might be able to grab the cat now? Nope. Not yet. Not quite. That's okay. I'm stuck. Help. Help me. No, whoop. Okay, what is this game? Hello. It is a game where you collect things. It is very, very bright. It is very, very bright. It is very bright. Yeah. First fail stream news? Yo, let's go. Figured it'd be a good morning activity. That's right, that's fair. I just know that I've been streaming for over 17 hours. I am tired. Ah. Oh! Gary, you didn't have to, but thank you for the gifted sub to Burb. You didn't have to though, but thank you. I don't know what's going on. Gifted by the Lord Savior Grandpa Gary. Why would I want to make cancer? That just doesn't sound very good in the medical field. Gary is so powerful. Gary is very powerful. Hiccups. No. Buenos dias. I drink more water. Okay, can I actually move? Bah. Inside the house. 1 meter. 10 minutes. It's cool. I can't even. That works. Just wait for them to come to me. That is how easy to get things done. Ooh. There we go. I hope you don't need these for a game. Oh no, it's caramel. Oh yeah, no, guess what? These are mine now. Whoop, nope, there we go. Not what I wanted. Well. Burn it, burn, burn. What? Ooh, that's a big thing. I don't know what that is, and I don't like it. What are you? I just saw that you were yellow. That's about it. No, stop it. Stop it. I swear. Can I have the cheese? Oh, I can't have the cheese. I tried to get the cheese. It was not good. That Winnie the Pooh? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Oh, it is Winnie the Pooh. Just off-brand Winnie the Pooh. Gotcha, gotcha. I see. Can I do this? Nope. Okay. Can I get up here? Fine. Fine. I'll just go on. I'll just stay on the table. Wee. Because all these erasers are mine now. Ah. Go away. I don't like you, King. You are the one king that I do not like. I know, it is a bear. It is a yellow bear. To be like really, really specific. Ah. No. Let me through. No. No, no, no. 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 Bruh, let me through. Please. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Help, help, help. There we go. I'm good. Oh, the rest just screamed. Lovely. No, now we go outside. No more. No more inside. You cannot keep me trapped. No, 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 no. That being bad at the game. I'm trying. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best here. Oh, it's not working. Help. Help me. No, wrong way. Those are teddy bears. Help, help, help. Can I just go up here? I can. Oh, I can't. Oh, never mind then. Hold on, we go this way. Whee! Can I get this? No. Hey, what's over here? Hold on. Ah, I see, gotcha. Whee! Whee! Can I go this way? Oh, that's a cat. That's a full-on cat. Whoop! I go back over here. Whee! Ow. I hear things running away from me. Oh well. Go this way. Whee! Ah, that didn't work. Oh well. Can I go this way? Oh, I can! Give me the books. Give me everything. Give. And then, can I go up here? Give me the cookies. And then I take this. I get all the trash. Whatever works. Oh, hey. The butterflies just screamed. Horrific. Very horrific. Amazing. Lovely. Not amazing. Not lovely. Sarcasm. Oh, hey, a cat. Bah! No, just let me do things. Yes, very good, very good. Yes, 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 thank you. Then we go this way, then this way. And then we just go this way. Oh, that's a cat. Hello, cat. How are you? Whoop! Nope, I take the flowers now. The flowers are mine. Flowers? Mine. You want them? No. The flowers? Mine. Ha 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 ha. Ow! Hello, cat. Can I take this? I can. Amazing. Oh, there's something over here. I did not see this before. This is mine. All this? Mine. No more. You're sitting there first of all these creatures? Nah. Nah. No. Maybe just a little bit life force. No. No. No, 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 no. I am not. Maybe just a little bit, but no. Many no. I've crashed into so many walls. I am not a good driver. Do not put me behind the wheel. You will lose. I wonder how these people feel about just suddenly just a big giant ball just getting everything and just consuming every single item in their house. I wonder how they feel about this. To be honest, they probably don't like it. Ooh, there's something over here. Ah! No, don't care. Go away. No, we're gonna go this way, and then we go this way up here. Ah, thank you. Give me things, give me things. I want things, I want things, I want things, I want things, I want things. Yes, and thank you. Oh, I hear it screaming again. What did we say about the screaming? We don't like the screaming. We ignore the screaming. Oh yeah, you can look at these ones. Look at these ones yet? No. Let me get up here. Thank you. Just let me grab many things, please. I'm stuck. Help. Help. Okay, go this way, and then I go up here. Let's go. I go this way. More things, more things, more things, more things, more things. That's a bird. I just hatched a bird. I just hatched 2 birds. I don't... Huh. I'm a parent to 3 birds. Newborn birds. I guess. Can I do this? I can! And go away. I will put you in this ball. Don't think I won't. I will. I absolutely will. Don't think that I won't. I will absolutely do it. Wee. Give me all the things. Oh hey. I'm in the game. Apparently. There are many different types of birds. I don't know if it's you specifically. There are just many birds. Come on, just let me up. Thank you. I just picked up a cat. Oh! I also just picked up a person. Yes, everything. More. I am so far away. Why am I so far away? Why am I so far away? No, get closer. Why am I so far away? Why am I so far away? Where am I? What's going on? I couldn't see anything. Where was I? What happened? Alright, I guess. Okay. Ah, bright light. Game over. Lovely.
星空に回復の兆しが見え始めました。原因は現在調査中とのことです。
早く来なさい。ねえ、今度は星が増えてきたみたい。はいはい、早くしないと飛行機が出てしまいますよ。本当に言ってたのにな。
Another one. More. Okay, I think we can make, like... Okay. So star 5. No, we're gonna make, you know, the mother just doesn't care at all what's going on. You know, the mother just doesn't care at all what's going on. I feel a little bit bad for the children. Be the constellation. Oh! Oh! Yeah, that works. The first crab. Let's go, let's go, let's go. More crab, more crab, more crab, more crab, more crab. More crab, more crab, more crabs, more crabs, more crabs, more crabs, more crabs. Yes, good, good, good. Yes, yes, yes. There's a spider in there. Yep. Yeah. I don't know why there's a spider in there, I'll be honest, but oh well. Hey, let me up. me out. Help. Help. Help me. Ow. Hey, see you later, Yue. Ow. Let me just get the crabs. Please. Oh, if you're running away from me, you're only telling me that I can pick you up. Oh, hey. Ah, big. Big. Oh. Whee. If you run away from me, I will only chase after you. Oh, I see, I see. You're mine now. Just accept your fate. Accept your fate, accept your fate, accept your fate. Get in the ball, get in the ball. Accept your fate, 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 get in the ball, in the ball, in the ball, in the ball. Yes, accept your fate, accept your fate, accept your fate, accept your fate. It is inevitable. Accept your fate. Accept your fate, get in the ball. 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 Why does this person have so many crabs just in their home? Maybe that's what I just want to know. There's so many twitching crabs. Come on. Let me up, let me up, let me up. There we go, thank you. Last person had rats? Yes. Last person had rats. This person has crabs. I don't think that's a good thing, I'll be honest. Come on. We go up here. And thank you. Ow. Skippy, get in the ball. Your fate is inevitable. I know it's definitely an improvement though. What is it? Aha! Spider crab. Yes, very good, very good. Kidding. I can get this now? Ah, yes, yes, yes. Where am I? Ah, there we go. There we go. Oh. Let me up. Ugh. I don't think I'm gonna be able to win this. To be completely honest, I don't think I'll be able to get this. And now you guys get to see what happens whenever I fail. Wicked. And I'm just running into the walls way too much. And I'm just running into the walls. Yeah, no. Just timeout time. Oh wait, no, never mind. Alright, I guess he wasn't too mad, I guess. Wait, what happened? I was like, be like zoned out. I just accidentally pressed the button. Whoopsies. Ah, ow. Let's make star 5. What even is this game? Chaos. Just chaos. Only chaos. Ugh. A lot of chaos. Okay. Go. Whee! More food. Lots of food. Oh wait, no, those are just eggs. Ah, I see. Wait, can I just go up here? Ah, I can. Whee! I didn't even grab anything. No. Hold on. Yes. There we go. Jam, 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 jam. Oh, sushi. Ooh, egg sushi. Nice. That's actually really good. Hey, sounds good. I will most likely be here. Unless the stream crashes. In which case it might be a bit before I come back. Let's see, golf. Whoop! Oh, there we go. Whee! Clay, please just go to sleep if you're that tired. It's okay. There will always be the VODs. There will always be the VODs. Don't worry. Bah. No. Bruh. Stop it. Stop. Just get in the ball. I won't watch the VOD, I know myself. That's fair. It would be a very, very long VOD. Be very long, very long. A rather long VOD. I can grab that. Nope, these are mine now. Nope, your letters. No. Your letters aren't not gonna get to where they're supposed to be. I'm sorry to tell you this, but they're mine now. They are in the ball. And the ball is where they will stay. Forever. For all eternity. mine. Hell. Suffer. Oh, oh no. Oh no. Come on. Get back up. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Then we just go this way and this way. And we get the crab. And we get the crab. Mini crabs. Just go this way. Not quite. No, I'm stuck. Help, help, help. Help. I'm just running into walls now. Nah, I go this way. Ah! Stop. Bruh. Theft. Yes. I am a thief. In this game only, because I steal everything. I'm just stealing everything. I want everything. People tell me to stop. It is too late. The life has consumed me. I must take all. It is mine. I must roll it up into a ball. It is mine now. But yeah, it's okay. They will forgive me. Look how stylish I am in my little scarf. My little scarf thing. Okay, so not that way. Gotcha. Whee! Aha! Whee! Whee! Oh, I can grab that! Lovely! Very good, very good. Okay, can I grab this? Ah, not quite. Not yet. Also, I'm just not seeing this up here. This also mine. That's a big dog. That's a big boy. Big boy dog. Big dog. Big dog. Wait, no, I can just grab plate. Yes, good. Just let me grab. Just let me grab things. Nope, not quite. Back up here. Got more things. More things. Mine now. Ow. Let me grab things. Please and thank you. There's some over here. Oh, more things. More things for me. Thank you. I needed more things. I like more things. Thank you. Oh, yes, more things, more things, more things, more things, more things. Give, 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 give. It's mine. Mine now. It is mine. Yeah, can I grab these ones? Nah, not quite. Sad. Sadness. Truly a tragedy. I can now. Let's go. It's mine. Yes, very good, very good. More theft, more theft, more stealing, more taking. It's all mine. Mine. Into the ball it goes. Dog? Mine. My dog. My dogs. I have the cat. I don't think I can have the cat, unfortunately. Sadness. Can I go this way? Oh, I can! Whoa! Where am I? Oh. I rode down a hill and now I'm here. Where did this come from? I don't know. Help. Ooh, more things. Thank you. More. Ow. Why are there just random signs? There's many. More. Very good. Very nice. More things. More things are always good. Stop crushing me. You made me dropping things. Stop. Oh, don't mind me. Just gonna harvest. Oh, I found a crow. Whoopsies. Hey, welcome back. Hope you're doing good. King, shut up. I know the poor crow. I feel bad for the crow. But it is now a part of the ball. It's now just a part of this mess. Aha, I can. Nice. Hey, welcome back. Ah. Bro, help. Let me free. Let me free. Wee. I see you're fishing. Well guess what? These are my fish now. No more fish for you. No more fish. Only for me. Only fish for me. Hehehe. No, I can't go that way anymore, can I? Oh well. Burn. I'm stuck. Help. There we go. Burn. I keep on running into things. I need to stop running into things. There we go. Better. I have a cow. I have a cow. Cool. I need to stop running into things. That might be a good idea. Oop. Dog. Dog. I grab these things. I can! Yes, let me grab them. Let me grab them. Let me grab more. 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 Yes, very good, very good. Good size, good size. Oh, no more. Sadness. Sadness. Ow. Go. I feel bad for that kid. Just the parent just not believing him at all. I feel bad for that kid. This one. Ooh, star 6. Hurry up. I want to roll things up into a ball. I want to roll around. I want to be a ball. Just want to roll the ball around. Please. Ah. All around the world. Ooh. Okay. Hehehehe. Boot. My boot. My boots. More boots. Cat! My cat. Nope, these cats are mine now. Goodbye. Nope, my cats. My cats. My cats. Mine. Mine. I keep them safe in the ball. I keep the cat safe in the ball. Yes, yes. Come on, this. Yes, thank you. Canned pineapple. That just doesn't sound good. Why canned? Fresh is better. Especially when you cut it yourself. Fresh is better. I would die on this hill. Oh, let me out. Help. There we go. And canned pineapple's good too. It is! For certain things. If I just want to eat pineapple on its own, canned pineapple is not better. Fresh pineapple. Yes. Ooh, oh yeah, no, the ones with the juice is really good though. I know that's real good. That's a frying pan? That's a frying pan. Carrie, how could you? SMH, what the heck? the heck, man? What the heck? I am saddened by your blatant lies. Blatant lies. Pineapple hater? Oh, Carrie, I'm sorry. I must ask you to leave. There will be no pineapple haters in this chat. I am sorry. It is the way that things must be. I'm sorry. It's simply just how it is. Much allergic? Oh, yeah, that's. No, that's fair. Never mind, you can stay. That's very valid. It's all good. Mind tricks. Yeah, might as well. Oi. Nyum. Oh, I can't even pick up the sheep? Bruh. Sadness. Oh, look at them go! They're just spinning. They're having a grand old time. They're just having a grand time spinning around. Ow. Bruh. Bear. I got a bear. I got a bear. I got multiple bears. I am also on fire now. This is interesting. Can I get... Oh, no. Aha, I can. Nice. Whee! Hey, what's this? Ah, jellyfish. Cool. I can get people now. The people go in the bowl. People go in the bowl. No more, no more. In the ball. In the ball. Get in the ball. In the ball. Get in the ball. In the ball. Get in the ball. In the ball. Spin. Spin. Spinning. Oh. Wee. Help. Where am I? Where am I? I don't know where I am anymore. There we go. Much better. Bears. Getting the bears. My bears. Bears in the bowl. Bears in the bowl. Whee! Getting massive. Oh, I think I found Waldo. I just found Waldo. I win. He's in the ball now. He's not getting out. He's staying in the ball. I'm not letting him out. No, no, no. If he didn't want to be in the ball, then he shouldn't have gotten trapped. He's mine now. Oh, that's a lot of screaming. I wonder why. Oh well. I'm sure it's nothing. It's all good. What's over here? Is it mine? Ah, I can't. Sadness. Alright, that's okay. We just stay with them for a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer. Soon, though. Ah! Hey, no, go away. Wee. Hey, let me through, let me through. I have to grab things. I must grab everything. Ooh, I can grab trees now. My trees! They are mine! Runner. Wow. Oh, I heard something expensive. I got an expensive thing now. Cool. Oh, I forgot there was something over here. I must grab things. In the ball, in the ball, in the ball. In the ball. Get in the ball. Where am I? I'm lost. Help. Help. Let me out. Let me out. Thank you. Oh! I see more things? Come on. No. Come on. I see more things up here. Let me see what they are. Fine. Keep your secrets. I didn't want them anyway. Just kidding, I want them. I want the secrets. I want the secrets. Is it up here? Oh, it is! More things. Give me all the things. Thank you. Ooh, yes. All the things. There's a guy just hanging about. Can you see the prince anymore? Yet no, you really can't. Is all the things. Give. Everything in the ball. Everything in the ball. In. Inside the ball. Aww. Man. What the heck? What if I wanted to keep going? What about then? Bruh. Release that out into space. Veggie.
あ、見えた見えた。ロケットが見えた。おいミチル、お父さんはあそこにいるんだぞ。もうすぐお父さんに会えますよ。
What? Oh yeah, I forgot that there's technically lore. More fish. Ah. More again, more again. Let me collect things. I collect. Fish! Yes, give me the fish, 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 give me fish. This is vibin'. Ah, no, stop. Where do these children come from? Can I grab these? I can't. Sadness. Are those mermaids? They are mermaids. Oh. The baby turtle. Aww. Itty bitty babies. Don't worry, you'll be safe in the ball. You'll be safe in the ball. Safe in the ball, safe in the ball. Yes, 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 yes. Into the ball. Yes, yes, yes. No, come on. Ah, fine. Over here. Go up. There we go. Then, no. Yeah, I think it might be large enough to grab the penguins now, I think? Maybe. Yeah, no, can't grab those ones yet. I don't think I'm large enough to. Oh, I can grab the mermaids! No, in the ball. In the ball, in the ball. Thank you. Wee. Oh, there's so much fish up here. Yes, please. Just all the fish, all the fish, all the fish. So much fish. Yes. Wicked. More. Give me more. Give me more. Give me more. I want more. I'm greedy. Give me more fish. Give me more fish. More things in the ball. In the ball. Yes, good. Very good. Wow. Fish. Many fish, many fish, many fish. Lots of fish. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, hey, she's back.
感じるコスモを感じるわ銅像がピチピチ復活したのね新鮮だわ
So fresh. Very fresh. Yes, yes, yes. Again. Another. This one? Yes. Another one. Thinking about. Just let me into the. Let me free. 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 Why do I just see legs? I'm confused. Ah. None. Nah. Agreed. Yes, yes, yes. A none. Aha. Ah, I can't quite get that. Whee! No, go away. Let me roll things up. Let me put them in my ball. Ow. So rude. Very rude. No, I'm gonna go away now. See ya. See ya. I go this way. Birthday cake. It's mine now. Ow. That went down the wrong pipe. Oh, more banana. More with banana. Yes, yes, yes. Wee. Ah, now that one, gotcha. am I going? I don't know anymore. There we go. Brum, brum. Brum, brum. Brum, brum. Brum, brum. Brum, brum. Can I go up here? I can. Lovely. Very good. Yes, yes. Let me just... Thank you. Okay, there's that. Ooh, I like the bear carving. Very cool. Oh. You got a scarecrow, but can't scare me away. Hee 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 hee. Hee 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 hee. Chimkin. Chimkin. More chicken, more chicken, more chicken. Yes, very good, very good, very good. I can't move. Help. No. Don't let the chicken leave. Whee. Can I get the mermaid guy? Ah, nope, not yet. Yet. One day, one day. Where am I? Where do I go? This way. Even what looks that one? No. There we go. Or just like go right here. Another one right here. Ah, I see. Okay, so not yet for that, at least. Wee. Why do they have boulders on their head? Oh well. I can't move. There we go. Oh, it's being shot at. Oh. Ah. Okay. I didn't realize that's what was happening. Oh. Something tells me that I'm not gonna be able to get this one. Oh well. I can just redo it and do it again. Whap. Hello? Okay. Ah, what happened? Oh, I got hit by a car. Gotcha. Relaxing, dude. Dude, just relaxing. There's that. Okay, more things that way. Very good. Hey, winner's podium. Nice. That's what I was gonna make. Nyum. Hee. There we go. Bruh. Can I get the lamppost now? Okay, so no tractor just yet. Yet being a very strong word. The trees? Nah. Ah, that's a mushroom. Cool. Bruh. Aww. Thought I could get it. I could not. Sad. Oh well. And I just continue going this way. Ah, not quite. Almost got it though. Uh-oh. I'm stuck. Help. Help. There we go. No longer stuck. I am safe. Oh, I have a door. Just let me in. Bruh. Yes, I know. I have a limited amount of time. There we go. Full to you. I win. Ah! Oh, there goes a truck. No, whoops. Just had to stretch a little bit. I think I'm good now, though. Release into the sky. Building, getting the stars back. Cool.
宇宙センター行きのバスが来ましたよ。
Alright. I think I'm more awake now. I think if you leave it to your own devices, you're just gonna play this game for the next 5 hours. Oh, absolutely. However, I do think that I am more awake now. So hold on. There we go. I'm definitely a bit more awake. I'm gonna switch games. Gonna switch games before I play more of that. I was losing my mind. That game was hypnotizing me. Oh dude, I know, right? This game, oh, it's really, really good, but not good. But no, it just kind of hypnotizes you, to be honest. I know, right? Just ball. Big ball. Just a ball. Alright, what? Weirdest experience of my life. I know, right? Yeah, it just kind of lets you zone out a little bit. That's okay. We're done with that game, though. We're done with that game. Let's see. Ooh! There is another game, another Switch game that I've been wanting to play. Wait, hold on. Give me a moment. Wait, hold on. I don't know if I can actually play it yet. Give me a moment. No more hypnosis. Oh no, don't worry. It won't be hypnosis. Oh wait, that's right. Okay, hold on. Give me a moment. However, it is a really, really pretty game, though. Give me a moment. One moment. No more hypnosis. Ooh, wait. No, I did want to play, viewer games. Give me a moment. Hold up. How do we feel about Mario Kart? Just a little bit of Mario Kart. Just a tiny bit. If not, that's okay too. I do have other games that I will absolutely play. You know, but no worries, no more hypnosis. No more hypnosis. And no, no, no. Ugh. What was the question? Oh, I'm starting to zone out. Oh no. Oh no, to be fair, I am. It's taking a lot just for me not to zone out as well. Okay. How do we feel about Mario Kart? I think Mario Kart would be pretty fun. Or either Mario Kart, which is a viewer, something that the viewers can play as well, or Paper Mario, which is a like just Paper Mario. Yeah, hold on. Who would you be Mario Karting with? Just the viewers and everything. Oh wait. Paper Mario is do you want me to play Paper Mario? Because I could definitely do that. I can absolutely play Paper Mario. I can 100% do that. Like, no hesitation. But no, we're gonna play Paper Mario now. We're gonna play Paper Mario. We're playing Paper Mario to prepare for the Thousand Year Door remake. Hold on. There we go. Done. It's a fun game. Yeah, absolutely. I will absolutely do that. Just give me a moment. Just gotta make sure that everything's all good. Maybe Twitch doesn't let me click caffeine time. Fine, I'll take a sip. There we go. Okay. There we go. And there we go. Today, energy. I'm gonna tell you the story of star spirits and something, I don't know. Far, far away beyond the sky. Way above the clouds. It's been said that there's a haven where stars live. The sanctuary of Star Haven. There rests a fabled treasure called the Star Rod. Ooh. 'Tis the power to grant all wishes. That's a little bit OP. Using this Wonder Star Rod 7. Ugh. Must I repeat the words carefully. Very carefully. And then... Oh dear, what the? Can't believe that made me on. I'm so sorry. Oh no, it's Bowser. Oh, whoops. Well, pretty much just the premise of this one is, oh yeah, I may have already beaten the game. Oops. It took me about like less than 22 hours, which is, I'm not gonna lie, it's really funny to me that I could beat this within a 24-hour stream. Is that 22 hours? Yes. Yes, it is 22 hours. And I 100% completed it too. But it's okay, we do new one. What will be the name of this one? I have figured out a name for this one. The... Yarg. There we go. Perfect. The file name is Bliarg. Yes. I'd say it's perfect. I'd say that is perfect. This mean you'll be good at this one? Maybe. Who knows? I have no idea. I'm also like sleep deprived, so we'll see how well this one does. I don't know. I just know that I like Paper Mario. Mail call. Oh, dude, I can't wait for Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. Luigi. Luigi. Ugh. Hey Mario, we got a letter from Princess Peach. Yeah, I know, right? This style, I wish they would have kept, because it is amazing. Like, no real world items, no stickers, no anything, just this. Just this and more. Because this is amazing and I love it. I'm gonna pretend I've never seen this game before. Sounds good. That's okay, I'll pretend as well. Alright, let's see. I'm throwing a party at my castle today. Mario and Luigi, I would be honored if you could if you both could attend. Many guests from distant towns are hoping to meet you. There will be tasty sweets and all kinds of entertainment. I hope to see you here soon. Sincerely, Peach. Look at them move their feet. Look at them move their feet. Yeah, I know. I wonder what the lore is. Whoa. Whatever it is, I'm sure it's A-okay. It's so silly and I love it. Very silly. Look at that house. It has a spinning roof. That's not possible. A castle. Whoa. What a magnificent castle. I never get used to this place. It looks like lots of guests are already here. Wait, hold on. I'm actually gonna just turn up the music a tiny bit. There we go. Wicked. Oh, welcome, Mario. The last party was lovely, wasn't it? Prince Beast has been waiting for you. Yes, I know. Do you say anything different? I've been seeing you. That's just like, okay. Aha! I figured out how to spin. We're good. Salutations. Do you know Frosty here? I'm all the way from Shiver region, which lies far to north of here. Cool. Can I just open all the doors? I really want to open all the doors. Can I just open all the doors? I want to open all the doors. Can I open all the doors? Ah! I can't open any doors. Disappointment. Penguin. Look at him. Look at the penguin. Penguin. Just slide through them. Yeah. I really wish that I could. Look at this cake. Look at this cake. I will eat it. But I can't eat it. The strawberry looks pointy. It looks like a D4. I just don't know if that would be a good idea to eat it now that I look at it. I don't know. There's maybe the old toad. Different color that bothers me. Wait, what? Hold on. What do you mean? Where? This one? Mr. Peach's castle? Wait, what do you mean? I'm confused. This guy? No, I think it's fine. I'm confused. I'm also just very tired. It's been almost 19 hours. Oh, different colors in every game. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's just weird. I don't think that they can really come up with like a consistent design for him, I think. At least that makes sense. Princess Peach. Came to the party to see me. You're so sweet. Thank you. Ugh. I was just resting a bit. It gets tiring getting all those guests out there. 9 times we don't have 5 more to go. Let's go. Only 5 more. Yippee. Wee. I'm gonna go into a coma after this. I'm just gonna go into a coma. Oh, something's happening. Okay, something that I've always wondered about. How in the world did Bowser get his castle underneath Princess Peach's castle without her noticing? That's the one thing that I wish to know. How? After this one, Fam want to stream for the rest of the year, bringing back famine in their fan base. I don't know. With you know, with the 24-hour stream, I don't know. I think I think with the fact that I did a 24-hour stream, I think you guys are good for like the month. I think you're good. I'm just gonna go into a light coma now. Since she has other things to worry about that aren't a giant castle under her kingdom. You know, that's fair. Just the political things and everything. Just all that. I guess. Oh. Oh, well, now we're dead. And there's Bowser. And the Bowser. She should really learn some self-defense. Oh no, absolutely. Absolutely, she needs to learn some self-defense. Because what the heck? Just constant kidnapping, please. Self-defense. Hiccups. Although in Thousand Year Door, she at least does some initiative stuff. And like explores the base and everything. Though I think the one where anyway, she actually like in one of them she actually like goes into a computer and everything. Maybe she's just lazy? Probably. Maybe. Just didn't feel bothered. She knows she won't be killed anyway. Yeah, no, that's fair. Just she won't be killed, so it's just like, eh. Alright. Ah. I really want the Switch remake of Thousand Year Door. That'd be really cool. I know, he looks so goofy. It looks like he just doesn't know what to do with his arms. He's just like... Help. Help. What do I do with these arms? Where do they go? I can't bend them. They have no elbows. I have no elbows. Help. Wait, yeah? You know, he absolutely looks like a dinosaur. What? You can do it, Mario! Oh yeah, no, I'm just watching his arms now. I don't think Bowser can bend his elbows. I think it's the cuffs on his arms and everything. On his upper arm and wrist. That's what making it, not being able to bend his arms. I really want the Mario RPGs back. Yeah, those are fun. Oh, I know that, yeah, besides like the remakes and everything, I don't know. I know if there's like the Princess Peach one, Princess Peach Showdown or something that's coming out. I don't know when, but apparently soon. I don't know. His entire body is so disproportionate compared to his head. It's unreal. I know, absolutely. Hey, it looked really cool. I'm gonna have to watch the trailer again because I can't think of what it is for the life of me. But I'm definitely, this is like 70, like, I can deal with that. Oh no, absolutely. In that case, it might just be best to, get it, I almost just fell asleep, oh no. I can't think at all. Use copy? Yes. Yeah, use copy. Use copy is good. He has no elbows. Wasn't able to get elbows, he was too poor. He was compensating for his lack of elbows. He's so angry. Just give the lad a pair of elbows, please, so he can actually move his arms and actually have a range of motion. think that would be a good idea. What? Did you know the Pokemon Valley went down to like less than 40 in a store in my city because some people kept getting back not liking it? Wait, really? That's really funny, I won't lie. That's amazing. Amazing, that's really funny. Good night, Mario. No, it absolutely has the price it deserves now. Oh wait, no. If it's the price it deserves like $10. It'd be like $10. Like, no doubt. Because the performance is just not good. It makes me so sick looking at it. It makes me so sick. Just no. Ich. 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 I don't think we can get down to 10, unfortunately. Yeah, probably not. It is Nintendo after all. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's just ich. Ich. Like, I think there's a mod that someone did actually where, like, the FPS was up to 60 and it looks so smooth. It looks so good. Oh, there he goes. There he goes, down to hell. Wee. Frank. Into the clouds he goes. But making the graphic worse to make it playable is hilarious. Yeah, no, definitely. He fell. He fell! To hell! Oh wait, no. He's just in the forest. Never mind. He's alive. He might be alive. He might be dead, actually. Hard to say. Oh. Ghosts. Star ghosts. Ghostly stars. Ugh. We don't just jinx it. No, we don't jinx it yet. Well, don't just jinx it. Well, maybe I want to. What then? I'm so bad English right now. Oh no, you're completely fine. No worries. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually kind of considering stopping at a certain point because I'm just so tired. Won't be able to make it to the full 24 hours, but I made it to 19, which I think is pretty good. I might actually just call it soon, but I still want to play this game. Just calm down, stars. Our stream, but in 2 parts. Honestly, probably. Yeah. Well, I'll wait until I get to like the 20-hour mark and then I'll stop. And then just end it. And then stream the last 4 parts after I take it a little bit of a nap. I think I'm gonna do Mario Kart with that one. That way I get some sleep. Just whenever I wake up again. Just go into a light coma. So I can tell you later you're gonna pass out. Sounds good. With how my brain is currently going right now, I will be passing out in about less than 55 minutes. Light coma, absolutely. Oh, look at that, it's little Goomba. You know, this really looks like the one and only Mario. It couldn't be Mario. It couldn't be, could it? The real Mario? Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Nope. She's panicking. She's panicking. Dad, Goompa, Goombario. This stream is making me get to over 10k gambling points. Oh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Don't lie, that's a little bit funny. Is that supposed to be a bed? Mario, can you hear me, Mario? Gamble like 102 times, and that was it. Ooh, nice. That was pretty good. Oh, that if that's in bed, that looks just so uncomfy. Shooting star summit, gotcha. And it just looks uncomfy. It looks so uncomfy. It is just a mattress and a sheet. And the bed frame is just a log. That is not good. They're stars, they don't know what beds are supposed to be like. To be fair, this is the toad that runs this inn. He made the conscious decision of having that bed. That is not a good bed. Series a lot of Ocarina of Time for some reason. To be fair, they are around like the same time period. Year. Video game era. Yeah. The bed looks equally atrocious. Oh no, absolutely. Like hands down without a single doubt. No, just not a good bed. Not a good bed. No. We go this way. Oh, and then there's Goombairo. And there's that one. And then we talk to the Grand. Another Grand is Goomba. There's Wizel Goomba. And then there's Goompa. He looks so tired. I feel you, dude. Huh. Oh, you old lady. Why do all the characters look like they were done in MS Paint? They all look like they were done with in MS Paint. Kamek. Yeah, it's Kamek. I think that's how the name is spelled. I think. I have no idea. Maybe. Because making things in MS Paint is fun. That's based. I get that. Oh no, it's Kamikupa. It's Kamikupa. Oh, he's so angry. I see that that's very, very fair. Ugh. Not yet, not yet. Hello, Goomba, I'm here to... Huh. Something's wrong. Something's missing. Oh shoot, there's no floor. That's okay, I'm paper. I just float down. It's all good. Oh, my back. It's okay, Goomba. I got you. I got you, Goomba. I'll have to be a walking piece of paper. Oh, dude, same. Be amazing. I want to be a walking piece of paper. I want to be a walking piece of paper. I want to be a walking piece of paper. I think that'd be fun. Jump off a window whenever I want to just float gracefully. Yeah. It'll be really fun, I won't lie. Now I must check all of the bushes. I must check all of the bushes. All of the bushes. All of them. I fall myself into a crane? Probably could, yeah. To be honest. Yeah, like, honestly? Oh, you most likely definitely could. Oh, hey. That's what I was looking for. Paper plane. Oh, you probably definitely could. Yeah. Game paper sounds really cool. I think, Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, you literally, like, turning into, like a paper airplane is how you, get across things and everything. It is like a mechanic. Oh, what happened? What happened? You Junior Trooper. The baby. I must beat up the baby. Must beat up the baby. I must beat up the baby. Let's beat up the baby. Don't hit the baby, he's like 1 hour old. He's the one beating me up as well. I'm gonna beat up the baby. I'm beating up the baby. I'm beating up the baby. Baby is no more. I beat up the baby. He's a toddler. He's a jerk. I was gonna say something else, but I stopped myself. He's a jerk. He's the one beating me up as well. I am just simply... Ugh. The deprivation is getting to you. I know it absolutely is. I think once I get to the village, I was planning on going for a bit longer. But I am so tired. I think I'm just gonna end it here. And then just sleep a little bit. And then complete the 24 hours another time. Or just like complete it when I wake up. I think that just might be better. but I'm gonna continue. Else would tell you to do it. Oh no, but I'm very EP2, so yeah, it's all good. I want to at least get back to the village though. I'm gonna get to the village. I wanna get to the village. Now this game. I'm forgetting how old this game is. Look at this. The textures don't line up. SMH. Oh my god, you could. You could absolutely fold yourself into a paper frog. You could absolutely fold yourself into a paper frog. It's a simple little paper frog. Then we make them jump too. Let's go! Okay, we got back to the village. This game is full of polygons for being flat. Yeah. There's some 3D elements, but a lot is just eh. There you go. There's your doll. Some 3D elements, but mostly 2D. There we go. Very flat. Yeah. You were like 12. No. Ugh. We hit the precise 19 hours mark me things. Yeah, just let me save real quick, and I think I'm actually just gonna go to sleep. Oh no. You can catch up to 5 hours another time? Yeah. Maybe 5 hours and maybe like a little bit. Honestly, it's probably gonna be either this or another story game though. I'm really gonna crash, and if I'm like this, I'm sure you're worse. Maybe a little bit, because I have to be like engaging, and or at least like a little bit engaging, and like making sure that I know what I'm doing and everything. I can feel myself getting like more and more drained. I'm using commas, that's how tired I am. Oh no, proper grammar. The true sign of sleep deprivation. Oh no. Proper grammar. Oh no. Alright, hold on. Let's save real quick. Save. Okay. Alright, this is where I'm gonna end. I need to sleep. I'm actually kind of impressed with myself that I managed to get to 19 hours. Like 19 hours. Whoa. 19. No, that's a long one. Yeah, so I'm gonna go to sleep, and then I'll finish the 5 hours to finish. Oh, waiting. Yes, I wait. The God Fuck Spirit. Yes, I wait. Yay. One last one. One last promo for the artists. White Rice made a P&D tuber, gave me permission to use it. They did a very good job on it. Go give them a follow. And then there's also Izzy as well. Izzy made all the badges and the emotes. They're very talented. Go give them follow. Yes, yes. Yeah. I think this is where I'm gonna end. Then there's also Vale, and then there's me. Hello, how are you? How you doing? be doing good. And there's me, the wonderful sleep-deprived streamer. Yeah, I'm very deprived of sleep right now. Sometimes actually I remember they have social media. It's a very rare occurrence. I remember. On occasion, maybe, give or take. You know, I don't think I'm really gonna. Yeah, no, I don't think I'm even gonna bother with rating. I'm so tired. I can't think. I'm gonna go to sleep for a little bit. If any VOD watcher made it here, good lord, you guys need a hobby. Don't be mean. If anything, I'd be a little bit impressed if like a VOD watcher made it through all the way without skipping. If you did that, please get some sleep. It was like 19 hours. Please get some sleep. Alright, but hope you have a good rest of your day / night. I am gonna go catch up on sleep real quick. I am a tired lad. I will see you guys later. It was a lot of fun. I'm gonna go to sleep. And I'm probably gonna go into a light coma for the rest of the day. Thank you for your time and effort, streamer. Thank you. Not a problem, okay. And thank you for staying by. Oh, also, before I forget, thank you to just everyone in general for just, sticking by and just sticking with me within these 2 years and everything. 2/3 years. Even when I just didn't stream at all for months at a time. I hope to have a better stream schedule soon, but we'll see. But thank you for sticking around so long. It means a lot. Even though I don't really say it a whole bunch. But yeah, thank you, it really means a lot. Alright, remember to get something to eat, something to drink. Take care of yourself. Take your meds. Thank you for making wonderful chaotic streams. Not a problem. Chaotic streams are so much fun. I like them a lot. Although sometimes they're chill. Sometimes they're not though. Yeah. Alright, have a good night you guys. Goodbye. I will do a 5-hour stream later on. We'll see when that day is. I don't know. Anyway, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Have a good day / night. Remember to be kind to yourself. All that good stuff. Bye. After the coma. Yeah. Sometime after the coma. Bye.